All right, y'all, we back live. Y'all know how we do. Always put your help for a better understanding. So, y'all know I was supposed to go live yesterday, man. Got tied up. Couldn't go live yesterday, but we here today. And y'all know that we always standing on business for FBA, the lineage. We always got to make sure that people put respect on our ancestors' name. So in this video, we're going over the success, the excellence that our people created. And we're going to go over some of the things about America right now that is a curse because we haven't been getting our respect. Right? But we're going to go over the 55,000 patents that was created by people that we don't get the respect, we don't get the credit for. I'm finna go over this. Make sure y'all subscribe to the channel, hit that like button, push me on the algorithm. I greatly appreciate it. Without further ado, though, let's get it, man. Make sure y'all hit the chat. I want to know what y'all think about this in the comment section. But and a lot of people talking about the African invention from the Black American invention. Let's get it.
Cannot compete with us invention-wise. It's sad. Really let that sink in. We are only 13% of the American population, but we have created so many inventions. We have had such a heavy impact on the world. They are 54 countries, over 1 billion people, and they cannot compete with us culture-wise or invention-wise.
Now, this ain't to, I'm just trying to give respect to our people and what we did. It's not the bash no other, you know what I'm saying, cultures or everywhere that what they did. I don't want to undermine anything anybody else did. I'm just going reviewing some of our inventions and what our people are saying about the stuff we create. Let's get it.
Or influence-wise, or fashion-wise, or lingo-wise. These people have to come to what we've built in order to get a leg up.
All right, racists, let's talk about the part of history you like to tout the most, Black inventions. And along with those inventions comes the receipts. Racist America has pretended for far too long that Black people haven't created or invented most things, if not every single thing we use daily. They like to pretend that the toolbox of life just appeared out of nowhere, or that it was gifted by some default white guy. Then they act shocked every single time a Black Indigenous American shows up in the patent record. This pattern in history of gaslighting and erasure ends now. So why don't we break the spell with a hit list of under-referenced Black American inventors whose work you touch, hear, and rely on every single day, whether you say their names or not. This is what I call the not-so-familiar list. James E. West co-invented the electric microphone in 1962. That tiny capsule in smartphones, laptops, hearing aids, and almost every modern mic, brought to you by a Black man, James West. George Edward Alcorn Jr. built the imaging X-ray spectrometer in 1984 that sharpened space and materials research. NASA named him Inventor of the Year. Translation, he built the instruments that actually see what the naked eye can't. Black brilliance. Meredith Gourdine pioneered electro-gas dynamics, devices like incinerate cut smoke and industrial pollution. He engineered the actual physics. David N. Crosswaite Jr., architect of modern HVAC controls for big buildings. He has 39 U.S. patents, some of which include heating systems for Radio City Music Hall, as well as Rockefeller Center. So when you visit these places, your climate comfort is running on David's math. Walter Lincoln Hawkins created durable polymer cable sheathing so telephone lines could survive the sun and harsh weather. Otis Boykin designed precision resistors that stabilized consumer electronics and pacemaker controls. George Carruthers invented the far ultraviolet camera / spectrograph used on Apollo 16 to image Earth's atmosphere and interstellar space. When science looked farther, it used George's instrument. Jerry Lawson led the team behind the interchangeable video game cartridge, the truest pioneer to console gaming. Jesse Russell was the key architect of digital cellular systems and base station tech. He laid the groundwork for the networks that your phone lives on. Marion Croak is the holder of 200 plus patents in voice over IP and internet call tech. So as far as internet calling as a service, she operationalized the pipeline. Valerie Thomas, the pioneer behind the Illusion Transmitter 3D image tech at NASA.
Oh, why is the wealth gap like this? And we created all of this
to go to
stuff.
Fifth Third Bank, please.
Why people create it?
I have a deposit to make.
Gosh, you're so smart.
It's
Bessie Blount Griffin inventor of the self-feeding device used for amputees and a disposable emesis basin. It's a clinical design that restored autonomy to its users in this country. Then it spread internationally. Alice H. Parker created the 1919 patent for a gas-fired centrally zoned heating furnace. She also planted the seed ideas for modern home heating segmentation. Miriam E. Benjamin, in 1888, created the gong and signal chair, a call button system predating hotel service alerts. The start of push to summon was formulated by her genius. Andrew J. Beard invented the Jenny coupler in 1897, which is an automated, dangerous link and pin rail coupling. His work improved freight efficiency and worker safety. Philip B. Downing created the street letterbox in 1891 with a weather shielding door for mail drop-off. Yes, a black man created the mailbox. John Stannard, in 1891, he invented the non-electric refrigerator and compact oil stove, the pioneer of non-electric appliances. Richard B. Spikes, he iterated the automatic gear shift and most automotive safety systems. Lloyd Hall, he advanced food preservation, using safer curing salts, using spice sterilization, and antioxidants. He created the industry-level shelf life. So what was the point to all of this? Reality reads like this list. Black Americans were already here, already building, and already creating everything. Designing the microphones inside your phone, the networks under your texts, the heat in your building, the optics in your space science, the cartridges that built an entire gaming industry, the clinical tools that dignify autonomous care, and the dull metal boxes swallowing your mail on the corner. Erasing the creativity and the genius of the original people isn't accidental. It's an act of violence. You can keep pretending you invented everything, sure. Or you can look around, call things what they are, and stop living on lies. Pretending to be superior in technology and a spiritual power you can't even use. The entire world can see the limitations of racists. The big question is, however, why can't you?
One of the more frustrating things about being Black in a country like America is being consistently gaslit by everyone around you, including other people of color, and then being called into action or having your fight be their fight or them wanting to use your body, all while being racist towards you. And this continued dialogue between Asian Americans, Latino Americans, Black people, and what the fight for solidarity looks like. I put up a few videos about it last week, and I've received comment after comment after comment after comment of racist tropes. And just, it shocks me how racism is always rooted in ignorance and lack of education. You can't be ignorant towards Black people because half the things that you use were invented by Black people. And here's a list of Black inventions for you. Traffic light was invented by Garrett Morgan. Gladys West, she contributed to the mathematical modeling of the Earth that is essential for GPS. Color computer monitors were invented by Mark Dean. The folding chair, portable hair straightener, which women use every day, was invented by Marjorie Stewart Turner. The electric microphone was co-created by James West. X-ray imaging was done by James E. Alcorn. Mops that you clean your kitchen up with were invented by Thomas B. Stewart. The fire extinguisher was invented by Thomas J. Martin. Modern day ice cream was invented by Augustus Jackson, the new recipe that's used today. The cell phone was co-created by Jesse Russell. George Crumb invented potato chips. The improved current state of the ironing board was done by Sarah Boone, who was the first Black woman to have a patent in America. Gene Matzlager invented the shoe elastic machine. Before him, even the best shoemaker could only make 50 shoes a day. Post him, 700 shoes a day. Philip B. Downing invented the mailbox that we all use daily. The doorknob was invented by Osborne Dorney. Lewis Latimer is the reason we have lights that last longer than 2 hours. Before him, lights went out, but he invented the carbon filament for the long-lasting light bulb. Mechanized dough roller and the kitchen mixer, you know, the KitchenAid, was invented by Judy W. Reed. Laser cataract surgery, so we all could see, was done by Patricia Bath. Shirley Ann Jackson invented the portable fax machine, touch-tone telephones, call waiting, caller ID, and fiber optic cable.
Put some respect on our name, man. Let me let him finish.
Pretty sure you're watching this video because of fiber optic cable.
We follow basketball players, actors, drug addicts. We follow the worst of the worst when it comes to Black people. So I need y'all to go follow Teron Bryant.
I invented a self-defense device. I call it Plop, and it can do multiple things. This part right here acts as a flashlight that shines in dark places like alleys, streets, and anywhere without light. This right here is an infrared transceiver that can control things that focus on infrared waves like drones, garage doors, and remote controllers. This blue button on the back sends sound back home, signaling home for danger whenever it's pressed. And finally, the humidifier module on the top and on the side that sprays out a non-lethal substance that helps you stay safe.
Don't just take classes, take charge.
Now, if y'all see, it's a lot of, we doing a lot too, as far as now we got creations in inventions that we doing. My bad, y'all. Let me click back on it. But we got the inventions that we doing now. You got the guy who created the gasoline.
Really let that sink in. We are only 13% of the American population, but we have created so many inventions. We have had such a heavy impact on
Julian Brown and now Teron Bryant. We need to focus on celebrating Black people like that, okay? We have enough actors, basketball players, rappers. That shit is old and played, all right? We had enough, okay? Let's celebrate these young inventors, okay? The newest one we have that I came across is Teron Bryant, okay? His little device does multiple things. It detects drones and it do a lot of different things, okay? It's a self-defense mechanism device, okay? And I just thought that it was dope. And we need more people like him. We need people like him to be put in the faces, right? We don't need another basketball player. We don't need another nigga catching touchdowns. That's cool, right? We love y'all. But we need to be changing the narrative. So we need people like them that's inventing stuff. We've been doing it since day one, okay?
Right.
There's thousands of Black inventors that don't get no shine. They don't get no publicity or nothing. They push to the back burner, okay? And it's not cool. So follow this young man, all right? Follow him, watch his journey. We need more people like this, bro.
Buddy Rich, magnificent as he was not in fact the godfather of all drummers. This guy was, Dee Dee Chandler. Down here is one of the most important inventions for modern music, the bass drum pedal.
In 1896, when this photo was taken, he was one of the first snare drum guys to figure out how to play the bass drum at the same time by inventing a homemade foot pedal. Let's go back to my place and see if we can hear what this thing might have sounded like. Maybe I can make one myself.
Doesn't look like much now, but this here is just two pieces of wood with a hinge, which actually is going to be my bass drum pedal. And when I've finished this beauteous contraption here, we're not just going to see what it was that set the world on fire and got people dancing. We're going to hear how funky this is, and this just is absolutely isn't kind of working here. I'm sure Dee Dee was a better carpenter than I am. Press down that, and it's going to boom, boom, boom. Okay. And now I need to attach this here, and this pushes it down like that. Let's have a look here. Okay. Okay. Ready to funk. Excellent. 4 on the floor right there. Only thing is, I got both hands free. What am I going to do? I'm going to get the snare drum and bring that bad boy in here. And maybe even this one, where I can play it up here. Come on, Dee Dee. Come on, Dee Dee. There we go. Now, this is kind of a dog's dinner, but these three instruments, which used to be played by 3 different guys, now played by one guy, become one instrument, which is, in fact, is the greatest invention of modern American music, the drum set.
It made sense for the band leader to get one player to do 3 jobs, but a strange thing happened. One drummer doing it all created groove. Many rhythms united in one body.
also invented GPS, technically navigation, ambulances, Wi-Fi, the baby buggy, home security systems, ranch dressing, super soakers, 3D movies, over 300 uses for the peanut. Let that sink in. 300 inventions on a peanut. Flour, paste, insulation, wallboard, wood stains, soap, shaving cream, lotion, blood transfusions, elevator doors, maxi pads, the modern air conditioner, Nerf guns, spatulas, your literal cell phone that you're watching this on, ironing boards, laser eye surgery, the folding chair, shout out to Alabama, country and rock music, I know that one stings, the modern toilet, the golf tee, keychains, cash register, shoe soles, VR gaming systems, adjustable wrenches, the rotary engine.
Our world would suck without the amazing contributions of Black Americans, Part 2. Let's give a nod to the brilliant Patricia Bath, a proud Howard University grad who pioneered laser cataract surgery and became the first Black American female to receive a medical patent. We owe a big debt of gratitude to Dr. Shirley N. Jackson, whose research enabled the invention of the portable fax machine, the touch-tone telephone, fiber optic cables, call waiting, and caller ID. She was also the first Black American woman to earn her PhD from MIT. And Mark Hanna blew our minds because his programs created the special effects for movies like Jurassic Park, Beauty and the Beast, Aladdin, and so many more. Dr. Betty Harris created spot tests to identify explosives in the field. Boom. Let's show some love to Paul Williams because he had sky-high aspirations because his work helped lead to the first prototype of the helicopter for the Navy in World War II. Richard Spikes was smooth as glass when he created and patented the first automatic gear shift transmission in 1932. And I'll say this 1,000 more times. Black history is American history. I'll see you on the road.
Build a website you love with Wix.
Trying to take away from
For your words,
just calling it Black history.
Did you know Black folks in America practically invented the modern world? Take a look at this list here. The elevator, gas masks, cell phones, rockets, refrigerator, space shuttle retrieval arm, telephone transmitter, clothes dryer, lawn sprinkler, ice cream, blood plasma, multi-stage rocket, gas burner, kitchen table, guitar, toilet commode, arm for record player, doorknob, door stop, home security system, torpedo discharger, lawnmower, typewriter, fire extinguisher, and the list goes on and on. Hey, what did you know? Black folks created all of these different things during slavery and Jim Crow and mass incarceration.
Did you guys know that Black Americans invented a language called Totnese? They invented it in the 18th century, and it's a language added to the English vernacular that we already know that they have.
Black people have contributed nothing to America. This is the most insane, asinine take anyone could have, and it proves the point that I say that you are socialized to believe that you're here and we're there when that's just not the case. So let's go through some inventions of what you use and what I use every day that was invented by Black people. The traffic light was invented by Garrett Morgan. Gladys West, she contributed to the mathematical modeling of the Earth that is essential for GPS. Color computer monitors were invented by Mark Dean. The folding chair, portable hair straightener, which women use every day, was invented by Marjorie Stewart Turner. The electric microphone was co-created by James West. X-ray imaging was done by James E. Alcorn. Mops that you clean your kitchen up with were invented by Thomas B. Stewart. The fire extinguisher was invented by Thomas J. Martin. Modern day ice cream was invented by Augustus Jackson, the new recipe that's used today. The cell phone was co-created by Jesse Russell. George Crumb invented potato chips. The improved current state of the ironing board was done by Sarah Boone, who was the first Black woman to have a patent.
And we have creations today, y'all. We got our Black inventors that's creating stuff today, that's doing big things. And we got to highlight them on this channel because this ain't stopped. It's just they want to put rappers, musicians in front of our face because they know that we so creative. So if they put Cardi B in front of our face and all of the athletes, a lot of people are going to go down this path instead of just trying to create something, invent something.
In America, Gene Matzlager invented the shoe elastic machine. Before him, even the best shoemaker could only make 50 shoes a day. Post him, 700 shoes a day. Philip B. Downing invented the mailbox that we all use daily. The doorknob was invented by Osborne Dorney. Louis Latimer is the reason we have lights that last longer than 2 hours. Before him, lights went out, but he invented the carbon filament for the long-lasting light bulb. Mechanized dough roller and the kitchen mixer, you know, the KitchenAid, was invented by Judy W. Reed. Laser cataract surgery, so we all could see, was done by Patricia Bath. Shirley Ann Jackson invented the portable fax machine, touch-tone telephones, call waiting, caller ID, and fiber optic cables. Pretty sure you're watching this video because of fiber optic cables. So before you say things like black people don't contribute anything to this country or to this world because your feelings were hurt because I mentioned a few things about white history, think again. Educate yourself. All right? Bye-bye.
Black man invented the stoplight. White man invented a ticket.
Keep going.
Black man invented the light bulb. White man invented electric bill.
Black man invented the telephone. White man invented the telephone bill.
GPS is a black woman.
Dang, y'all heard what they said? That's crazy. We invented the light. They invented the ticket. They made it to where they can make continuous money off of our creations, bro. That's crazy. They really just called it out right there. We create something and they make something around that to make residual income.
Well, 3D imaging is a black woman. Laser eye surgery is a black woman. Escalator is a black inventor. Elevators a black inventor. The roller coaster is Granville T. Woods. Roller coaster, everything.
The cell phone.
The cell phone. I was just watching the thing on the cell phone. Our video games is Jerry Lawson in Silicon Valley. They try not to mention him, but he's the reason why we have Xbox, Atari. He did the first, before Atari, the F1 series. Jerry Lawson, a black dude who invented home videos, sanitary napkins. It's a woman. Our ADT, our security system, is a black woman in Queens, Mary Van Brighton. In 1966, she invented the home security. You're talking about open heart surgery, Daniel Hale. Plasma, Charles Drew. We can keep going. Surgical equipment, black people inventing, just constantly inventing, and they took everything and lied. But now things are coming into the light with all these black inventors, and black people are still thriving. Black women have the highest degrees in America. Highest degrees in America. These are the same women that were operated on with no anesthesia on their vaginas by that Dr. Mims guy who they just took down his statue in New York. These are black slave girls raped, but they're #1 in academics. Black people invented hockey in 1895 in Nova Scotia, 22 years before the NHL. There's a book called Black Ice. You can see it. The atrocities that African Americans have been through, I'm surprised we are this peaceful. They used to make black people laugh in barrels in certain towns because they were too loud. So they go, you got to laugh in the barrel. Everybody around the world copies African Americans.
What's a historical fact that you had to learn on your own and not in school?
I posted this during Black History Month, but it only got 300 views, so here we go again. This is Charles Chappelle, and Charles is responsible for the first long-distance airplane. And he is the reason that we can fly our way to Vegas and say whatever happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Charles was born in 1872 in Eaton, Georgia, which means that he was never enslaved, so he didn't get his skills from slavery. He went to Knox Institute and Morris Brown in Atlanta, Georgia, where after that he became a teacher. Later, he transitioned his career to a lead engineer at U.S. Steel. And then he became an architect, where he became responsible for a lot of the large buildings in Manhattan today. After he watched the Wright brothers work on inventing airplanes, he got really motivated and interested in what they were doing. So he enlisted in the U.S. Aeronautical Force. A year later, he had built his own airplane. and he entered the first industrial air show in New York City in 1911. Well, Charles ended up winning that show because he flew his airplane that he built within 1 year all the way from Omaha to Chicago, a total of 568 miles. He ended up winning a medal for his airplane's unique capabilities and designs because he blew everybody away. He left with the most investments from aeronautical investors. Charles ended up founding the first Black airplane manufacturing company. Don't know if it's still in existence today.
Probably
He
not.
served
It
as the
took
vice
our
president of that company. Later on, he set up a trading company to help the U.S. trade cocoa and mahogany from Africa. That company dissolved around 10 years after its birth, and when it dissolved, it was worth $3 to $10 million. Charles died in 1941, but thanks to Charles, we can fly long distance. Now, make sure y'all hit the share button and follow me on my backup account at Ingrowth2.
It has come to my attention that some people are under the impression that the only thing Black America has contributed to the world is art and music. Well, let's stop that now. Here are a list of scientific and technological innovations created by Black America. It's a long list. Airplane propellant, biscuit cutter, folding chair, coin changer, rotary engine, car coupler, letterboxer, stainless steel pads, torpedo discharger, disposable syringe. Oh, all right. Home security system, keeping you bitches safe. Coin planner, ironing board, sweet sweeper, sweeping you hoes up. Horse bridle, horseshoe, lawnmower. Oh, okay. Typewriter, train alarm, image converter, automatic fishing reel, ice cream, your favorite dessert, water quality algorithm. Would you even know if your water was clean? Okay. Molding print and press, envelope seal, laser fuels, pressure cooker for you pressed assholes. Okay.
We invented the water. We invented cleaning water, man.
Window cleaner, pencil sharpener, fire extinguisher. Let them hating hoes burn in hell. The lock. Shoe lasting machine, lubricants, rocket catapult, elevator. And the next time that you need to make it to the 12th floor, take the stairs. Okay.
Now, there's no reason why there should be no other race that have more money than us. It don't make sense. There's no way you can tell me that this wealth gap should be like this for us. We've been robbed.
Gas mask, traffic signal, hairbrush, super absorbent polymers, which include diapers, pads, surgical sponges, pet litter, gel, ice packs. Oh, okay. Heated furnace. You bitches would quite literally be freezing. The blimp, the folding chair, handstand, fountain pens. Oh, okay. Dustpan, sweeping you hating hoes up. Insect destroyer, baby buggy, sugar refinement. Okay. Clothes dryer, cell phone, pressing comb, curtain rods, lawn sprinkler to pair with our lawnmowers. Oh, okay. So, urinalysis machine, right? Urine analysis machine, horse riding saddle, shoe, player piano, arm for the record player, doorstop, doorknob. Quite literally, opening doors for you hoes. Photo print wash, photo embellishing machine, postal letterbox, toilet commode, furniture caster, the modern guitar. Thank you, Robert Fleming.
Yes, y'all. We got 55,000 and it's still counting. This is from 55,000 is just counting from I think from 1700 to the 1900 and something. Like it's probably more now, but let them go.
Motor, thermal hair curlers, lantern, gas burner, kitchen table, which you're not allowed to sit at anymore, bicycle frame, the wrench, the eye protector, the egg beater, the defroster, air conditioning.
Right.
We should let y'all feel the heat because I know you're feeling it now. The two-cycle gas engine, the internal combustion engine, the starter generator, and the refrigerator controls, all created by Frederick M. Jones. Thank you. Clothes dresser, bottle caps, electric cutoff switch, relay instrument, the telephone system. We would not be in communication with you, whores. Granville T. Woods. Thank you. Electromechanical brakes, electro rail system. Also, Granville T. Woods. Roller coaster. Let me not catch you at Six Flags. auto air brake, helicopter, standing foam, super soaker, blood, plasma.
Like, what would they be doing without her? Think about it, bro. You'll hear white people say, man, what if the 13% wasn't here, bro? Y'all wouldn't have nothing. Y'all would be how they was over there in Europe when they was just hurting each other and what they call it, like the black age, where they was just dying on.
Wow. Pacemaker controls. Programmable remote control. Would you even be able to watch your Netflix? The video commander. Multi-stage rocket adapters, potato chips, and GPS.
Hologram.
Shout out
GPS.
Gladys West, because she is still alive today, born in 1930 something, and she's 94 years old. So before you open your mouth to say that African Americans have only contributed to music, art, and culture, please think again, baby. So yes, my people have contributed to arts, music, fashion, as well as science and technology. And rest assured, we will contribute more. Toodles.
Imagine being able to build an app with your
Straight
name
up.
on it just by
Why
thinking
are
about
we?
it.
Why is
Meet
this
Base
wealth
44.
gap? We should be on top.
Women
of the wealth
inventors they erased from history. Sarah Boone, born enslaved, taught herself to read at 40, then patented the modern ironing board in 1892. You use her design every time you press clothes. Mary Kenner invented the sanitary belt in 1957, the foundation of modern menstrual products. Companies rejected her idea when they discovered she was black. Patricia Bath created laser cataract surgery in 1988, becoming the first black woman doctor to receive a medical patent. She saved millions from blindness. Marie Van Britten Brown felt unsafe in her New York neighborhood, so she invented the home security system in 1969. Every Ring doorbell, every security camera traces back to her. Valerie Thomas at NASA created 3D imaging technology in 1980 that we still use today for movies and space exploration. Sarah Good, one of the first black women to get a patent, invented the folding bed in 1885. Hello, Murphy beds. Marjorie Joyner revolutionized hairstyling with her permanent wave machine in 1928. These women didn't just invent products, they invented the future. Follow for more hidden history that shaped your world.
You've heard of everyday inventions like the traffic light and the hairbrush. But what about the strange and unexpected inventions by Black innovators that you've never learned about? Black history is full of surprises. These are serious achievements, yet also quirky and offbeat inventions that make you stop and say, wait, what? Follow for more stories of Black history and heritage like these. Here are 10 of the quirkiest inventions you won't believe came from Black inventors. Marker 10, Miriam Benjamin's gong chair, 1888. Press a button on the armrest, a bell rings, and service comes to you. It was basically the first call button. Number 9, Bessie Blount's self-feeding device, 1948. Bite down, and food slid down a tube into your mouth. Strange to see, but life-changing for disabled veterans. Number 8, Benjamin Bradley's mini steam engine, 1850s. Built from scrap and a gun barrel while enslaved, it looked like a toy, but he sold models to help buy his freedom. Number 7, Marjorie Stewart Joyner's permanent waving machine, 1928. Inspired by a pot roast, it used heated rods to curl hair. It looked like a science experiment in a beauty salon. Number 6, Granville T. Wood's electric roller coaster, 1892. Powered thrill rides at Coney Island, and now went much faster. Number 5, Thomas Elkin's commode chair combo, 1870s. A bathroom chair with mirror.
Bro, we had our own airplane, our own airports. We had our own models of cars. We manufactured we can manufacture anything. We got to get back to manufacturing too. Cause it's like that's where our talent is at, creating, manufacturing stuff. But it seems like every time we have our own fleet of our own manufacturing, the company goes under because they want our company to go under because they know, like when Black Wall Street, we're gonna just take over. It's like a dominant gene. It's like you're just gonna take over. So they have to like suppress us.
Washstand and storage, oddly ahead of its time. There 4, Mary Kenner's sanitary belt, 1956. A quirky, strap-on contraption that was too far ahead for her era. There 3, Rufus Stokes' smoke eater, 1960s. A strange accordion-style air purifier strapped to smokestacks. There 2, Valerie Thomas's illusion transmitter, 1980. A weird sci-fi device that made 3D holograms decades before holograms were mainstream.
What's up,
Number
Tia?
1, Lanny Smoot's
Appreciate
Disney lightsaber, 2000s. Yes, a real working retractable lightsaber. Weird, cool, legendary. Which of these 10 blew your mind the most? And yes or
What's
no,
good,
had you
Carl,
ever
dog?
heard of
Appreciate
even one
you,
of them
bro.
before today? Share this story, follow now, and let's spread the history they never teach.
Here's another badass black dude who changed our world by changing our food. He was a chemist and a genius, a scientist and a prolific inventor. He held more than 100 patents in the
Black
United
baseball
States
team.
and
Man.
around the world. Western Electric Company hired him after a phone interview, but refused to hire him when they saw the color of his skin. During World War
That's
I, he
what
was
I'm
the
saying,
chief inspector
Camille.
of explosives and powder for the federal government. He discovered a
we
method of
what
combining
did we
sodium
not
chloride with tiny crystals
create?
of sodium nitrate and nitrite to prevent food from spoiling. One of the reasons you have spices in your kitchen cabinet is because he found a way to use ethylene oxide gas in a vacuum chamber to kill off bacteria and mold. This man was an absolute pioneer in chemistry and food sciences, and his work with preservatives and antioxidants made major breakthroughs in preventing fats and oils from spoiling in our food. Lloyd Augustus Hall was born in 1894 in Illinois, where he attended Northwestern University. He also holds honorary degrees from Howard, Tuskegee, and Virginia State. In 2004, he was inducted into the National Inventors Hall of Fame. Mr. Hall left us on January 2nd, 1971, right here in Los Angeles, California, only 257 days before I was born. Black history is American history, and not just in February.
There's so much discourse online about Black Americans, so I thought I'd start a series. Here are 10 everyday inventions that we use around the world that were invented by Black Americans. The modern traffic light that we use was invented by Garrett Morgan. If you're a millennial like me, you remember life before GPS, but thank God to this woman, Gladys West. When we think of the light
still
bulb,
alive,
Thomas
too.
Edison is always given initial credit, but
Gladys?
Lewis Latimer invented the filament inside and the process for that filament to burn longer without blowing up. So the modern light bulb, we have Lewis Latimer to thank. Automatic elevator doors were invented by Alexander Miles. And most of the security features that we know in modern day elevators are still used by his invention. The technology used to create the modern day cell phone was pioneered by Henry Sampson. Color monitors for computer usage and for desktops and laptops, and the first gigahertz chip were created by Mike Dean. Refrigerator.
But y'all see Trump gonna go in here and say, we created everything. We created everything. I'm like, what's wrong with this dude, bro? He don't want to give us no credit.
Invented by Frederick McKinley Jones. Lastly, the home security system was invented by Marie Van Britten Brown.
Facts, dog.
More you know. These are just a few of the contributions of African Americans to the world. There's many more. Let me know if you guys want to part 2.
Without the internet, social media, you got to give it to social media.
Game.
I heard you said
You're
the
not
Star
ready for
Wars
it.
was created by Black man.
Let's see how many Black inventions I can fit in a minute and 30 seconds. Black people invented the heating furnace, the refrigerator, bottle caps, about 14 different vital car parts that is required to make the modern car drive, pressure cookers, portable pencil sharpeners, the insect destroyer gun, blimps, thermal hair curlers,
And we created
gas
blimp.
burners on the stove,
Wow.
lanterns, the stair climbing wheelchair, the horseshoe, programmable remote controllers, chess, the alphabet, the
And we
calendar,
created chess.
the modern day toilet,
That's
disposable
crazy.
syringes, the laser surgery device, the printing press, the envelope seal, window cleaner, Jack Daniels, the photo embossing machine, the relay instrument, the gas mask, blood banks, the almanac, the clothes dryer, both the line and also the machine, civilization, the methods used during laser eye surgery to help with cataract removal, the tests and treatments of syphilis, the straightening comb, stethoscopes, and lastly, 2-hour Black history programs after school, starting with high schools, taught by HBCU students from the local HBCUs in Atlanta. If you want to know more, tap the link tree in my bio.
They gotta put some respect on that name. Do you know it was the black man was the first grandmaster in chess, bro? His name was Maurice Ashton. Okay. I'm like, dang, bro. They need to be teaching this to our people, bro. We need to understand everything we created and our greatness. Because it's like they hiding all of this stuff from them. It's like they don't want our people to know. It's like, bro, we come from a long line of inventors. If we all knew that, we'll be thinking, man, we got to be more creative.
It's my nonprofit.
Boy, why you feeling like Black Americans invented aeroplane and the world's technology that we need you so much?
Alone. I'm with you.
Well, let's talk about aeroplane technology. Let's start with that. Welcome.
We need reparations off of just the inventions alone, bro. These are multi-trillion-dollar inventions that there's no way our people should be at the bottom of the totem pole, bro. That's letting you know that we need reparations for just that alone.
To the cookout. Oh, you don't know who this man is? Charles Frederick Page, the inventor. Allow me to learn you something. Charles Frederick Page from Pineville, Louisiana, also invented an airship and received patents for it in 1906, notably before the Wright brothers' 1903 patent. Page's achievement, however, was largely overshadowed due to the prevailing racism of this era. Formerly enslaved man, Page taught himself to read and write and became an inventor. He designed and built an airship in Pineville, Louisiana, and secured patents for it in 1906. All right.
Now, hold on. Somebody in my chat, you saying Black Americans created. So, and then you saying Latino Americans. Look what the dude said. Look what the dude put. Black American patents, approximately 0.4 of all U.S. patents. We're naming you the most important stuff. I don't care about 0.4. I'm telling you a cell phone, the internet. I'm telling you major things. I don't care if you created a sock. I don't care if you created a piece of paper. We're talking about real technology inventions. Now you're going to say Latino American created 1.2%, 15 to 20 patents per million, estimated 125 patents. But what was the damn patent? Me and you can make a patent right now, but who made the cell phone? Who made the most advanced technologies of our time? You bringing up numbers like anybody can make simple stuff that don't mean nothing, but you trying to downplay what Black Americans did? And I'm speaking to be active 8075. Like, what is you talking about, bro? Speak on this. You talking about all of these creations that, and shout out to Latin America. It ain't even about that, but you put this on here like Latin America versus Black America. Name some stuff that your culture created. You telling me 1.2%. What did they create, bro? This is a whole video I'm going over. We got 55,000 patents of stuff that you still using today. Name me something that's important that I know that you created. Salsa? What you created? Like that stat that you put up, it already let me know that you want some bullshit. Because you're not saying, you're making it seem like we created more patents than Black people. Like, bro, what is you saying, bro? What did you create? That's what you should have put. You should have just put an important invention that your people created, bro. Because we don't really know of it. And I'm sure it's not as impactful of what we created. I want to hear what you got to say. Like, what did they create? Latino inventors. Let me see what this is. Contribution, primary innovation domains, aerospace engineering, medical technologies, communication systems, material science, renewable energy technology. What? Bro, we saying cell phone, internet. What is you talking about, bro? Medical technologies. What medical technologies you talking about, bro? Our black women got so many stuff done on them, bro. What is you? I don't know of nothing that you said. You ain't even saying nothing right now. You saying medical technologies, but we are listing people, name, and actual patents that we got, and you just being so broad. What is this dude talking about, bro? What renewable energy technologies that y'all created? We giving you time after time of inventions. We still got people creating this day. We got somebody that just created a new gas, bro, that you can put in your car. How is you gonna try to downplay what Black Americans did? I'm speaking to be active, whatever your name is, bro. How you gonna try to downplay what we did? And then gonna throw in a whole nother culture, bro. Like what you trying to say? Y'all created more stuff than us? He didn't still not say one creation, bro. Refried beans. He ain't say not one thing. You know, we could say the internet, the cell phone, the video game. We can say literally stuff that you using today. The light bulb, the light. I just told you that we created chess. What are you talking about? Because all of this stuff, I guarantee you, we in it. I bet you we in the innovation of domains, aerospace, and like I guarantee you we naming this stuff. We got 55,000 patents, bro. See, when people, this is the type of people that be trying to hate on us, bro. We out here just inventing our stuff, and they just want to make it seem like they want to downplay us. You should have just saluted us, bro, man, whatever. Why is you coming on here trying to act like your people and you ain't even saying nothing, just words?
This is the importance of why I teach the difference between Africans and indigenous Americans. All right. Y'all don't know our history. We know our history. So y'all can't tell us we come from you. We don't. We're here doing great things.
Yeah, bro, you just tried to downplay Black Americans because you just put a stat and you tried to make it seem like what Latin American did had more success than what we did. That's why you put that there, bro. You wouldn't have never put that there trying to say that you're just throwing in Latin American. We're talking about what Black people created on this channel. So why would you trying to give me another stat of a whole nother culture and you ain't telling me no important stuff that they did? You're showing stats, showing that these people have way more patents than us and have way more creations like they did way more. But I don't hear different cultures like white people talking about what Latin America created or Latin people created. We got different cultures here saying that. I'm talking about Latino Americans, not Latin Americans. But what did that, bro? We don't know. You still ain't saying nothing. We don't know. You didn't tell me one name of something that is very important in the names that we're giving. Nick Fuentes, burner page. He's saying he ain't downplaying what we doing with the stat. Like, why would you put a stat up there, bro, if you ain't trying to downplay what we doing and you gonna put a whole nother culture next to our stat? It's because you trying to make it seem like we did more than you guys, but you don't got nothing to say on what you created.
Period. And y'all think we're lesser than what we are? Disrespectful, okay? So once again, checkmate.
Let's talk about how Black women changed the world, only to have their credit stolen. Black women have been behind some of the most groundbreaking innovations in history, but instead of getting credit, they were erased, exploited, or straight up robbed. For Black women whose contributions changed the world, without the credit.
And it's the same thing this bozo doing in our comment section. He's downplaying what we doing, trying to make it seem like it's not significant. So the white man can come in and take our stuff and been doing what they've been doing for years. You doing the same thing as an oppressor. Be active 80-75. You downplaying what we doing. I'm talking about Latinos, Americans. Latinos been in North America for centuries before U.S. birth and since the birth of USA. So now you trying to tell me that the Latinos been here in North America before we have? I did a video when I showed proof of this. How could you been, bro? We been in America. We got the DNA that shows that we've been in America. We got the longest tenured DNA that shows that we've been in America the longest. What are you talking about? What Latino person are you talking about been in America before us, bro? You the one down who are down playing Latinos. How I'm down playing Latinos? What am I downplaying Latinos for, bro? Everybody know who created stuff right here in America. We don't know of Latinos creating all of this stuff in America, bro. I don't get what you're saying. Why would I be downplaying them? I'm talking about the stuff we created right here. My ancestors, what we did in this country that I'm living in. You trying to tell me the Latinos created all of this and they did more than we did and they was here before us? What is you talking about, bro?
Or compensation they deserved. First up, home security systems. You know those cameras and intercoms that let you see who's at your door? That was created by Marie Van Britten Brown in 1966. She created the first closed-circuit TV home security system because she wanted to feel safer in her own home. But today, security companies are making billions off her idea, and most people don't even know her name. While her patent existed, big corporations expanded on her invention without giving her credit or properly compensating her. Next is the modern hairbrush. A lot of people think Lyda Newman invented it in 1898. But there's a twist. Black women had already been innovating and perfecting hair tools for years before patents were even accessible to them.
Right. He hear our achievements, hear everything we get and get upset. You got to go, let me go look up some stuff. Y'all didn't do everything. Like, what kind of stuff? What kind of, and he ain't even saying nothing major that they created. So you could tell it's just on, dang, I see them getting all of this shine. Let me say something. He ain't said not one invention that was like legendary, bro. He's just being broad. At least if you're going to say something, bro, you got to have, you think y'all dominated America over us?
Then companies like Mason Pearson and others made millions off of brushes designed for textured hair, while Black women were left out of the beauty industry they helped create. Now this changed all of medicine. Henrietta Lacks was a Black woman whose cells were taken without her consent.
What you saying? You created California? What? Bro, do you know that you can be Black, bro, and still be in a Latin country, bro? The Americas, bro. I don't know what you talking about. Texas, Florida. He don't even understand, bro, he don't even understand the lineage.
In 1951, while she was being treated for cancer, scientists discovered her cells, HeLa cells, could multiply indefinitely, something no other human cells had done before. Her stolen cells were used to develop vaccines.
But see, this guy will probably want to claim a Black person that was Black, and just because they're in a Latino country, he gonna be like, oh no, that's a Latino, but they look like me and you. You put Washington, 1819, jointly occupied by the UK, Idaho. Huh? This guy is naming me states and cities and stuff, bro. What are you talking about? You trying to say you trying to say a Latino created all of this? They created America? They get upset when they're not represented in our space. Yeah, it's like, bro, what is you? This is crazy, bro. If I seen another culture, bro, when they talking about all of their inventions and their creations, I'm never gonna try to put in my culture on what we created. I'm gonna let y'all get y'all shine, whatever y'all did. It's like he trying to downplay what we did and trying to make it seem like they did something way better. And he's just giving me states and countries and like what was created, man? You talking about the cities was created? Don't you know it's black Latinos and it's white Latinos, bro. It's black people that's aboriginals in Spanish countries, bro. What you got to say about that?
Vaccines, cancer treatments, IVF, and even COVID-19 research. The medical industry made trillions off of her DNA, while her family never saw a dime until 2023, when they reached a settlement with Thermo Fisher Scientific. Johns Hopkins and countless pharmaceutical companies built their legacies on her stolen genetic material. Ever heard of the Ball method? It was the first effective treatment for leprosy developed by Alice Augusta Ball in the early 1900s. She was a chemist and the first Black woman to earn a master's degree from the University of Hawaii. But after her untimely death at 24 years old, a white scientist named Arthur Dean stole her work, renamed it after himself, and took full credit.
That's what he trying to do. That's what he a part of that clan, trying to steal our credit and give it to somebody else. That's the main purpose of coming on the channel like this, bro. That's the part of the crowd they in.
Decades for her name to be properly recognized, while Dean profited from her innovation. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Black women have shaped the world in ways we're only beginning to uncover. But instead of being celebrated, they were exploited. Let's make sure their names are known.
USA.
Did you know that you can form a Florida LLC for $0 plus state fees? It's really easy using Zen Business. Click on Start.
So now you trying to make it seem like we wasn't here in America.
I have some news for you guys that I found out. A Black American man who actually invented the first gravity car in the United States of America. Yeah, he was mysteriously unalived and they tried to cover that bad boy up so they could steal his invention. Watch this. And yes, you better believe I wrote this down at blackentrepreneur.history.com. The article is called "The Black American Man Invented the First Gravity Car in 1874, but questionably died."
Tell me some of these creations y'all made. You ain't did nothing like this.
Right before it displayed. Now, before you go looking, I already checked, okay? All right, so you're going to find online where they will say, we don't know who created the first gravity car, or they will say, many people were probably making gravity cars in the 1800s, but there's never any definite answer, right? And they're so great at recording, but not with this thing. They didn't greatly record. Also, right after this unnamed Black American man created the first gravity car in 1874, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, in 1904, there's the first gravity car racing going on, just out of the blue. I wonder why. Let's get into it. So I took this from the Washington Chronicle of 1874. And as you can see right here, it says a Negro inventor's end. And then they went on with a racial slur and then said he constructs a wonderful machine and becomes the victim of his own ingenuity. Now, before I go on, if everyone was making these things, why would they report it in 1874 as a Negro's invention? And then they don't even know what to call the machine properly. They called the machine a perpetual motion machine, but it wasn't a perpetual motion machine because that goes against the laws of thermodynamics. It would never have worked. This was a gravity car. As you can see right here, they call it a perpetual motion machine constructed by an old Negro who lives 3 miles west of this place. It's a wagon so arranged that after being set in motion, it runs itself by virtue of the fact that there's a weight of gravitation that is thrown forward of the center of motion, and consequently the machine is compelled to run. And of course, over here to the side, I break this down. The inventor of this car created a gravity car because the car was run by the weight of gravitation, which is thrown forward of the center of motion, pushing the machine to run. A perpetual motion car does not do the same thing as a gravity car because perpetual motion car violates the what? The laws of thermodynamics, thus would not work. What this Black American man made was a gravity car. And it was the first known gravity car ever to be made in the USA. The only official documentation of it, where? Right here. Now, before this Black American man actually invented this gravity car, the only other gravity motion machine was in the railway system. And guess what? You all know who built those railways, right? Right? Black Americans all across the United States of America prior to the Emancipation Proclamation. Now let's move on to this old Black American inventor's questionable death. Here's where they describe his accidental death. Okay. Now they say that he was on his way to register his invention for the fair, right? And everybody was watching him as he took off in his gravity car, right? He was only going about 15 miles an hour. And then suddenly they say he hit a small tree stump after starting off on a smooth, sandy road. All of a sudden, a tree stump comes out of nowhere on the smooth, sandy road, and his wheel bumps it, hurling him toward the other side of the road, headfirst into a fence, after he already busted his head somehow on the driving wheel. So basically, he's driving along great at 15 miles an hour, gets ejected from the gravity car, okay? Then ends up on the other side of the road, on the other side, the opposite side of the road. And get this, the gravity car did not flip over, nothing. It continued, they say, freely cruising down the road until it actually came to a gentle stop in front of a log, fully intact. Yeah, of course I wrote all this down because the story didn't make any sense to me, being that I actually drive cars and we all drive full cars now. We actually do know what's going on at 15 miles an hour, okay? So yeah, I wrote all of that evidence down. Furthermore, I checked to see whether or not it's likely that at 15 miles an hour in any gravity car, will you somehow have a terrible accident and unalived. Guess what it says? It's highly unlikely. Highly unlikely. You may be injured, but not unalived because of it, okay? As a matter of fact, it even went on to say that in a gravity car, you won't even be thrown from it at 15 miles an hour. So looking back at 1874, how on earth would this man have been thrown all the way across the road? All the way across the road and immediately died from being hit on the head.
The same thing why they burnt down our towns, because the takeover, they know if we start inventing things and we knowing what we create, and they have to try to control it. And I don't know what this Be Active guy is even talking about, bro. New Amsterdam is sported like, bro, we over here creating and doing big stuff and getting taken out by it.
That was a violent throw at 15 miles an hour from a gravity car. But there's more. The coroner gets involved. Here's what the coroner said. When the coroner inspected, he couldn't tell what killed him, the fence collision or the driving wheel. So he could not tell. But it gets worse. There was an informant at the scene who gave all this information to the public about how this Black American inventor passed away, right? But he said, but we're going to still enter his invention into the fair so that all the other inventors can see it.
Come back and move forward with Purdue Global at purdueglobal.edu.
That's what people don't understand. They think.
But our informant assures us that it will still be on exhibition at the state fairgrounds, and we invite the attention of inventors and machinists to its peculiar mechanism. Y'all see that? This Black inventor did not pass away riding in his own invention.
Yeah.
They took his life and stole his invention. And like I said, and I wrote this in my article, online historical accounts will generally state that many nameless individuals were probably making them in the 1800s for fun. But if that is the case, then why did newspapers all across America write about this Black American inventor story so heavily as him being the creator of a new wonderful machine, if so many people were doing it? It's a lie, that's why. A Black American man created the first gravity car in the United States of America in 1874. And a bunch of other people took his invention and ran with it. So now when you see those little soapbox derbies and soapbox gravity car racing derbies or whatever they call them, just know there was an unnamed Black American man who was old who invented that car. And they took his life. And I'm standing on that one until I get any other evidence that says otherwise.
All right, so I had to make this video. There's a lot of people going around saying that we offer nothing to the world whatsoever. And it's particularly a lot of Africans. You know, they call us lazy, we're EBT recipients, you know, the other jargon they like to say. So I had to, you know, bring the facts that most of what you use back home and what anybody use in the world is invented by Black Americans. We even stormed ahead into the future where we should be right now, where we should actually have hovering cars or close to flying cars. You know, we already thought about it. We put it in place. And every time we make that great advancement, we always get crushed. Like, and what I mean by that, I just don't want to say the M word, the K word, but yeah, you get it. So, you know, these people think they know us. They think they know our culture. They think they know what we've done over the years. No, they just think that we are slaves. That was it, you know, and we just listened to master and did nothing. No.
Not at all.
No. Black Americans have always been resourceful. We've always been resourceful when it comes to doing anything. There were things that they couldn't even figure out that we were doing is because we had so many signs. And I also had to add the African himself, kind of contradictory, that basically saying that, did you guys know that Black Americans had a language called Tatanese? Yeah, I had to add that because that's part of our creation. Yes. So there's that. I had to also add Godfrey. I didn't want to add Godfrey, but I had to add him.
The pyramids. We was the first one to have the pyramids. Not over there in Egypt. We went over there in Egypt and put the pyramids and showed them how to make the pyramids. This is all in books, bro.
Because here's a man who's not part of our lineage, you know, but dibbles and dabbles in our culture. And just like the woman on, damn, I keep forgetting her name. Oh man, I have her name right in my head. But that newscaster basically.
Bro, we don't care what a white supremacist tell you that Motorola created making the first public cell phone. They steal our shit. That's why we got to say this and we got to tell you about all of these inventions and creations that we created. Because y'all go to throwing all of this stuff about us and steal our shit. And then we be on the bottom of the wealth gap when we created everything. You're going to put on there Motorola is credited. I don't give a damn who credited. They always going to credit other people and they not going to credit us. That's why we got to do videos like this to speak about it. Because they try to make y'all think we ain't create nothing. So we got to stand on business for our people.
always says like our ancestors joinery. There you go.
Motorola.
Just by doing
Damn,
that, just
Motorola.
can't read
Shout
back.
out to
Joinery
Jetty Sage, man.
loves to say that our ancestors, ours. There is no ours at all. There is just us. Okay, those are our. When I say our, that's Black American ancestors. Okay,
Black American.
like in slavery, out of slavery, we were consistently inventing and changing the world, whether we knew it or not, whether you knew it or not.
Research,
but once you've seen it, you know, the contributions that we've made, 55,000 plus patents, even to this day, we are creating stuff. You can't stop us. You have nothing on us. A lot of you people, you come to the US, you come to build your wealth, live out.
Who is creating more impactful stuff than us? Tell me, be active. Tell me something that what group of people is creating better than what we create? And name me some inventions. That'll be easy. You can just run them down right on the computer. It'll be easy, bro. And we can all see and judge. Name me a group of people that's creating more and better than what we do. I'll wait.
Your lives, don't care about anything else, and then take your sorry butts right back home and say, like, I'm good to go now. I have everything I've gathered from the US. I'm gonna go back home and go sit on the beach and die happy. That's all you guys do. You don't bring any.
Bro, this dude keep bringing up these white supremacist dude who stole our creations and take credit for it. And he's like, this guy got credited. I don't give a damn who stole it and got credited for our stuff. That's why it's so important for us to be doing what we're doing right now. It's because you think these people created this stuff, but we really know who is behind it, who got it stolen from them.
Creativity to the world. You're very stagnant, and I can't say this everywhere around the world, but I would say like most people who come to the US, you're stagnant. There is no change in your culture, behavior, nothing. It's the same. But us, we're always constantly evolving, and you see that to this day. Like every day, when it comes to music, that's us. When it comes to your everyday use for electronics, that's us. When it comes to everyday use in your life, that's us. That's us. And we just keep on doing things, you know, and you see that we get shot up for a lot of things, like Black women. Like when you find out that a Black woman invented this, like, nah, we're gonna give her credit for this. So like, the what?
Now, it's just crazy that, you know, Motorola, they want to name all of this when they know rock and roll, the music we created, bro. I'm telling them about the chess. We got the first grandmaster that was here. And I'm talking about America. I ain't talking about no other place. The pyramids. The pyramids was created by us, bro. What could you say that was so important, bro, that you're going to outdo what we create? What could any culture say? They can't name no popular music. They don't have the influence over the world like we do, bro. People don't copy nobody in other countries like they copy us. Stop trying to compare and put yourself up to my people, bro. It's no match. It doesn't match. It's not going to make sense. It's going to make yourself look like a hater. Don't do it. You can't win the argument. There's nothing you can say. It's nothing you can tell us, bro. It's just, come on, bro. This is facts. You're just making yourself look bad. Now, I'm going to show you how some of the people are saying this and admitting it. Even white people are saying, yeah, man, we got to, you know, those guys over there are doing and creating everything. Check this out. This ain't just us saying it. We got the world saying it. Let me show you this.
Our inability to see where the unhealthiness of our culture is the problem. Our inability to see how racism and Christianity all tied up in together is the problem. And the biggest problem is that we do not see we are the problem. God bless everyone. Have a beautiful afternoon.
It's like
Hey, look, y'all need to stop saying God bless America, pray for America. America is cursed.
There's a reason that America feels cursed. From its beginning to its present, this so-called Christian nation has been drenched in blood, greed, and spiritual filth. What we're seeing today, the chaos, division, addiction, violence, it isn't random. It's divine consequence. As Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, corruption has appeared on land and sea because of what the hands of men have earned, so that he may let them taste part of what they have done, that perhaps they will return.
You know, you cannot build a nation on stolen land with stolen labor and expect blessings to flow forever. Now guess what is happening? White folks themselves are finally admitting the truth that,
bro, we got everybody in other cultures talking about the stuff we created and what we did in other countries, bro. We just seeing people talk about what we did in other countries. We don't see that with no other people but us. That's it. We don't see nobody else. We ain't commenting on what somebody created over there in Spain.
that America is spiritually cursed because they oppress God's chosen people, who are the black people. They feel the shift, and also they see the disaster coming. They see the downfall of their own systems, and they're beginning to fear that the karma they try to escape has come right back to collect them. Guys, let's watch some clips here, then come back and have a talk.
So as a Gentile, I'm here to profess, black people, you are Israelites, you are the chosen ones, you are a prestigious people. Your history is in the Bible. In order to better understand why you are Israelites, I'm going to bring forward two witnesses from Deuteronomy 28. And if you're not familiar with it, Deuteronomy 28 outlines the curse.
Beatrice, do you got anybody talking like this about the Latin community? Do you got different races, different people in other countries talking about how y'all the ones? Is that what gets you upset? Does this make you upset hearing all of this stuff about it, bro? Does it make you feel like you feel like your country your culture didn't do anything? That's why you got to throw in these stats. Because we just reviewing this. There's people all over the world talking about us. I don't hear nobody talking about what y'all created and y'all the chosen people and stuff like that.
The Israelites for not hearkening to the voice of the Lord. Now I'll bring forth my first witness from Deuteronomy 28 and 15. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe and do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee. So because you didn't keep your end of the covenant, follow the law, statutes, and commandments, you've been cursed. Let's take a look at one of those curses and see if it applies. Deuteronomy 28:66 reads, and thy life shall hang in doubt before thee, and thou shalt fear day and night, and shall have no assurance of thy life. Now, I don't know about you, I live in America. Black people have no assurance of their life, and it's because you're Israelite.
There's a reason that America feels cursed. From its beginning to its present, this so-called Christian nation has been drenched in blood, greed, and spiritual filth. What we're seeing today, the chaos, division, addiction, violence, it isn't random. It's divine consequence. As Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, corruption has appeared on land and sea because of what the hands of men have earned, so that he may let them taste part of what they have done, that perhaps they will return. Quran chapter 30, verse 41. America wasn't founded on freedom. It was founded on genocide and hypocrisy. Millions of Native Americans exterminated, their land stolen, their children kidnapped into Christian schools, where they were beaten, raped, and stripped of identity. The same people quoting the Bible used it to justify mass murder. Before the US even called itself a nation, it was burning women alive during the Salem witch trials, projecting its own evil onto others. They screamed about witches while committing acts far darker than any spell. They seek to extinguish the light of Allah with their mouths, but Allah will perfect his light. Quran, chapter 61, verse 8. What they called purity was actually paranoia, fear, and hatred, the very foundation of their empire. Then came Mormonism, born into the same soil, mixing Christianity with paganism, polygamy, and blood atonement. These were not fringe movements. They shaped US politics and culture, from manifest destiny to God bless America. The nation began to believe it was chosen by God to dominate others. That's not faith, that's arrogance. The Prophet Muhammad warned, Arrogance is rejecting the truth and looking down on people. Sahih Muslim 91. And what's more arrogant than a nation claiming God gave it the right to rule the earth, just like Israel is doing right now, and its people, the chosen ones, the very same people running America. Just look at the culture. The United States produces more serial killers than any other country in history. Over 3,000 known cases. Hollywood glorifies cannibals, serial killers, and demonic acts. It celebrates sin as freedom. Even Netflix has turned human depravity into entertainment. This isn't coincidence. This is a mirror, a reflection of the nation's inner sickness. Then the hearts of those who disbelieve became hardened after that, like stones or even harder. Quran, chapter 2, verse 74. The same obsession with horror, violence, and death runs through its politics, its movies, and its streets. When a nation normalizes evil,
now, like they did, when you look up all of these patents and stuff, you're going to see whole other countries that own it. And this is what we're saying. There's some more stuff that's been stolen from us. They don't want to acknowledge that stuff been stolen from us. They want to make it seem like, you know, we just, you know, somebody else created.
Removes mercy from its heart. The American empire didn't stop at home. It expanded, invading, occupying, and toppling over 80 countries, from Vietnam to Iraq, from Iran to Libya. Millions of lives lost in the name of freedom. Their military doesn't defend, it dominates. They maintain over 750 military bases all across the world, controlling oil, currency, and governments through blood, and do not commit abuse on the earth, spreading corruption. Quran, chapter 2, verse 60. And yet they call Muslims terrorists. The biggest terror organization on earth wears a suit and waves a flag. Islam forbids everything America profits from: interest, pornography, gambling, intoxication, exploitation, and oppression. So they attack it. They bomb Muslim lands, invade other nations, steal resources, and brainwash their citizens to fear Islam. They demonize hijabs, but glorify nudity. They ridicule prayer, but worship money. They want to deceive Allah and those who believe, but they deceive none except themselves, yet they perceive it not. Quran, chapter 2, verse 9. America doesn't hate Islam because it's violent. It hates Islam because it's pure, because it exposes the filth that they live in. Behind the American flag lies another...
Real, I just went over it, the $55,000 patents for a whole hour. And this is why we got to get reparations for that, because we've been robbed for all of our creations, all of our inventions. People have died creating stuff, and that it would have did so well that they got taken out. So it's like, we understanding the power at B. We the ones that's creating stuff, and somebody's just taking.
The flag, the Zionist one. For decades, Zionist lobby groups like AIPAC have dictated U.S. foreign policy. Presidents come and go, but the alliance to Israel never...
I hear you, brother, but let me get...
If anybody else can see.
Let's get our people on Leo and Trinity. My bad, y'all.
See this, but I've always said this to myself, and I've said this to a few people in my family. I think this nation is cursed actively, and you know, we can, you know, I'm getting into the spiritual stuff. I'm getting into my word. I'm becoming a Christ follower, but something in me tells me that this nation, the land that we are sitting on, will never recover. And we can see this, I mean, firsthand. Look at the unrest in our nation. Look how our people have never been okay. Our people have never been at peace with ourselves. Our people have never been in eternal peace with itself. This nation has always been at war, whether it's been at war with another nation, whether it's been at war with ourselves. Since they signed the Declaration of Independence, we have seen some sort of resistance or violence attached to the name of this nation. This nation cannot rest, and it will not rest. You can't acquire a nation the way we acquired it and not expect to feel something, right?
They always tell us, right? These sayings that transcend our generations, they even transcend some of our bloodlines, right? When you think of what goes around comes around, karma's gonna come get you. Karma's a bitch.
So that's what a lot of white people are saying. They feel like from the stuff that was done to Black Americans, what we created, what we stood on, how we fought. We had the Buffalo Soldiers. We had one of the greatest. We got the greatest history. And it's just been taken from us. So we feel like nothing ain't gonna happen until you do right by the people who blood spilled on the land. And I feel like that. He put today we have a global network. Beware of. Start with WEF. What does WEF stand for? All the other groups are upset with FBA focusing on ourselves because our truth, our history exposes their false confidence and superiority. For real, it exposes it. I'm with you on that because there's no way you got to lie to just keep this lie going. You got to make up more lies to cover the lie. And it's like at some point, we at the point right now where the truth is just being revealed. You can't keep lying and making up stuff because it's not gonna come to no end.
It's right. Like why are all these karmic sayings always in rotation? Right? Why are all these spiritual sayings that basically whatever you do is going to come back and you are going to reap what you sow, right? And this is just, these are all saying the same thing. Bad deeds do not go unchecked. Bad behavior does not go unchecked. The people in this nation will never be at peace internally because of what happened on this soil, on this land has not been addressed. And people think that, okay, well, I can do something bad and I just die and it'll just go away. Your family lives with that. Your ancestors live with that. We're seeing that today. They are living with this unrest inside of them. This is why this nation has always been at war. 11 wars. 11 wars. How much blood do you think this nation has shed? We've dropped 2 nuclear bombs. We're the only nation.
Now check this out. I'm finna show y'all this, right? It says right here, because we got more inventions, but the 50,000 just came from a part of the years, y'all. I'm talking about only from the golden age, from 1870 to 1940. Right? I'm not talking about anything after the 40s, which it was a lot of stuff that was created after that. Even to this day, we got real impactful stuff. Like we were just going over the guy who created a self-defense mechanism that could spot drones and all type of other stuff. We're constantly creating, but I'm just telling you, 55,000, 50,000, and this is just, it was a lot that was stolen. It says here, research by economist Lisa Cook suggested that Black Americans accounted for just under 50,000 patents during the golden age of invention, 1870 to 1940. While many individual Black inventors held numerous patents, example, Granville T. Woods held over 60 and Elijah McCoy over 50, the figure of exactly 55 inventions is not a widely cited total number in the search result provided, but it could be a lot more because they definitely, you know how they did us, man. They took and killed anything that we had. So my point is, this is just 70 years, bro. I'm just giving you 70 years worth of work. We got so much other stuff that we could have created, but just letting you know our greatness that I'm just showing you from 70 years. Imagine if we did it, from a lot longer. But let me let them go. I want to hear some more.
That used nuclear weapons.
White people saying
this nation is violence. All that
and why it's very important, because you've got African Americans, quote unquote, Black people walking around who, and the majority have no knowledge of where they came from. They don't know what their culture is, what their tribe, what their identity is. And so they've been given a false culture, right? But they still swagged it out. To this day, African Americans are the most influential culture in the world. Period. Period. Music, mathematics, the way we talk.
Period, Beatric. Beatric, I hope you still on the channel, bro. The most influential people in the world. He ain't said the people from Spain. They didn't speak about them. They're speaking about us, bro. We don't hear nobody talking about no other culture but us. I don't know why this guy getting in my comment section.
The way we sing, the way we swag, style, soul, grace, the move. Everyone has partaken of this. Period. Period. And they deny it, but it's the truth. It's the truth that not only did they influence all the culture and give people bring the cool to the world, because that's what the Hebrew people did. Like, they were supposed to be a priestly nation. The people are like, yo, what is the Hebrews doing? We should follow what they're doing. Right? So the same thing in America. They built America. You know what I'm saying? America was built on the back of slaves. Period. That is the curses of the Bible hitting them. Okay? Because they turned away from their righteous Elohim. They denied the very son whom he sent. And they got pushed all the way into West Africa, Nigeria, where all the slaves were taken from. Modern day Ghana, on a slave ship, on a slave map, used to be called Judah. Judah. It was the kingdom of Judah because the Jews lived there, and that's where all the slaves came from. Judah, Nigeria, Ghana, Nigeria, and other places too. I'm not saying, but we're
now in a lot of things people be saying and they're not giving our facts on is we were Aboriginal people to this land. People need to stop saying that our people got everybody that came over here was from a boat. That was only 2% of the people or the black people that was here, bro. 98% of the people that was here were already here. You only got a very small percentage of people that came on a boat over here. But some people keep falling for this, like thinking that all of our people came over there. Nah, bro. Only a very small percentage.
saying the majority is the Jewish people. And the reason that all this happened to them and continues to happen to them, right? This genocide and different things that people are fighting for, why all these protests are happening, why the race war is happening in the first place. It's not a race war. This is biblical. This is biblical. And those who have understanding know how to supersede it and go beyond it and begin to see through this whole trash that they call a race war, whites against blacks. It's not about that. We're trying to see the truth. This is biblical. And why this is even happening in the first place. Because what happened in the beginning and how the Hebrew people did not live according to the Most High's commands. They did not keep the commands. They turned their back on him. They walked away from him and they dropped the ball. And so now here we are with the Jewish people in the midst of us as African Americans, and no one knows.
So y'all see it. We got white people now speaking up, talking about, hey man, these are the ones. These are the ones, man. They created everything. They did. They're the ones who push the culture forward. These are the biggest influential people on the planet. But like y'all see, man, we got so many people still upset, bro. Why are they upset by our greatness? That's crazy to me, man. You put slaves was the first Wall Street stop, line up on the wall in Wall Street, check the record. Yeah, they put us right on there, just like, they put us right on the stop. I mean, the black slaves. But man, it's just crazy, man. I would have never thought somebody would. We just celebrating us over here and they coming in. But yeah, man, we know what time it is with our people. Folsom and Clothes tribe go back to 50,000 or 150 years. That's us, FBA, right, man? They try to make it seem like we came from Africa, bro. That's what they want us to believe. Even if you'll Google like the Aztecs or the Mayans, they'll be like, nah, they weren't black. It's like Google and all of this stuff is working against us, bro. But we know who we are, and we waking up every day, 2025 was a big wake up for us. But we know the power we got. We got to get back to our inventions and creations, and we are. I seen somebody put on here that the dude who made the gasoline, the plastic lean, he's missing or whatever. I don't know. I gotta look into that. I thought I just seen him a couple days ago talking about that. But yeah, man, we're gonna start on this channel, we're gonna start making sure we highlight our inventions and the people that's doing stuff today, because they love to put basketball players in front of our face and entertainers, and then have the entertainers speaking about politics. And no, we need to let some of our creators, our inventions speak. We need to let some of them talk, our science guys. But man, I appreciate y'all, man, for tapping in, bro, on this live, bro, standing on business. Shout out to Mama Lisa, Call Dog, Race Head, GD Sage, man. I appreciate you, bro. I tried to keep it on here, but that Beatric dude was just getting on my nerves, bro. Coming in on our live when we celebrating ourselves, and you throwing in a whole nother culture of what they do. That just threw me off my pivot a little bit, but I apologize to y'all. I shouldn't even let that affect me like that. Shout out to Jarvis, bro, for saying that, but that did throw me off, bro. Oh, he's still here. What you put? Meaning the Afro kinky curly hair, because you just lying. The fact that Afro kinky curly hair DNA, including beard, is not indigenous to America. Yes, it is indigenous to America, bro. You trying to basically, it wasn't until African slaves were brought to America that Afro kinky curly DNA started to exist in America, which means Afro. Bro, go look up the Louisa skull. You need to do some research, bro. Go look up and see who has the longest DNA in America. I did videos about this. I'm just speaking facts. What I got to lie for, bro? So who was here first then? If you telling me that black people, if my people weren't here first, who was here first then? Put Neil, you are defeated. What did this guy talk about, bro? He said kinky hair DNA is only indigenous to Africa, not America. What is you talking about, bro? We got pictures. There's pictures of Afro Indians, bro, in like the 1900s, 1700s. Africa can't even trace their history as long as we can, bro. Right here in America, we can trace our history longer than people in Africa. So how is you telling me it comes from Africa, bro? It's the other way around. We put Africa on. All of that stuff you hear about Africa, it came from a story of people that was from America that traveled to Egypt and put them on how to put the pyramid. It was 2,000 pyramids right here in America before it was any pyramid in Africa. Do your research on that. You talking about straight, thick hair. Shout out to Race here. Albert Perry, he carried the secret DNA of a Y chromosome. Bro, we got stats and facts, bro. You talking about kinky and curly hair, bro. Right, we can't, bro. It's like, bro, you coming in here trying to just discredit all the facts that we already know about our people. This dude said kinky hair came from Africa, bro. They already sold you, bro. That's why when the Europeans come here, you call them Americans. You don't call them nothing. You don't call them European American. But you want us to believe that there's no history here. All the pyramids we came up with, it's nothing. That was in Africa. Who is Wesley 1078 talking about wrong? Yeah, he wrong, bro. Ancient DNA. You putting it, there's no evidence of widespread Afro kinky hair type for original population. Of course, genetics happen, bro. People was doing genetics. But how do you know who is in America, bro? If we got the DNA that says Albert Perry been here in North Carolina, he had kinky hair, he had nappy hair. That's the oldest dated DNA from this land. You let the white man tell you information, bro, and you believe it. You let them Europeans tell you, the colonizers gave you his story, and you trying to tell us what it is. Yeah, the Florida Wars with the Black Seminoles, what what are you talking about, bro? I got pictures of my grandma was a Cherokee Indian. She had nappy hair. Like, you gonna tell somebody about another culture? Like, how is you, right, not from this culture, you gonna tell me on my culture or our culture, you gonna tell us what our culture is, knowing that you learned that from a colonizer? Everything you learned, bro, you learned from a colonizer. You didn't learn that. You didn't learn that from us. You saying you just spitting information that the colonizer told you. We know our history, bro. We just don't know. All of these people just lying. All of these people that's spitting out all this information about how we got done wrong, they just lying. Bro, you ought to be ashamed, bro. The mounds are older than the pyramids we built. Right. Where you think them pyramids came from? We had the first society, bro. We put Egypt on. Egypt got put on from us. We traveled over there and put them on, and they got their technologies. They don't want to tell you that. Albert Perry, for real, had the most divergent Y DNA ever found in a living person when it was first tested in 2012. It's facts, bro. That's facts. He belonged to the Plo group lineage 60,000 or even 150,000 years ago. That's what I'm saying. They even tried to put them Philippines over there, them $5 Indians over here, and tried to make it seem like they was the Americans with straight hair. But ignore him. Let the fool fall in his own. Right. Y'all right. I ain't finna be like, we already passed him, bro. He's just trolling. Trying to discredit our people. Knowing he did wrong. He know he did wrong, bro. I think it just make him feel good. He hate to see so much success in Black American excellence, bro. That just get under their skin. They be pissed off. He finna have nightmares about all our success stories. Like, he finna be pissed this night. I'm glad I got up under your skin too with these facts. For real. But this is what we're gonna keep doing. We're gonna keep giving y'all these information, this facts, until I gotta beat it through your head. But I'm not gonna let nobody downplay what we did. But salute, man. I appreciate everybody for tapping in, man. They trying to, not put no respect on our name. Yeah. For real. The sun cycle will not be denied. It's our time. For real. It's our time. This is coming out. He on the wrong side of history. You're on the wrong side of history, buddy. Gene is specifically associated with straight Black hair of Native American population. Shout out Ray says he can't trace his people back there. Bro, it's like the colonizers got a hold of him and gave him, and he just believed that information. They're trying to say that there were no Aboriginal. Bro, we got Aboriginal people on every piece of land, bro. It's black people on every piece of land. God is black. Okay. You know, the Americans provide better head. It's like, for real. It's like, you know, you can't tell a colonizer nothing, bro. Yeah, you must be a white Spanish. You must be white Spanish, bro. He must be a white Spaniard, bro. Not all indigenous populations have identical hair characteristics. I bet you they do. If you go look at, but we got all kind of hair difference, so it don't matter. We're the originals, bro. You put haters hate. Them people that they told you that's from America, that's Native Americans with all that straight hair, bro, they lied to you. That's all. They lied to you. You just got to admit it, do some research, and you'll understand. I'm Taino, Spaniards, and African. But is your skin, are you a white Spaniard? You, like, you know, are you a European Spaniard? Or are you a black Spaniard? For real, man. He justifying all of this robbery they did to us, bro. Trying to discredit us being here. Or you try to discredit our inventions, our creation. Now you trying to discredit, like, we wasn't here first. Straight hair people was here first. For real. All these creations, I just went over 55,000 creations, bro, that people created. You brought up, I don't know now one major creation that this guy even brought up. And it ain't even about that, because we ain't even on trying to compete with what y'all did, bro. It ain't even it's not even a contest. It's crazy to think that it's people out there like this. That's just their whole way of living is to try to discredit FBA. They out here talking about FBA is FBA is the CIA. Y'all just mad at FBA, bro. FBA are not the indigenous of the America. Stop disrespecting indigenous because it makes look desperate for what it's not: culture, lineage, or land. Bro, that's sad. You're sad, dude. Right. Stay asleep, bro. They got you good, man. He got you good. It's like, first, if you're gonna tell somebody they're not indigenous to America, it's indigenous people all over the world, bro. It's indigenous people in Europe. You got what is you talking about? So now you saying that in America, one of the most influential people in the world, it ain't no indigenous people here. Like, we can't even talk to this dude, bro. He wanted to tell our people that everybody came on the slave ship. The white man brought us over here. Man, get out of here, bro. He got straight hair, bro. He's part of the European culture, bro. I'm telling you. I don't even think homie's Spanish. I think he's for real. Yeah. Indigenous mean the first people of the land. That's what we is. That's what we is. If you look around the world, there are indigenous people. How do indigenous people look? Oh, we a hate group. Man, get out of here, bro. Get out, bro. Get off my live, bro. Cause I don't even want to keep you just. Now you just talking nonsense. He came in here talking nonsense. This man here hate FBA, bro. They hate FBA, bro. They jealous of it. Just admit it, bro. Like, I'm jealous of FBA. I'm jealous that these guys, you know, they got all the inventions. They got the style, the swag, you know. FBA, your girl left you and went with an FBA. I guarantee you did, bro. And that just made you upset ever since that happened. FBA done smashed your girl, took your girl, and you just was like upset at him after that. I guarantee that happened. Wherever you was went, you know, a FBA come in the room and they just was like, oh my gosh. And you just didn't like it. E1, B1, AO, DNA, melanin, get some. I'm telling you, bro, he had a bad experience, bro. He had a bad experience at FBA, so he don't like him anymore. Guarantee they took his girl. You know what I mean? Something happened. Because this same dude, I'm over here rapping with this same dude, right? I'm over rapping with my homie Trill Eats. He out there in Puerto Rico. He go to Trill Eats page. He go on Trill Eats page while Trill Eats shouting me out. He like, man, this guy hates Spanish people. He go on the chat with me and dude saying all this weird, crazy stuff. He don't like FBA, bro. He go out his way to sit up, watch my channel, and then say stuff when I try to interact with FBA. Get you some. For real, bro. He can't. He got straight hair, man. FBA took your girl, bro. Just admit it, bro. Something happened where the FBA took something from you and you ain't like it and you ain't like them ever since. He don't like that foundation. Yeah. Indigenous to the planet and the universe. He don't like to hear that, bro. That shit got him pissed. He right here punching the air. Fucking FBAs. You can call us a Nazi wannabe lover, bro. Who we hating on? I did a live speaking on our people, what we created. He the only one hating. He the only one hating. But it's all good though. We laugh at people like you, bro. We laugh at people like you, bro. We laugh at people like you, bro. We still gonna be standing on business, creating, being influential, doing it big. You feel me? We indigenous to Puerto Rico, bro. We got Aboriginal people in Puerto. When I went to Puerto Rico, I seen them people. I went and go see the Aboriginal people in Puerto Rico. They was black with nappy hair. That would be a 6 ether beam. What's wrong with this dude, bro? Yeah, I went out there to Puerto Rico. He hating. I'm out there linking with my dog, Trill Eats. Yeah, man, get you some, man. There's melanin running things, bro. I'm sorry that you ain't a part of the team, but you on the losing side of history, bro. You might well join the Illuminati. They already probably done recruited you. Hey, man, we need you to go out there and, you know, throw dirt on FBA name, man. Start some chaos. Go start some chaos, man. They probably give you a check every week. You going around the internet just right. He's a Cuban. We created your race, bro. We created you, bro. We created you. Fool, right. He's your Cuban, bro. Our people created you. That's crazy, bro. That is crazy. He need to go watch. He need to go watch The Scientist. You're cool. For real. We've been playing with, a lot of people been playing with them DNA. Like, for real. Shout out Tiana. People like him hate themselves so much. Right, bro. I could never see myself, bro, trying to go at it with a whole nother culture, trying to tell them who they is and what they ain't and where they came from. Like that guy, does it get you upset that you have to say this, bro? Like, you just sound lame, bro. For real. But it's just funny, man. They always come on my comment section with this. Every time I'm trying to big up our people and put our information out, here come the CIA coming in. But trust me, I'm gonna keep coming, bro. You're gonna be on this channel heavy because I'm gonna keep coming with that FBA and standing on business. So you're gonna have a lot of, boy, you're gonna be upset. You're gonna be upset. We're gonna call you Yakubian. He's Yakubian, bro. Anytime you hate on black people, we call you a Yakubian, bro. That's who Yakuba made. Jacob or Yakub, whatever his name is. He made them people. DNA evidence suggests that a large portion of the current population of good. Now you feel me? He in Puerto Rico, so he heavy with Puerto Rican. 30% of Cuban have indigenous origin. Bro, you know that they're part of Cuban is part of the 16 study of people. Bro, you are lost, brother. You lost. So I guess you trying to say, so basically you want to put the Spanish people in us, and now you want to say that they're the one. He want his people to have the superiority that our people got. Like he feel like they the one, they the chosen one. They need to be, why aren't they influential like we are? Y'all got Bad Bunny over there, bro. You listen to Bad Bunny? They're white, for real, bro. Spain, bro. He's European, bro. He's from the European descent. Just by him, I can tell by the way he's talking. %61%. About the Y chromosome, but he ain't talking about Albert Perry. Come on, man. We already did our research on that. I'm going to put something on there for you tomorrow. I'm going to bring up some more FBA business and statistics to show you we built them pyramids. We went over to Egypt and we blended in. We looked just like them and we gave them all of the science and everything that we had over here. What are you talking about, Cardi B? What are you talking about, Cardi B and Bad Bunny? What are you talking about, Fat Joe? Well, who are you talking about? Who, bro? Who are the most influential in the music that you're talking about? What Spanish person? Creole is Black American, bro. It came from New Orleans. What is you talking about? Puerto Rican has no, that's not, Creole has nothing to do with Puerto Rico, bro. It came from New Orleans. That came out of America. We created languages, bro. It's crazy that people feel like this, how this dude feel, bro. He got all of his information is backwards. We talking about FBA creations, inventions, and stuff like that. Right. He don't know that Puerto Rico is a part of America, bro. That was a part of the Americas, bro. They don't even understand that, bro. We claiming all of that. North America, like, you don't even understand what we saying, bro. I did a video showing you that the Skull of Louisa, they found somebody that was from America in Brazil. We've been traveling, bro. I told you we've been in Egypt. We've been traveling all over, putting stuff down from America. I went to Puerto Rico. I seen and sat with the people there, with the Aboriginal indigenous people that was there. FBA was there, bro. Like, what is you talking about? They've been there for thousands and they were the first people there. Like, what is he talking about? I went there. I pulled up in the city, bro. For real, bro. Like, he talking about Spanish people run the music industry, right? Since when? What is he talking about? He don't think Puerto Rico is part of America. That's how, that's FBA. He don't like that. He don't like that. You don't like that. And I was in Puerto Rico, bro. I seen the Aboriginal people there. It's history there. Like, you can't tell me nothing. Telemundo television. Creole Puerto Rican means a culture of three main racial mix: Taíno, Spanish, and African. Yeah, you right, Racehead. They got a colonized mind already, bro. Facts don't mean nothing nobody. You can give somebody facts and they don't even care about it. Right? Kendrick just shut down Mexico. Like what I'm saying, man. We created every music, bro. We created the music genres. Like, you talking about Spanish people who are copying our style, our way of music, and you talking about they running the music industry. Why they ain't doing salsa? Why they ain't doing the music from that's specifically from y'all country? You see them Caucasian people bringing over y'all, trying to get y'all to like dilute us. That's what they do. They bring people from other countries, bring them over here to try to dilute what we got going. Shout out to Tiana, man. Standing on business. We are the original, the blueprint gods and goddesses. They stay mad and jealous. These type of people wish they were us. They do. They wish they was us, bro. It's crazy. Cause we don't be doing that to no other race, bro. We don't be caring like that with nobody else culture. It's just, I'm gonna be making you mad on this channel because I'm gonna be going over a lot. Now, just that you saying this, I'm going hard on you tomorrow with FBA business. Bring you them facts and dispelling everything he just said. Facts though, Tiana. We killing them. We killing them. But yeah, y'all know how we do, man. Puerto Ricans are one of the first and oldest cultures in the new world. Bro, I was in Puerto Rico and seen the black culture that was there. The FBAs that was there in your country, bro. What is you talking about? Aboriginal to Puerto Rico. He don't even know about his own. You from there and don't even know that, bro. Go look up the longest people in your country. That's all we be doing, bro. Minding our little business, bro. And you trying to dispel our facts and the stuff that we got going on. Them 55,000 inventions got them upset. For real, bro. It's like we just be over here celebrating ourselves, and there you go. He be spreading misinformation, talking about like we the CIA and FBA this, FBA that. He one of them people. He's like, he be spreading misinformation about our people. So he make it much more important for us to do this. Put it like a parasite. Facts, he like a parasite, bro. And he been doing that on my channel, bro. Like he's been doing that, like really trying to combat and disprove everything that I say on my channel. He always come in and try to do this. and we was the first on his island. The island that he trying to claim so hard, it's a part of America. You feel me? And we got Aboriginal people that's there. Let's get out of the way. We got his. For real, man. Put some respect on our name, bro. With all our inventions, man. But we ain't finna let nobody like this discredit us. He wanna put his culture in place of ours. You feel like they the original people, you know, they did everything. Get out of here, bro. Get out of here. Yeah, man, but I'm glad everybody tapped in. This was a great live, man. This was a great live. Shout out my boy Trail Jackson, man. Always holding me down. For real, but he put on my troll BX. Yeah, we gotta troll him, bro. Cause he's spreading misinformation out here. He gotta be getting paid by the CIA. I'm starting to think that these people that's doing this, they gotta be getting paid by the higher ups to stop this, because us knowing all of this information is gonna cause problems for them. Okay, it's gonna get us back in the form of knowing who we is. They're not gonna be able to cosplay. They're gonna get less attention from everybody because everybody gonna be looking at what we doing. Look at it now. They already looking at what we doing. So it's like they don't like this. That blew his top off. Yeah, that made him mad. He seen them 55,000 inventions. He was like, holy crap, I got to get on this live and talk shit. Yeah, they got to get paid to troll us, bro. They got to be an agent of chaos to try to, like, you know, they don't want this information getting out. They don't want us waking up and we waking up black people and people getting, because it's going to be bad for all other cultures, bro. It's going to be bad for them. For real. Hey, we already put the hit out on him, Mama Lisa. You got to, let's drop the dime on that fool. Drop the dime on him. How they say it in that movie, Belly? Got him dropping dime on them. COINTELPRO. They think we don't know that they still doing that. They still doing COINTELPRO. He a part of it. There's no reason why somebody will be in somebody's chat, and they do it to a lot of our influencers, our FBA influencers, y'all. We always got people in our chats and stuff downplaying, dismissing anything, our accomplishments that we have. It's not just me. This goes on across the board. I be seeing a lot of them. The government always pay thousands and thousands of people to just be an informant. He's just outnumbered here. It's like, it's uncomfortable. Like, he's saying all of this, but it ain't nobody on his side. You in the all. It's like, imagine going to a meeting and you the only one on there saying this, and it's like 200 people in there. You just talking nonsense. She put, I don't know much about being a moderator, but you want me to do with this fella? Drop a dime on that fool. Man, but y'all know we FBA strong, man. We are the creators. We the gods and the goddess, man. We're gonna keep standing on the business. I appreciate all y'all, man, for tapping in. Support. We're gonna keep. We're gonna keep our foot on their neck. I've been missing some of y'all comments, but yeah, this was a good live, man. Shout out to Mama Lisa. Man, my boy Dave. Shout out Dave, bro. I appreciate you, bro. You got 5 on it. Jetty, man, you've been holding me down. I gotta hit my boy Raw Sports Radio, man. Y'all check that out. That's FBA, brother. Been holding me down for a minute. I gotta get back up to him, man, and get my little debates on. For real, I'm gonna let him troll. I don't even want to block him out. I want to just dismiss him. Like, we just gonna bombard him with facts, and to where he gonna be like, man, I gotta get up out of here. Give him a couple left rights, beat him up, and get him up out of here. We don't gotta kick him out. Shout out to Dave, though, bro. Raw Sports Radio, raise head. I appreciate all y'all, man. But yeah, Aboriginals to the land. But then I'll let y'all handle. Yeah, but anytime, Mama Lisa, if you gotta put somebody in a chokehold, go ahead and put them in a chokehold and get them up out of here. We ain't worried. But that's what they do. They just gonna start another page and get on and keep talking trash to us. Them 55,000 inventions, that pissed them off. This gets people upset when they see the excellence and they see like, damn, they created the cell phone. Damn, they created all of this. They can't handle the truth. It's like they can't even handle it. Right, he wouldn't have a phone, bro. You would be in a wood forest around a campfire if it wasn't for us right now, bro. And you around here talking all of this nonsense. You'd be drinking water from a lake, bro. We created clean water systems and all of this. You want to downplay our people? We need to listen. Anything that we created, don't even use it. Then how about that? Use all of the stuff that your people create. You can't survive that. He wouldn't be able to live right. Right now, he wouldn't be able to survive, bro, without our ancestors and what they created. Betty got a cell phone right now. We know he on the internet. It's like, come on, man. I want to bring up Motorola. For real. People gave light to the world thanks to Lewis Lattimore, which is the filament of the light bulb. Right, bro. Facts. Fact, Dave. You got to get you on. Dave be knowing a lot of that history on our people too, man. I'm gonna have to get you on and talk that talk. Right. If we kept all our inventions to ourselves, bro, they would be sitting around a lake, sitting around throwing rocks in the lake. They wouldn't have nothing to do. They wouldn't have nothing to do. They'll be bored. For real, you may learn something. For real, he know he learned something, but he don't want to give us our credit. For real. That's why they gotta downplay this stuff, Trev, because they profit so much off of our stuff. You know they don't want to give us reparation. They don't want to already talk about giving us, but this is a proof that you stole our land, you stole a lot of our inventions you created. You just been stealing from our people. So it's like this why they don't want this stuff out, because they like, damn, bro, y'all done stole so much from these people. These people advanced the world and y'all just stealing from them. At some point, it's going to get around and people going to be like, yeah, man, this ain't right. We got white people speaking on this. We got white people like, nah, man, y'all doing them people wrong. All we do is steal. All they do is steal and take land. They give all our reparation to immigrants. You feel me? They give them food stamps. Right. Is it stealing or taking? Shoot, it's probably a little bit of both, probably, man. Because they'll finesse it too. Like they'll kill some, just like I showed y'all how they killed that dude with the car and then just take over it. They done got slicker with how to steal stuff, just like redlining, stealing our homes. They done got slicker. Yeah, but they'll take it too. They'll outright take our stuff now. What you put since 1965. Yeah. But I hate that too, that they profiting off our people's stuff, bro. Just like the man with the computer screen. Bill Gates them took that and made it for their little IBM stuff. But it's all good, right? We still standing, we still creating. Still creating stuff, but we got to look out for them because they ain't nothing but the devil, bro. Nothing but devils. Right. If I'm not speaking facts, why you block me? We ain't block you. I ain't block you, dog. I just know you speaking nonsense. Sunday night, I got the whole fam in tonight, boy. Y'all showed out tonight. What you had to do, Simone? Who was the governor of Puerto Rico at the time, together with Patano, who founded the first old colony and state in the USA. There you go, trying to repeat this. You trying to repeat this white man history, bro. His story. You probably believe in Christopher Columbus, too. Now, the white people did create the gun. That's something that we ain't create. When they created the gun, that's how they definitely started taking stuff. Right. We ain't gotta block you, bro. Bro, Florida, we had black Indians. What you saying don't even make sense. We had the Black Seminole. We had the Florida Wars, bro. We was fighting against the colonizers in 1500s, bro. Matter of fact, I'm going to show you that proof. I'm going to show you a video of proof of that because I'm from Florida. Go to my boy Hood Smart. Go to my boy Hood Smart, bro. I'm gonna show you about what we did. About the Florida Wars. Hey, do we got it? My boy had the Florida War where he talked about it in the 1500s. Let me see if I can find it on his page real quick.
There's a creative side hustle almost nobody is talking about, and it's not content creation, being a YouTuber or a streamer or.
It started. What's going on there, everybody? Welcome back to the Hood Smart Late Night Radio Show. How y'all doing? I hope y'all doing okay. Hope y'all enjoyed y'all weekend. Listen, I'm just gonna cut to the chase. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers gonna win the Super Bowl this year. See what I'm saying? And I wanted to put money on it that they're gonna win the Super Bowl this year. Right. I just wanted to get that out the way real quick. But other than that, so you know, just no, you don't think so? Just you know what I'm saying? I was on live like I told y'all this weekend because we had Tariq Nasheed destroying these other groups of people, and these Africans and these mess. You know, I know how to deal with the Africans. The Africans are not a problem. We you know what I'm saying? We just throw a piece of bush meat in the water, they're gonna go run and go fetch it. You know what I'm saying? They are not an issue. I know how to get rid of them. It's the damn the Mexicans and the Native Americans. Ooh, them motherfuckers there. So because they don't never like to come on other people's panels. They like to stay in their own little spots and talk all it. And the thing about it is, they have no facts whatsoever. You know what? All of them ain't. All of them just ain't. All of them have no facts. I just don't like how the Mexicans and the Native Americans, they got this bougie kind of demeanor. Oh, we're indigenous. Bitch, where? So tonight, we're gonna just go ahead and just put them to shame tonight. And, you know, I like to do things in a very scholarly way. I like to, you know, bring the facts in. I like to bring the receipts so we can do things very, what's the word I'm looking for? Demore. See what I'm saying? And stop not having rhetoric saying, well, if you just look at them, they look clearly like Africans. They clearly look like Africans. Bro, just look at you, bro. Like, come on, my nigga. That don't say anything. But anyways, before we get into it, I want to go ahead and let this young lady, I think it's a girl. I can't see the name. That says Princess. Go ahead, man. What's your name and where you from?
It says Priestess. I'm calling from California.
Okay, man. Talk to me. What's going on?
So I just came in to answer the prompt. Where did the so-called Native Americans come from? So the Alaskan Natives, they migrated here when Alaska became a part of the United States. I think that was in 1950.
1950. Okay. Okay.
Yep. So they're not a part of the American Indian mound builders. They're Asians from Russia and Eastern Europe.
Okay. I like that. I can go. Talk to me, brother.
Oh, what's good? What's good? What's good? 35, Tennessee.
What is, brother? Talk to me.
What's up? Where did the so-called Native Americans come from? I wouldn't call them Native Americans, but the Siberians, they crossed the Bering Strait during the Ice Age. Yeah, kind of like what my sister was alluding to. I'm kind of surprised. I haven't heard many people talk about the mound builders that that kind of settled off in the southeast. Whether we talking about the bottom of Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Florida.
Yeah.
It's definitely plenty of those sites and things like that for sure.
Okay. So what year are we saying would you like to give them?
Give who? The mountain builders or the Native Americans?
The so-called, pretendians, $5 Native. What year?
Oh shit! I get them probably what they came over here. Probably about the early What about the early 1300s, I believe?
So basically, what I'm trying to say, I'm gonna let them go because this guy Be Active is trying to talk about people traveled the U.S. No, bro. The white man brought them over here, bro. They're not native nowhere. They brought them over here. Seminole War was 50 years. We didn't lose. They left us alone. When Spain claimed Florida in 1513, the rest of the U.S. as we know it did not exist here. Okay, I'm gonna let them. I'm gonna go.
You say 1413. She says 1900s. Okay, all right. Those are some pretty good numbers. Anyways, so let's go ahead and get into it. We're gonna break down the science, cause that's how FBAs get down. We don't do all this. Well, look at you. Look what you look like. Unscientific or unfactual calling. So I like to do something that's called the DRL. The DRL stands for DNA, records, and law. If you just stick with those three letters, the DRL,
right,
we could break down who they are and who we are, because it's already been read, it's already been documented, it's already been scientifically proven through DNA. So let's start with DNA. I don't even like talking about DNA because, you know, it's just that's not even my strongest alibi for why, or my strongest proof of why we're indigenous, but we're gonna start there. So the earliest confirmed human remains in America was the Louisiana bone in Brazil 11,000 years ago. And Brazil's archaeologist Walter Neves said that the Louisiana skull has traits that are very different from those of any other Mongol population, which includes today's Native Americans. So with that own DNA report, that already proves that the Native Americans 11,000 years ago, you out of here. So that already disproves that you were here. And then the second, we have records. That's R. Records, we have Peter Marty, 1516, described people as black-like Ethiopians. Remember, Africa wasn't the name that they were calling that part of the region or that continent. Africa, that term didn't exist, and the term black didn't exist. So Peter Marty, 1560, a European explorer, described people over here as black-like Ethiopians. Ethiopian is what they use to describe people in that region of Africa. And then we have Lucy Hernandez del Benjamin, 1544. And this person recorded the Indian of this province are darker than those we have seen before, and their hair is longer and more coarse. And I think he was talking about the southeast region of Florida. And then we have Benjamin Hawkins, 1799. The Negroes and the people of mixed blood are numerous amongst them, and many of the Indians are nearly black. So the important thing about this report, and why I like Benjamin Hawkins' report, is that he's clearly saying that you couldn't make a distinction between the so-called Indians and the Negroes in this part of the southeast region of Florida. They all looked alike. And this is 1799. So this is before a heavy influence of slaves are coming in and whatnot. This is a part of the United States where we didn't have a lot of slaves coming in yet. A lot of slaves stayed in the South Carolina, Virginia area. A lot of them weren't in the Florida southeast bottom region of the world, of the United States. Now, let's get down to laws. Now, this is my favorite, laws. So now we're going to break down, where did these, Native Americans come from? So just to be clear, the term Native American didn't come around until 1960 or 1950. So they weren't using that term Native American. So this law that I like is called the 1854 California Supreme Court law. And it's called the People versus Hall. And it basically says Chinese people could never testify against white citizens, interpreting that the law to mean that anyone who was not white, including Chinese, was legally considered equivalent to black, mulatto, or Indian. Millie, what's going on, man? So the problem with this is basically the 1854 Act is clearly saying that there was no distinction between black, mulatto, and Indian. They were even labeling Chinese people as Indian and black. So this is 1854. Slavery didn't end until 1865. The term Native American didn't come around to 1960. So what that clearly means is,
make it make sense.
If you would ask me, these niggas came from Asia.
Exactly.
These niggas are Chinese in the mother.
They came from Asia, bro. We know that. Even the Philippines, listen, even the country, the Philippines, is named after a black man named Philip from America who went there and conquered it. Go do your research, Beatrice. The Philippines is named from a black man from America named Philip who conquered it over there.
Motherfucker. See what I'm saying? Because it clearly says Chinese people could never testify against white citizens, interpreting that the law means that anyone who was not white, including Chinese, was legally considered equivalent to black, mulatto, or Indian. See what I'm saying? No, white was black. Was no pale version of these people either. Black Chinese still exist. So there was no distinction between these groups of people. See what I'm saying? So when people try to say, "Oh, look at you, you are black," they weren't playing none of that back then. All y'all asses was considered black or Indian. So the Chinese come into place because, like the sister down below said, that they were already in the Americas. They're in the Americas during the gold mining over there in California. So they were already around. So they went ahead and bumped these groups of people as Indians, or they lumped them into a group as calling them Indians. And when we look at photos in the 1950s or the 1960s, that's when you started seeing the photography of what they were calling the term Native Americans. See what I'm saying? And those people look Chinese like a motherfucker. Do they not look Chinese? Right. Anyway, Sir Satan, Sir Stain, go ahead and talk to me, brother. What's going on?
All I was gonna say, brother, is that people, I need more black people to understand how lazy and trifling these YT people were, man. They didn't care. If you weren't white, they didn't care.
They didn't care, exactly.
You know, a lot of people think that they see, here's the thing. A lot of people don't understand that their tactics have evolved. They think that the way they block off groups and section off groups now is how they did it back in, the early 1800s. And that's not how they did it.
Exactly.
There's a good example of that in Williamston, North Carolina. There was a high Native American population there. And I think it was either the late 1800s, early 1900s. They decided, you know what, there's a lot of you natives here, and we've got to start to reclassify y'all because we don't want the blacks to start to act like they're one of you. So what we're going to do is just reclassify everybody as Negro. Right. So they do this attack that they use to basically erase your identity, you know. So people have to understand that they have no respect when it comes to the other. If you aren't Anglo, if you aren't European, if you're not from the UK, France, Germany, if you're not from those Germanic tribes, anything in that colder region, they are going to strip you of your identity and make you into what they want.
Exactly. And here's the thing that I want to point out, because you made some great points. These are white people labeling other groups of people. So this is not the groups of people speaking for themselves. Vanilla, yes, I am. I am part indigenous. If you want to come on the panel and discuss, you can. I don't know why you scared. You want to be scared in the chat box. I run a very fair panel. So you have anything to debunk what I'm saying, you can come on here. We can have a decent conversation if you have facts. Right. So then hop on then. I'm gonna add you on if you're not scared. So yeah, we gotta understand that the labeling came from white people. You see what I'm saying? And then the point why I bring up DRL, which is DNA records and label, is because hold on, man. Give me a second. is because if we follow that order, everything's already laid out. There was never a time where Black people were not mentioned or even questioned in the Americas. See what I'm saying? There was never a time people weren't saying people over here look dark skinned. So I'm saying there was never a time that did not exist. So it's kind of funny that, you know, all of a sudden these terms, you know, these labeling all of a sudden now exist in the 1950s or the late 1960s. And then when we figure out who is in control of labeling, it's white people. They're the ones, I think his name was Henry L. something. I forgot what his name was. He's the one who came out with the Dawes rolls. Henry L. Dawes. There we go. His last name is in the damn act. Henry L. Dawes is the one who came up with the Dawes Rolls Act. And he's the one who told everybody who they was and gave them their section. And then he even included other white people into the Dawes Rolls Act. So I'm supposed to go off of that? Right, anyway.
This is what I'm saying. We supposed to go off of what all of these white people are saying. They whitewashed, they made Jesus white. Why do we got to go after all of what the white supremacy colonizers saying? They ain't going to tell us the truth. We got to dig deep. They always try to listen. The Skull of Louisa, they just burnt down the museum where the Skull of Louisa was at in 2018 because it looked like a black woman. So they had to burn this stuff. They burnt the museum down and the skull is nowhere to be found right now. They do this on purpose. They try to destroy evidence, bro, because they know they don't want the truth coming out. They wouldn't have to do this. They wouldn't have to hide anything, bro. They would just let everything out.
Wait, let's get Vanilla going. Vanilla, talk to me, man. Vanilla Bean, how you doing?
Hello.
What's your name and where you from?
I don't want to disclose my real name, but I guess you could just call me Bean, and I'm from Pennsylvania.
Okay, talk to me. So, do you have a rebuttal to my rhetoric? I see you in the chat box.
Yeah, so basically, whenever I first joined, I read your banner behind you, and I took it as you were saying Black people were the first Native Americans. And so, but that was just a misreading. Of course, you disclosed that. And I just was typing in the chat how indigenous people are not Black. We are not. I mean, I can't really claim myself as indigenous because I'm only 32%, but like indigenous people are not Black.
No, yeah, you're right. Black people are indigenous. You're saying it wrong. You're saying it wrong.
All Black people are indigenous.
Indigenous people, it's Black people are indigenous. I don't know why you said it backwards. You had me all messed up in the brain, but I'm glad we got that straightened out.
People crazy, man.
Yeah.
You get it now, right? Vanilla Bean, you understand?
She's white.
Why is this person saying I'm clueless?
Because they're trying to, because we're not understanding what you're saying. Are you trying to say Black people are not indigenous?
No, I'm just trying to say that the first indigenous people were not Black because a lot of
that's just the same shit I just said.
Yeah, so, okay. So I was just a little confused at first, but you told me.
Okay, so what proof do you have, ma'am, that we're not indigenous?
I'm not saying that you are not indigenous. I'm just saying that. Oh my God.
You take your time. I'm fair. Like, you can take your time. It's not that big.
They don't even know how to communicate it.
Wrong, ma'am. You don't know history. Okay, then why don't you come in here and talk about how
Vanilla Bean. This is between me and you. Don't worry about the chat box. They're gonna say whatever they want to say. Me and you are talking. Do you believe Black people are indigenous to America? Yes or no?
I guess I was not taught that Black people were on America first. No, I was taught that indigenous people were on America first.
Okay. Do you know, and what do those indigenous people look like?
They had darker skin and long, dark hair, long, dark, straight hair.
Where'd you get that straight part from? That sounded kind of like biased and prejudice. What do you mean straight? No one described their hair straight. They said it was coarse, long coarse hair. So that means they could have dreads. I don't know where you got this straight business. Eh? Out of all the Europeans I mentioned, no one said anything about straight hair. They said long hair.
My father's side is indigenous Mexican. They have about 90+% indigenous, and none of them have
90%. 90%. That's a high number for a Mexican.
Yeah, because the first Mexicans were indigenous. Aztec, Mayan, Otomi.
Is that
no? I'm not letting them take that.
Those weren't Mexicans though.
No,
that's the thing. That's the thing.
Those were not Mexican people, bro. We have to stop that, bro. Mexiso is where Black Americans was at. We got the America. This is crazy that people really think that. This is why they ship these Chinese, these kind of Asian looking people, and they ship them into our our territory so they could say this kind of stuff. Listen,
thing that always kind of gets me when people say that, y'all like to ignore the people who came and kind of diluted that bloodline.
That bloodline, right? So Mexican, just in case you didn't know, Mexican is a fairly new term, and
we are from indigenous and Spanish. We were indigenous, and then the Spanish came and colonized us, and now we are mestizo, a mix of indigenous and Spanish.
Okay. What color were the indigenous people? Spaniards.
The indigenous people were brown. They had brown skin. They had very dark skin. But just because someone has dark skin doesn't mean they're black. That's like saying,
so what level of black or dark does someone have to be in order to be black? Nobody's black. I hope you know that.
You're black if you're from African.
My t-shirt is black. I'm not black. I'm brown. So it's dark skin. So what level does it qualify? Like where's the?
They didn't have African. They didn't have African features.
So hold on, man. Where's the coloring chart? Did someone describe the coloring chart? Go ahead, man. I'll meet you, sir.
This is crazy.
Go ahead, Vanilla Bean.
Okay, well, they didn't have African features.
No. You said dark skin. What is African features? What is African features?
What is she talking about?
Come on now. Now you're just acting clueless. You know that.
Okay, are you familiar with the Olmec statues, man? The Olmec head statues?
Exactly.
The colossal statues that they said were found in the Americas. It's to say that they were the first groups of people, first civilized groups of people in America. You know what I'm talking about?
Exactly.
Those stoneheads, because just in case you did it, those stoneheads clearly have what you would describe as African features: wide nostrils, almond eyes,
big lips.
Big lips. Do you want to see a picture of the Olmec statue that was found? The Olmec statue they were found in Mexico, right? That part of that South America. Where was the Olmec statue found?
They had Negro features.
Mexico, okay. Let me. I'm gonna show you these statues. I want you to tell me if you would consider them Negroid features, because even some of your Mexican.
Not all indigenous people had the same features, just like how not all white people have the same features. Some white people have small noses, some have bigger noses, like Greek. Some indigenous people were darker and maybe did have more African features, but then again, like you said, some also had Asian features. They had
somebody who's good at putting pictures up. Can y'all in the panel? Can y'all do that? Do me a favor, and put the pictures up. I don't think the camera's gonna catch.
Yes, also a lot of natives were from Siberia. And it's rumored that a lot of Asians were, a lot of natives were from Asia.
Hold on, ma'am. Let's break down your assumption. So you made the assumption that Black features are only exclusive to Africa, but we clearly have proof and statues of Afroid type or Negroid type features already in America as one of the oldest civilization to be found in America. Big lips, broad nose, big eyes, and dark skin. There we go, right there.
Okay.
That looks like me right now.
Right.
So would you say these features are African?
I guess so.
Oh, Vanilla Bean, you're no fun. Oh, come on, Vanilla Bean.
I gotta ask her a question.
So I'm 32% indigenous. I guess I'm black now. I guess I'm 32% black.
Hold on, wait a minute, Vanilla. Before you
I guess I'm a black. I'm a proud black woman now. I guess.
Hold up, before you go there, Vanilla. My question is this: do you have an issue with the concept that there were dark skinned blacks?
Where did you get that from? Now
No. I'm asking because it seems like no. Listen.
You're trying to make this a racist.
Wait, Vanilla. We're not here to attack you. We're just asking.
Yeah, I'm curious because it's I feel like you're trying to almost make it seem like that we weren't over here, and it was primarily what you describe as the quote as the and I'm gonna say this term, the Mongoloid natives that came on the Bering Strait, that they were the only ones that were over here. Is that what you're trying to say?
Vanilla Bean, you can go ahead and unmute your mic.
Sorry, I zoned out halfway. I didn't catch that all.
Go ahead, brother. Ask her again.
Okay. All I'm asking,
she might be on a bean. I don't know. Go ahead.
all I'm asking is this: are you skeptical? Maybe I should say that. Are you skeptical of the idea that there were Negroid featured black people on the continental mainland U.S.?
Okay.
Yeah. That's the question. That's what I'm asking you. Are you skeptical of that?
I guess not. You don't actually ever know. Like, history isn't all that accurate. So what you're reading in books can't always like.
So what do you believe?
Right. What do you believe?
I don't think she knows anymore. I honestly don't think she knows anymore. Wait, go ahead. You can ask her a question. Go ahead.
Okay, well, I have two questions, but I'm gonna ask this question first because she says she's 30-something%, or her parents are 90% Indigenous American DNA.
No,
so I have a question. Huh?
I said some of my family members, like my cousins and stuff, not like my dad. My dad, he only has to be about 60-some% because if
No, that's fine. But whatever percentage they got, 30%, 90%, either one. What DNA exactly is it that they're matching to that's indigenous if there's zero ancient DNA in those DNA testing databases for the entire Americas?
There you go.
North, Central, South, and the Caribbean islands. They have zero ancient DNA in the databases. There's certain laws that prohibit that, and certain other things, privacy, or certain things they want to hide as well. So how is it that people are getting, Native Americans, Hispanics, different ones are getting Indigenous American results when they take the DNA test if there's no ancient DNA in the public databases for these ancestry tests? How are they getting those results? Who are they comparing their DNA to say they're indigenous?
honestly, I really don't know. But my whole thing was, all I came in here to say was not all indigenous people are black or not, whatever, because my family is, on my father's side, is very much indigenous, and if you look at them, you would not see black people.
You're saying it in the reverse.
They look more Asian, if anything. They're not black. I promise you.
Perfect. I'm glad that you said that, because we just talked about how the Chinese were labeled as black in the late 1850s, and the thing about it is what Europeans knew what Asian or Chinese people look like. They were in China in the early 15 or late 1500s. So for them to come over here and clearly call them Chinese, clearly know that they know the difference between so-called Indian and Chinese. So I'm glad that you clarified that up, that a lot of y'all are just really Asians. You're not indigenous. And there's really no telling exactly when, I believe a lot of the Asian or Chinese got classified as Indian underneath the 1854 Act. Are you familiar with that act, Vanilla Bean?
No, she ain't familiar with that.
Oh, that was a question. Are you familiar with the 1854 Supreme Court California Act?
Familiar with that.
You are?
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me what it is, ma'am?
Well, can we also talk about that? Though how Italians weren't also considered white either, but they're white now.
Vanilla Bean. Hold on, you can't do that. No. We got this. Let's stay here, then we can move on to what you want to talk about. Okay, let's talk about the 1854 California Supreme Court.
This is so annoying.
People versus Hall. You ran away? Why did you run away?
But isn't it true?
She had to bounce.
Isn't it true?
She had to bounce, bro.
It's not true though that all indigenous people have a certain melanin type. There's two different type of melanins. There's pheomelanin, I think it's pheomelanin, and other one starts with the E. All indigenous people have a certain type of melanin. So why is it? I'm curious about this. Somebody can answer this question for me. Why is it that we accept that all indigenous people across all lands, all continents, have brown skin, but then when it comes to the Americas, we can't accept that? Why is that?
Exactly. Hey, it's what we need Beatrice to speak up. Why is he not gonna say?
Because they
anywhere else, if we go to Australia, you see black people. You go to even in Europe, in the Philippines, everywhere, you got dark-skinned people. Why, when it comes to America, you act like no, it wasn't. No, it was Mongol. Like you ain't saying that about no other continent.
It fed into the Whyte educational system, brother. They're so indoctrinated that it shakes their world. See, here's the thing about someone's worldview being shaken. When you get in a position where someone's worldview is being disrupted, it makes them feel uncomfortable. It makes them have to ask other questions like, what else have I been told that I've been lied to? What else have I've listened to that may have not been true or may have been tweaked, throughout time? Though it makes people have to look within themselves, and that turns into a scary place for some people. That's, at least from my perspective, that's why.
Host, I had a second question for her, but
okay, but there's evidence though.
Because I'm gonna
hold on.
But there's evidence the whole world shows.
Hey, y'all talking to us. Hold on. So Father, did you have another question you want to ask right now or later?
Now, just as a favor, can you ask this when you do come across people who say they're native or indigenous? Can you ask them, where were their ancestors during slavery? Whether it was in North America, Central America, South America. Please ask them, start asking them, because I'm researching Indian slavery in the Americas. And it's hard to find any information. And the things that I'm finding, where was they at? They was the first enslaved in the Americas, according to history, and they stayed enslaved until slavery ended in the Americas. So where were they? Because they keep saying y'all was just slaves. Well, y'all was slaves too. Where was y'all at? On the plantations, the mines, all of it, the servitude. Why we don't look Asian? According to history, we was mixing all up and down North and South America, Central America with y'all. I'm trying to tell everybody to start asking that critical question. Where was y'all at during slavery? Where's y'all bill of sale? Where's y'all paper to show y'all bought your own freedom? Where's y'all court documents saying, hey, I was wrongfully enslaved, I'm an Indian, I shouldn't have been enslaved?
Indian tribe.
Where's it at?
So what you're speaking of is the 1619 baby fall of the womb act, and that basically was saying that any slave woman who got pregnant, that child was automatically considered a slave. So any woman who had a child that was a slave, that child became a slave. And they weren't specific on who that slave was. They didn't say African slave, black slave. They said any slave that got pregnant, that baby is now considered a slave. That is a great question.
Well, not just that. I'm
American
asking that
culture
too
is
because
very
of the
different
fact
than the rest of
that,
the world.
It's not just because of that, but that is also a good point. But it's also because of the fact that a lot of places, especially in the U.S., didn't want African slaves, or it was too much of a task for them to get Africans and bring them over here. A lot of states started outlawing them importing African slaves. So that's when they started going in really hard on kidnapping indigenous people and enslaving them throughout, especially North America. I'm gonna say specifically North and Central America.
But that's exactly why they came out with the baby follows the womb, because they were trying to create more slaves. That's why they said anybody who gets pregnant, that's a slave. Your baby's a slave now, because we're not going to keep going to Africa and keep bringing slaves over. So that basically, yes, you're exactly right. The slave trade was outlawed.
Can I ask a question?
Wait, hold on, King. The slavery was outlawed in 1779 or I think 1780s, and because the trip is just too expensive, so they had to figure out a way to keep the population of slaves high and not keep going out there and go grabbing slaves. No one had the money to fund it. So the white boys turned around and said, well, fuck it. Who do we have here right now? We're going to impregnate people, or this is where the term breeding farms come from, when it's just really natural breedings. Anybody we deem that we think is a slave or being prejudiced, we're going to call them a slave. We're going to say if they get pregnant, that baby now becomes a slave, so we can keep making more slaves over and over and over again. So yes, you're absolutely right. They weren't going back and keep getting more slaves. They were creating their own slaves with the people who are already here. King, go ahead. What's your question?
Exactly. It only makes sense.
So speaking on that, my research, I saw that the United States or the Americas outlawed going to get slaves in 1808. So there was a period of time where they were not going over to Africa to get slaves. But my question is this: if the people here that were indigenous, and then you had these other group of people that came here, the Europeans, and these people waged war upon them they quote unquote enslave. I don't think they were enslaved. I think they were prisoners of war. Now, hear me out when I say this, because if we were already here and then you had these people that came here, these Europeans, and they came here, they had to wage war on us to get us to submit.
Correct.
To get us to be able to allow us to put down arms. So I don't think we were enslaved. I think they need to change slavery to prisoners of war.
Okay, yeah, I don't have any rebuttal to that. That's absolutely right. Prisoners of war. Yeah, we were prisoners of war. Basically, we was on this landmass fighting back since 1526. 1526 was the first documented reported revolt over there in Virginia, South Carolina. I think South Carolina. And yeah, it's been war on black since then. Absolutely correct, brother. I use the term slave interchangeably, but yes, prisoners of war. Gavin, talk to me, brother. What's going on?
So what's think about Native Americans? I know you guys in the States have this particular view on a few things. I just wanted to understand what this whole conversation was about. I've just come.
You have any questions?
I'm asking the question, what's this debate specifically about?
So we're trying to unpack and discover, where did these so-called Native Americans come from?
Okay, so when we're talking about Native American, I believe from what I'm hearing that we're talking about the Indian-looking people, right?
Supposedly correct, yes.
Okay. My understanding is that they were both Black and Indian people in the Americas. I think, in my own view, Black people populated the entire planet. We have ruled the world for like 300,000 years. Other ethnicities are a new thing to the planet. So it would only be natural that Black people are indigenous to all corners of the earth first.
Correct. Exactly.
And then you have mutations. If we're looking at historians like Dr. Ivan Sertima, he would quite honestly say that from the Olmecs, which is, going from a long time ago, further than Mansa Musa, Africans have been coming to the Americas. Even Christopher Columbus, in his second journal to Queen Isabella, he talks about finding gold-tipped spears.
But Americans have been going to other countries as well, conquering them. That's what this book is saying right here. Y'all need to get this book. It says it all in here that people from the Americas was going to Egypt. It was going to everywhere. Like they're making it seem like everything was from Africa. But let this brother go.
Here in the Americas, which came out of in the region of the Ghana Empire. Additionally to that, there's lots of other European explorers that talk about seeing lots of villages of black people in the Americas. So I think black people were in the America way before Columbus got here. Not to mention, we go back to 1492. We skip the whole point that black people ruled Europe for 700 years.
They did.
And it was only in the 2nd of January, 1492, that Queen Isabella and Ferdinand conquered the last black kings in Granada, which is like a southern region of Spain now. And they then went into the libraries to get all the information to find out where the black Moors had been going to, which is obviously the Americas. And both the Pinana and the Santa Maria, the two boats that came to the Americas, were both sailed by black sailors who had been on the journey before.
There you go.
So I don't think this was an expedition to really find the new world. I think it was an expedition to find out where they think the wealth of Africans had been coming from. You've got to remember the map at the time, around 1492, a new map was done where they had things like, Mansa Musa on a map, and Guinea being called the Gold Coast. Black people at that time were seen like how I presume that you look at Arab sheikhs today, very wealthy. That was the view of black people in the 1400s, just in the beginning.
Yeah.
So it's difficult for them to try and comprehend where the money's coming from, and they followed that trail and sort of like come to the Americas thinking that's where it's come from. So when I talk about, I should say, indigenous people of America, well, it's difficult because people have different terms for the word indigenous. If you're going to be point blank, the whole world's black. There's no other understanding. We were there for 300,000 years. As the whole world is indigenously black. But then we have this kind of new kind of age of, well, right now the majority of that area is Chinese, or the majority of that area is Arab, or the majority of that area is now Indian.
Right, Beatrice, how you gonna tell me what part of the land that wasn't black people that was on it? Name that. If you can't, you can't just say America was the only place that didn't have black people. That don't even make sense, bro. That's where I don't care what kind of stats you put up, you can't even say that.
That moment of time, when we talk about America or the United States of America, we're talking about one of the newest countries in the world. Christ's sake, it's only 250 years old. It's like a baby that was born yesterday when it comes to time and history. So we look at them talking about Indians being there. Do I believe Indians were there? They probably were. They were probably all over the United States. There's lots of things in Mexico with the Aztecs and stuff showing that there were perhaps Indian people there, but most of Mexico was black. The first president of the United States was black. The first president of Mexico was black.
Right.
Majority of the inventions in the world have been made by black people, down to GPS, the mobile phone. There's very few things that has come out of what we call the...
And you can tell by his accent, he's not even from the Americas. He seems like he's from more the East or UK. Where would y'all say this dude from if you hear how he speaks? Seems like he probably from a, somewhere out east.
White world.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
So going back to your Native American and Indian thing, right. I think you could qualify them all. I think a black person can be indigenous to America. I think an Indian could, if he wants to claim it, because it's the first time they mutated, can be indigenous to the area because it's the first time they come into existence as well. And I do definitely think that half the tribes that were in America, who were what you call American Indians, were also black. The Cherokee, as an example, was definitely a black tribe. They were called freemen, my understanding, originally. And eventually, when they kind of wanted to cast all black people under one thing, they eventually, I suppose, made them Negroes.
This fool in the comments said black mean Africa. Bro, what was Africa calling themselves before 1965? Black came from America, bro. There's a black Indian tribe that they really, I think where they got that from, I think it was called the Blackfoots. That was from America, bro. The black was first used here, bro. You can't put black and tie that to Africa, bro. Now you just talking nonsense. Black means it was an Indian tribe here, the Blackfoot, and the black came from America. It's not black don't mean Africa, bro. Nobody in Africa used the word black. We was using it in 1965. So you can't try to mix the two, bro. I don't want to hear no black and Africa and try to mix them two.
You know, it's a confusion of language change and how we try to put people under one banner. And I heard you saying something earlier, you know, Chinese used to be coming under the term black. Well, Italians used to come under the term black as well.
Exactly.
You know, so in America. So it's just a demographic division which can become confusing. But what do we mean by the term? Where did the Native Americans come from? That's what I'm trying to figure out. So what are we talking about in that sense?
Okay, so the people that they have right now on the Dawes Rose list, we have people, I guess, red skin color claiming that they're Native American, and then, you know, they fight us tooth and nails and say that we're not indigenous because we're black. So if I'm calling myself indigenous, who the hell is you? So now we're asking the question, where did you come from? Is the real question, because we know we're black indigenous. So where did you come from? And I think, but go ahead if you can answer that question. Where did these, I guess, these off version or these the people that they gave the title to back in the 1900s, where did they come from?
Yeah, I see what you mean. Okay, so from my point of view, people have made journeys throughout a lot of periods of time. If there was black people here before the slave trade and black people came also after in the slave trade, the bottom line is they all came from Africa before and after, because Africa was the beginning.
Okay.
So they can still, in theory, call themselves an African, but then so can a white person. Because if the world came out of Africa, there is nothing else but black to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
So scientifically, I think everyone traces themselves back to a black human being.
I see what you're saying, and I see you're trying to say that you still think that there are an old group of people that went through a mutation and they became the color and the mixing that they are today. Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, the reality is we haven't seen any signs of white people more than 8,000 years ago.
Okay.
Before that, everything was black. They obviously come from the Caucasus Mountain, you know, Georgia, around the black.
But check this out. I'm gonna let them finish. But if you see the map, bro, they not understanding the Pangea, right? So when you look at this, right, this is where I think they getting mixed up with talking about America or everybody at one point in time, bro. This was all one, right? So this was all one piece of land, bro. So by you trying to talk and say, okay, this was probably all they named all one piece of land. So don't try to keep saying Africa, Africa. You keep saying Africa in the chat. Oh, it means Africa, bro. It could have been, it was black people all around here. From Australia to Eurasia, North America, Africa, everywhere. Where are you going to tell me it wasn't black people in this? On this page. Let me let them cook. But how is you just going to say it wasn't no black people in North America? Let me let him go.
Sea, you know, and from there they spread in different directions, particularly into Europe, because at one point Europe was all black. There was no white people in Europe.
Okay.
You know, if you go back to Benjamin Franklin, which is going back to your American history, he quite literally said, why should our children follow the ways and the customs of the Germans? Because at that time, Germany was a heavily black populated.
I'm gonna say this real quick because I'm gonna cut it short and say what I think. So what I think is, yes, you're correct. Everybody started off from Africa. That's a blank statement because was supposed to, if y'all believe that. I don't know. I don't really go into the whole everybody came out of Africa or America might be older. It's irrelevant to me. But if we do go with everybody came out of Africa, yes, correct. They would have came out of Africa. But my point is, okay, I think that they went through the people who are here today that they're claiming the red man to be Native Americans. I personally think they went through an ethnogenesis and they kind of sort of separated themselves from Africa. And then they came and migrated to America way later. We got some people in the comments that said Siberia. They came from Siberia, police, what we would call it, where they migrated over. I think that's way too early. I don't think they came from there neither. I think this group of people who are called Native American are a fairly new group of people, like the Mexicans. I think they started coming around maybe in the 1500s, and I think they're a mixed group of people, mixed in with the admixture of the Chinese, admixture of European, and an admixture of maybe black. In the records I told you in 1854, they called every Chinese person equivalent to an Indian. By status, they said, we think that you guys are as smart as Indians, to whatever the point that's supposed to make. And the Dawes-Rolls Act, started by a white person who came out with that in the 1900s, clearly put whoever he wanted as Native American or Indian in the Rolls Act. So who's to say he didn't put those supposedly who were Chinese but called Indian in that Dawes-Rolls Act? And then the first pictures of a Native American didn't come out until 1960. And then, okay, let's say Siberia. Let's say they did come across the Siberia in 15,000 years ago. They still wouldn't be, they should be way darker than what they are now, if that was the case. Between all the intermingling that happened between slaves, the colonizer, they wouldn't be what they look like right now. They are the same complexion and I guess the same phenotype as Mexicans. And Mexicans didn't come around to the 1500s.
Don't just take classes, take charge. Start your comeback today at PurdueGlobal.edu.
We're not talking about the times when we were running.
See what I'm saying?
Not to mention those pictures you mentioned that were published in the 60s were propagandized. They were skewed. I can't remember the guy's name, but those images of the stereotypical Native American that we see nowadays, that was a very specific group that was chosen for the image of Native Americans. I know personally, I had the experience of being on
hit that like button
on a reservation in North Carolina in the Lumberton area, and one of the first Native Americans I met over there, the Joker had an afro. You see what I'm saying? So we definitely have to take a we've got to take a broader look on this whole quote unquote Native American image first and foremost. And then Gavin, I will give you props, man. Not many people are willing to admit the traveling of the Africans to the mainland United States. A lot of people want to deny that, and a lot of people also like to deny the journals that the Europeans.
He's not saying it's true. He's just saying that's what he thinks. But if you look at Pangea, right, there's no way. If we saying there are indigenous people way down in Australia and way at the top, it can't be. Everybody couldn't come from one spot, bro. It's just not possible. It had to be land where multiple people was at. That's just my opinion. So that's just my opinion. I don't think one people and everybody just migrated, but that's just my opinion.
Were writing down in when they were describing the natives that they saw, the natives that they experienced, because that people try to ignore that part, but it's just like, well, wait a minute. These people are saying that they were running into natives that had Negroid features, that had, you know, coarse, kinky hair, that had, you know, the features that our brother AI have, that the features that I have. You know what I'm saying?
We hear that a lot coming out of the Americas, but in Europe, that's like common knowledge. It's very strange.
I had a coworker from India, from Bangladesh, and he even said that. So that's very interesting, because apparently everybody else knows, but the people who actually live here.
It's really strange, because you know there was loads of voyages from Africa to the Americas. I mean, tons of them by lots of different people. Even the Chinese with one of the empires.
But they not talking about the travelers that came from America to Egypt. This is what I'm saying. Listen, it only makes sense that America is the biggest brother out of everybody because we were advanced. Imagine if you got a brother, an older brother and a younger brother. The older brother gonna always be more advanced. That's why we had the pyramids. Then we came over to Egypt and put them down with the pyramids. We had the oldest, like, you can't say we came from Africa, bro. Our history outdates to when they was even taking history in Africa. So there are books. There are the Mayan tribe, the Aztec tribe was the most sophisticated people back in this time. So if that was the case, right, Africa would have that. If these people came from Africa, right, that means Africa would have had the 2000, they would have had what America had over here, the 2000 pyramids. They didn't have that. So that tells you something. I'm not saying that, you know, it wasn't no people that come there, but I don't think it was the same. I think these people was over here doing their thing and they was doing their thing. They're trying to make it connect for some reason to take the land.
I can't remember the name of the Pacific emperor, but even they were in America way before the Christopher Columbus. And Christopher Columbus only got there because they had information from black people about how to get there, and he had black sailors to take him there.
And translators.
Okay, let me get
it's kind of like silly to even think that they were the first.
Handsome Zoe, go ahead, brother. Where you from, brother?
What's good, family? I'm from Cleveland. So,
all right, man, talk to me, man.
What's going on? So, you know, I remember one time you had posted a video like a while back. You know, I joined TikTok not less than a year.
Okay.
You had said something that really stuck to me. You said you was like, on every inch of the landmass around the world, wherever it's hot at is dark melanated people. You had said something similar to that.
Wait, hold on, brother. I couldn't hear. It's like your mic was away.
Yeah, I said you had said in every landmass around the world where it's hot at, very hot at, there are dark melanated people until it got to the Americas.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. My point, I know a video. I was trying to say, how the hell could dark people be over here because it's hot, but we come to America, they ain't dark no more. America hot too.
Yeah, you think about like you said, I think you
parts of America was hotter than Africa.
I think you said you from Africa. I mean, you said you from Florida, right? Yeah. Florida always been hot as fuck. It wasn't hot in the 14. It wasn't hot in the 1300s. It just got hot when the white people settled over here.
Exactly. You're right.
I mean, Texas. I live in Texas. Texas got hot in 1592. It wasn't hot before 1592. It wasn't hot in these hot ass areas, Arizona, all these places.
Right.
Like you said, you just brought it up. They skinned and darkened at all after all this heat. Nothing. It just been that red, sometimes Mexican look. Whatever look they got out there for, like the people who played the wolves in Twilight, that look, I think that's a look. but they always just stay that complexion. Like you ain't no black, nothing. Even East Indians black.
Y'all didn't move an inch. Y'all didn't go from light to dark. You just stayed in the middle.
Listen, even East Indians is black as fuck, and I know they has been left Africa probably thousands of years ago.
Bro, Beatrice. The people in Spain is probably indigenous people out there, in Portuguese and Spain. I guarantee you, we were everywhere. So my point is, how you gonna tell us when it was black people everywhere? You gonna tell us there is no indigenous people here? It can't make no sense. Then you're gonna take the black term that was created from us, from the Blackfoot Indians and black people, that they got that from. Now you making it seem like it's a Spain thing, like they created it. Bro, they was around there. They didn't even know how to fish, bro. Like you talking about something that wasn't advanced. America was the most advanced civilization in the world, bro. You keep running from that and you keep trying to say it was another people. Make it make sense. Just make it make sense. That's all I want.
I mean, some black ass East Indians.
Those niggas black as hell.
Right. So I'm just like, when you said that, like, I always figured we would have swum because it's no different. Like growing up, you remember they told us George Washington teeth was made out of wood.
Right.
Trying to find out they were slave teeth, right?
Oh shit! I didn't know that.
Yeah, you feel me? Like, and they had us in middle school could color his teeth brown all the time. But that's it.
You didn't know that, brother?
Yeah,
I didn't know George Washington.
George Washington. He had slave teeth, and his nasty tail had horse teeth. They had like horse and slave teeth. This vile stuff.
Filthy motherfucker, right? But the thing about it is, what America do is the same thing those Middle Easterners do in Egypt right now. Like they will tell you that the ones that look like DJ Khaled is native to Egypt. But we all know, like a native Egyptian look probably as a darker melanin native person.
Black.
You know, they knocked off all the noses over the years and all that stuff on the statues and all that. Mm-hmm. But if you was to ask one of them right now, they would say a native Egyptian looks like the one that's a DJ Khaled like a motherfucker.
Right.
So
it's the same thing.
Right. So basically, what they're doing, like, since we don't, unfortunately, it's reality. We don't control the education system. We don't control the media here. So they can kind of push whatever lie that they want to because they got the money to back it. And then they'll just find a black guy that look like me and you to push it as well. So I remember Oprah Winfrey did this back in the early 2000s or late 90s. She put the propaganda out there that there was no black people with native ancestry. And her black platform was one of the biggest ones. So you know how it is with us. For some reason, when one black person says something that maybe we all think it, I don't know where that narrative came from. But by Oprah pushing that narrative and pushing that, we any dark skinned motherfucker just come from Africa, like I don't know where that narrative came from. And then, like I said, there's a lot of Africans. Shout out to African brothers, by the way. But like, there's a lot of Africans who push it. If you were just a dark skinned guy like me and you, what part of Africa are you from? Like, nigga, no, you don't own the black phenotype simply because you African, bro, or you're West African. And they do get a little irritated.
That's what this dude in our comment section trying to say. Black means Africa. He just want to dismiss the American part of it. He want to dismiss the Blackfoot and anything that had to do with black that originated in America. He want to dismiss it and want to point it right back to Africa. It's like just like what the colonizers do. They want to point everything back to Africa. That's why they paid Jesse Jackson to go out there with African American. That's to take everything from us that was from here. So we don't know our history. We don't know how great we was right here. That's what all our inventions being stolen. It's a reason for all of this. And you keep this Beatrice dude is on the side of the colonizers. Let him
say it. But I don't want to like silly change it. I just did want to ask you. I've been wanting to talk to you. I did want to ask you a question. Then we can go back to this topic. And then if you want to do it, so can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Do you claim the international FBAs?
International FBAs? What the hell is that? What is that?
So basically, like the ones that weren't born in America, but their parent is from America.
So
so you like a J. Cole, Drake, Kyrie Irving.
Okay.
Because I know some people won't claim Drake, but it's from Memphis. Like Drake homeland is America. A lot of people realize like she's from Memphis.
So the problem with Drake is this: Drake isn't considered FBA because his mother is Jewish, which is not a problem. His father is Black American, so he has FBA lineage. The problem is he was raised outside of the USA. He was raised in America by his Jewish mother.
So let me ask you this:
Jewish culture.
So let me ask you this: so those East African kids that Angelina Jolie adopted? Are they still East African, even though they weren't raised in East African culture?
Who are their parents? Who birthed them?
Some East African people.
Okay, some East African. So he has 2 East African parents.
No, I'm talking about Angelique Jolie, the actress. She adopted 2 East African kids when they was younger. I think one of them go to Howard now. I think.
Okay.
Are those kids still East African, even though they was not raised in East African culture?
Yeah, you can't take away somebody's lineage, but
that's my point.
Yeah.
FBA is a lineage. That's why I asked you to claim the FBA.
But
Handsome, he wasn't born in Drake wasn't born in the
America.
US.
I know, understand that.
What's FBA?
So listen. Hold on.
One at a time. Go ahead, brother.
I'm gonna ask this question. To me, it's a lineage regardless of where you're born. Your lineage is what you are, regardless. Like the Weeknd, he's Ethiopian. He was born in Canada. That's just his lineage. He just born in his Drake's nationality.
Okay, wait, hold on, brother, because I gotta slow you down real quick. I see what you're trying to say, and I see what you're doing. You can't erase somebody's, like for me, for instance, my mother is Jamaican, my father is FBA.
Right.
But I grew up in my father's house. My father raised me. So I'm culturally more Black American than I am Jamaican.
Correct.
So culturally, that's who I am.
Culturally, yes, but culturally,
right. and lineage-wise, that's who I am.
Yeah, but you're both.
But hold on, Drake was raised in a Jewish household outside of America.
I agree.
He barely seen his father like that, except for the summertime, and he had a damn what they call it when they put on the Jewish hat. He had.
Yeah, I agree.
So
I agree with that. Right.
So the problem is, we noticed that people would have half a lineage of FBA and something else, but that don't mean you align yourself with Black ideologies.
Yeah, I agree with that.
We had Carmelo Anthony get on stage and talk about some. I want to give a big shout out for his Hall of Fame or whatever. I want to give a big shout out to Puerto Rico. Nigga, since when you was Puerto Rican, nigga?
Right,
Since
and I
when?
agree with you.
My daddy was
I
ain't gonna like
right. I understand exactly what you're saying, but regardless if the person's a sellout, regardless the person was not. So here's the thing about international FBAs, right? Here's the thing: majority of international FBAs are by. We're not like, because think about it. Someone like Busta Rhymes, he's an international Jamaican. His homeland is Jamaican, but he was raised in New York. The thing usually about Black Americans who are international, they're usually biracial, like the J. Cole, the Tony Parkers of the San Antonio Spurs. I don't know if you know he had Black American too. Ben Simmons, they're all the Black Australian basketball players.
Yeah.
Like the thing about ours are usually biracial. So I know there's some people who don't claim biracial people. I understand that. But how I look at it is, regardless if you wasn't even raised or born in your shit, a perfect example, 21 Savage. He's not FBA, but he was raised more so FBA, but he's still not FBA regardless how he was raised within FBA culture from being here in America. So regardless of who raised you or not, whatever your lineage is, you're born with your lineage. I can see if you say he's not culturally FBA, that are two different things. Culturally FBA and actually being lineage FBA are two different things. You could be a coon, sellout, bootleg.
It's still be right. But to be honest, brother, that's the only thing that's really important. Somebody asked me the other day about saying that most sellouts or most of the people who went against the Black agenda were by ethnic FBAs, and I said everybody went against the Black agenda. More FBAs, white people, immigrants, Black immigrants, everybody don't went against the Black American movement. So my whole stance is I'm more dedicated on your talking points and how you was raised culturally. So culturally, it matters to me.
Culture matter. Okay, I got you.
Yeah. So just because you have FBA lineage, don't mean you're, you know what I'm saying, you're a part of the tribe, or you believe in the rhetorics that are the agenda that we're pushing.
And I understand it, but see, so someone, when you say FBA lineage,
so when we say someone is not FBA, there could be two stands we can speak that from. We can speak that from lineage standpoint, saying, well, you don't have any FBA lineage. And then two, well, you wasn't raised culturally FBA. So we're not going to allow you to bandwagon FBA when it's convenient for you. So if I was banging Jamaica this whole time, and I just all of a sudden came out and said, you know what, but I am FBA now that them checks.
But you're not lying.
Checks about to drop. Yeah, everybody, well, hold on now.
That's what it is.
What you just said, you know what I'm saying? You wasn't even.
But that's the thing, right?
Right.
But here's the thing with that, right? We got to call a spade a spade. There's a privilege that comes with being by ethnic, biracial. You can claim, unfortunately, you can claim both. And like I know sometimes like the Italians, if you half Italian, they ain't gonna fuck with you. Like they'll still may call you Italian, but they ain't gonna call you a made man. So I understand if you're bi ethnic or biracial, that no, you can't speak for the full if you got 4 Black American grandparents. But at the same time, like I said, even if you're not raised with your FBA side, just ethnic lineage wise, you're still gonna be ethnically lineagely FBA. But FBA lineage a perfect example, right? Someone like Dwayne The Rock Johnson, he has FBA lineage, but he's not FBA. That's what I would say when you say FBA lineage, but he's not FBA. I would consider Dwayne The Rock Johnson something like that because he's Nova Scotian, even though his people left America at one point in time due to slavery and went up to Canada. They had their own ethnogenesis. So I won't consider someone like Dwayne The Rock Johnson or his father an FBA, even though they have FBA lineage. But Drake, he is back and forth. He said he always claimed his Black American side in his music from day one, talking about Memphis in 2006. He was talking about his Black American dad story, growing up, his daddy.
Now, what I would say is, I do consider, this is me though, the Americas. If you from the Americas, right? I still consider if you have, because we got history of Black people really running the Americas in Mexico, from all of the Americas. So that was our piece of land, the Americas. So I feel like that is, if you still standing on business with the lineage, you still have that lineage of FBA when you was born in the Americas.
You always spoke about it, even if you don't believe it.
Handsome.
So did The Rock. The Rock
was
also
just saying it because it was convenient, because he was a rapper. You're not gonna be around no Lil Wayne talking about some shout out to Canada. Bitch, nobody gives a fuck about Canada.
He was shout out Canada. He was shout out Canada. He was doing both.
After he done got the fame and notoriety off of hanging around some down south southern niggas like Lil Wayne, Cash Money Records shouting out Bun B, Pimp C. So he bit off that style. He bit off the style of Southern culture. See what I'm saying? To go ahead.
He's from the South. How can you bite up a style where your people from?
Because you can't. Okay, we acting like an angry man from California didn't already explain all this in they beef. Let's not. If you're confused about all that, just listen to Kendrick's beef with Drake, and you'll understand what we talking about.
I understand what Kendrick, but at the end of the day, Kendrick and Drake have the same exact ancestors. That's the funny part.
So he.
But isn't that funny though? Isn't that funny how that works?
Hold on, brother.
Kendrick and Drake have the same exact ancestors.
Listen, brother. You can't erase somebody's lineage. You are correct.
Correct. Yeah.
But culturally, how you was raised and your talking rhetoric is more important than your lineage. We just
culturally is more important than your lineage.
Hold on. We just start off at somebody's lineage. Lineage gets you in the front door. So when we say, okay,
right, exactly.
Who are you? You say, well, I'm FBA or I'm half FBA. Okay, cool. What are your talking points? Well, exactly. I think y'all deserve I don't think y'all deserve reparation. Okay, you got to go. So your talking points is the next step, and you get your talking points from culture, from who you understand.
If you're not talking what we need, what we're saying, if we're not on the same playing field, you're not FBA, bro. It don't matter. Like, it doesn't matter. If you like what's the dude who told on and William O'Neill, or the other name, Dark Heart Perry. These guys have the lineage of FBAs, but for what they did, we don't consider them FBA.
See what I'm saying? So, for a prime example, me personally, forget what everybody else talking about. Me personally, if there's two people who's being elected in office, and one is fully FBA and one half FBA, if the full FBA niggas say, I don't think you niggas need to be worried about reparations, I'm not voting for that nigga. Exactly. If the half FBA niggas say, you know what, we need to be dedicated to getting reparations out as soon as possible. That nigga got my vote today, tomorrow, and next week.
But even to me, how I look at it is, he ain't gotta be FBA at all. If he's talking about giving us reparations, I still might vote for that motherfucker simply because he's saying he's having the point of giving it because he's. So, but at the end of the day, brother, like I was saying, like even though you were raised with your father's side, like I said, I met Jamaicans who have the one thing about Caribbeans. I met a lot of Black American Caribbean kids just growing up and shit. There's some who raised with the Jamaican side, some who raised with their father's side, wherever the case may be. How I always internalized the FBA when it came about, it was always just lineage first. I understand culturally, like Drake is not a Tristan Thompson, Tory Lanez. Drake was born with his American citizenship because his father was born. It's his father. He had his American citizenship from birth.
I'm with you on that too. What you just said about their lineage. If you have a parent from the lineage, then you have some lineage. But you can't speak for FBA lineage because you have two sides, which is dangerous because your loyalty may fall on the other hand, right? Now, if you both like my mom and dad is FBA, so that's it. I mean, I don't want to say it's a difference because if you standing on business, you standing on business. But Drake is from Canada, which Canada is part of the Americas, right? It's not a part of America, but it is a part of the Americas, the continent. But he got the Jewish culture, you know what I mean? So it's like he's practicing a whole nother culture. So it's like that's gonna eliminate you, bro. If you FBA, you can't practice a whole nother culture and keep your lineage with us. In my opinion, I don't think that's fair at all.
Yeah, no different than J. Cole, no different than Kyrie Irving, but just his father was just living in Canada when he had him. And to me, let me ask you this.
Nigga, you a Drake fan, nigga.
Yeah, but let me ask you this: Is it fair?
There it is.
Hold on, but is it fair because your parents divorced at 5 or 6 years old? It takes your lineage away.
Nigga, did you read the Drake book, nigga? Did you read his biography, nigga?
I'm asking you the question.
God, you quoted every song. You know his sad story. God, is this the Drake reunion?
No,
God,
I just want to ask you. I just want to ask you that. Like, is it fair to take someone lineage because their parents broke up?
Nigga,
we never took the lineage, brother.
No one's taking his lineage.
No one's taking his lineage. I think the issue is this. Here's the issue. Just because you get to see your pappy during summer break in Memphis, but then the rest of the year, you up there in that Arctic climate with them polar bears and with them and then the maple leaf drinkers guy. Listen, there's a stark distinction, brother. Here's the thing. Here's my thing. And somebody said it in Afro Elites Live the other day, or today actually. If you make a cake, right, and it is deemed as a vanilla cake, but you throw the eggs and you throw the sugar in there, and you only focusing on the eggs and sugar, but the whole thing's a vanilla cake. Is it an egg cake? Is it a sugar cake, or is it a vanilla cake, brother?
Right.
I'm sure they got all the ingredients in it, so I'll still probably call it a vanilla cake. But
cool. I'm glad we on that. All right. So as much as we want to admit, or as much as you want to like acknowledge Drake's, Black American side, because his pops is from Memphis, and I'll give him that. But at the same time, the brother, even though his pops is a chocolate cake, Drake was raised as a vanilla cake, brother. That's what I'm saying. Drake was raised as a vanilla cake.
That. So like now because like if you say cultural, did he grow up in the FBA culture? No. I think culture and lineage are two different things.
No, it is. You're right. It is. Yeah. But what AI is saying is that I would lean towards the guy who is raised in the culture than the guy who is not raised in the culture, even if he has a lineage.
So it's 21 Savage. So what would you say about 21 Savage? Then what would you consider?
That's why it's so good. It's easy to cosplay. Because if you come over here and you raised in the culture, right, you're going to be able to know how to rap, you're going to know how to fit in because you ain't did nothing but sit around and look at FBAs all day. So you could get into the culture and look like you FBA. But lineage, you not. You a tether for real. So it's like, it gets a little tricky.
We don't give a fuck about 21 Savage. What FBA rhetoric? He
didn't. He never did. But the thing about it is, one thing I noticed when you're FBA as an artist, I don't know if y'all noticed this as an FBA artist. One thing you're gonna always mention is our history, even if you're making light of it, even if you're making light of the history, or being very serious about it. So I remember, I think you spoke about it, brother AI. I think you spoke about it. Remember a while back Drake has said whips and chains, you like American slaves or something like that? One of his songs.
Yeah.
And it was a big and there's a real big uproar. And like, why would he say that?
Right.
Think about it. He spoke about his history. He wasn't speaking about it, he would have said Jamaican or
It is FBA now. It is America. I mean, it was a lot of people in Canada. It was certain things that happened that they was fighting stuff too in Canada, and black people were there, just like in Mexico. As our black people see, people trying to break America up to how they have it now, but I do feel like the Americas was a lot bigger, and we had a lot more territory than how they split it up, and now they got Mexico that's not even, but we still America.
Yeah, but he had no reverence or respect, brother. That's the point. You just helped us make our point. When he said that line, there was no reverence and there was no respect behind it. Why do you think he didn't have any reverence or respect behind that line? Because he was raised in the culture.
But here's the thing, right? Now here's the thing.
You guys going on about Drake the whole night. Can someone help the non-American figure out what the hell you guys are talking about? Because I'm
Hold
lost.
on, give me a second. I got a question for you, brother. What do you want us to do? What is your point? What are you trying to say? What do you want us to do?
No, I was just basically back to the point of the conversation. Do you claim the international FBAs even if they weren't raised?
No, I do not. I do not.
I
claim
got you.
No. I don't denounce their lineage. I just don't accept them. Only if they have the same talking points. Like, okay, prime example. Gavin.
Yeah.
Do you think Black Americans deserve reparations?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. All right. Simple as that. You know what I'm saying?
Can I say why just Black Americans?
You see, never mind.
There he is. That's what I'm saying. There he
killed. Okay, so there we go. Gavin. I'm glad.
Gavin, what about Jamaicans?
No, you good, Gavin. You good. You did a great job. You did a good job, Gavin. I wouldn't expect nothing less or more from you. That was great. So that's a prime example. So Gavin's an international Black person. I don't know who he was raised by. He could be he's in Europe right now. He could have 2 FBA parents, but in Europe. But you hear that talking rhetoric? Yes, I think you deserve reparations. He almost was good, but then he said, "Why don't we all get? Hold on now, nigga. Why are we talking about everybody else?" So the reason why he said that is because he lacks FBA parents. He didn't grow up in an FBA household, and he doesn't understand the history and culture. So therefore, I wouldn't accept Gavin as an FBA culturally, even if he had the lineage. It's the rhetoric in his culture.
I understand it. Culturally, I can understand if they're not FBA, but
you want reparations because you were slaves, but so were us British guys.
Hold up, pause. Gavin, I get your point, but let me be very crystal clear. We, as Black Americans, as foundationally Black Americans, we want reparations specifically because the United States federal government, United States federal government backed chattel slavery in the continental United States. Okay, we want reparations from the United States federal government. Now, I'm not saying that Jamaicans and that and other Caribbeans don't deserve reparations. They just need to get their claim from their personal oppressors. That's all I'm saying. That's the distinctions. That's the difference. And wait a minute, before I mute,
I agree with you.
Where'd you go? Furbo, I need you to stop saying we are xenophobic. You've been saying it this whole time in the comments, and I'm confused. We are very friendly over here. We just don't accept
hold on, sir. No. I'm xenophobic. I'm the xenophobic king. You motherfucking right. I believe in separation, division. I want y'all niggas over there to the left. If there was a line and they said FBA is over here, I want you niggas over there. You damn right. Because keep tapping is xenophobic. Don't tell them that shit. I mean,
my bad, AI. Let me not speak for you, brother. My fault. My fault.
AI. So I want to ask you this because you
Wait, hold on.
Before I let them go, this dude talking about something. It's not from just slavery, bro. We got We built things in here in America. We created, we invented things. I just did a whole show on this. Also, we got towns and wealth that was burnt down in America. We also got redline. We also had the war on drugs. We also had mass incarceration. We also had experiments done on us illegally, and they still doing experiments on us now. Reparations ain't just about slavery. That was just one part of it. It's a lot of stuff that was done to us, and this continues to be done to this day. I don't know why everybody want to keep pointing to slavery. That's okay, that's a start. But we got a lot of towns. We got over 200 towns that was burnt down. We got our businesses that our ancestors created. We had we had car manufacturers that they made go out of business. We had airports, we had airlines that they had go out of business. Everything that we created, they made sure that they destroyed it. So don't talk about reparations and just want to go to slavery. That's just a part of it.
Yes, goddamn, brother, you asked too many questions. Let's get some other people talking. You can stay on the panel, but goddamn, dude, talk to me, dude. What's going on? I'll meet your mic, dude.
Hey, I got it. I'm here.
Yeah, I hear you now. What's your name? Where you from, dude?
I'm currently in Louisiana. What's going on?
Talk to us. Are you a Caucasian?
Yes.
Okay, talk to me. What's going on, dude?
Like it.
Well, I'm just asking you. Here's what I'm hearing from you. You're making an argument that everybody came from black people in Africa.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that shit.
Huh?
I didn't say that. That didn't come out my mouth.
Okay, what's
my mouth, dude? I was the one who said that.
Your mouth? Okay.
Black people created the white race, but they created it from like the albino people. This is what I believe now. I did a video and I showed Yakuba, the scientist Yakuba, who they said was in that sciencing it up and created the white race because he was mad at black people and he wanted white people to take over black. Now, this is what the Nation of Islam is saying. It makes sense to me, but let them cook what about what white people cook.
Well, I agree from the area. And I also want talking about Babel and all that other stuff. Okay. But now Native Americans, let's go ahead and talk about this.
Okay. You us? Well, who's us?
Oh, but everybody's disagreeing here. There's both sides here. So let's go ahead and hear.
Okay. Do you classify yourself as a Native American dude?
Huh? I actually do have Native American blood in me, but I'm mostly Caucasian.
Okay, dude. Let's talk about it. Let's go. Come on.
Nowadays,
another $5 Indian.
I can't hear what you just said. Can you repeat yourself, dude?
Nowadays, why does that matter to me?
Why does what matter to you?
Being a Native American.
Being Native American because you're appropriating somebody else's history and culture that doesn't belong to you.
I'm trying to understand your history and I want to get along with
How are you Native American?
Perfect.
You European.
Okay. So what's the issue?
I just said it. Being in someone else's history and appropriating their culture.
Beating somebody else's history. And what did I do to beat your history?
Being inside someone else's history, taking their history and appropriating their culture.
To you.
You're totally confusing me here.
Yeah.
Why do I respect?
You gotta talk slower. He's from the bayou. He's saying that
I'm not from the
stop
bayou.
trying to copy if you're from the bayou. You got that, dude?
No, that's going to be perfectly right because I was born in Biloxi, Mississippi. And I've lived in 29 states in 3 different countries. Okay, and I'm a military brat.
Okay.
But I don't really have any hypocrisy against anybody.
Okay, do you think black Americans deserve reparations, dude?
No, I don't.
Hey, we got a white supremacist. Hey,
Let's go.
hey,
I was
we got a
waiting
white
for it.
supremacist. Hey, it's so easy to catch him. That's all you got to say. Do you believe we deserve reparations? What's that? No, you don't. No, son, no, you don't. You niggers was out there slaving, and I think you niggers should have stayed out there with no compensation. Dude, that's very racist of you.
He understood that clearly. He understood that part.
Let me ask you a question. Where did you grow up in slavery?
You said what?
Where did you grow up in slavery?
Does compensation or reparations have a deadline, sir?
Well, you're saying being
Does genocide have a deadline? Is there a time where you're supposed to stop paying someone that you owe? Did you stop paying the Jewish people that you guys are still currently paying when that happens? What,
in
100, 200 years ago?
country.
Or how about the Native Americans who still benefit off of government assistance, healthcare, when they're now a new group of people? Or how about the Japanese that you guys still pay now for the unaliving bombing that happened over there? So what does me have to be in the current group of people have to do with anything when y'all paying current groups of people who are the same people who suffered during those tragedies?
Okay, well, I didn't hear your argument before, so educate me.
Shout out to Sam.
I just did.
Dude, come on, don't come in with bad faith. You know the tragedies and all the disgusting things that the Europeans have done to other groups, and they figured out a way to pay him back. So why all of a sudden
why would you say now with us we don't deserve reparations? That's just directly hitting at your character. That's just meaning you trying to definitely block a group of people from getting it. You don't care about them getting it, but you felt like everybody else deserved it.
decide, hey, you know what? I think we should get our piece too. Why is it now an issue, dude? That's my question to you. Why is it an issue now?
Here's plain an issue of I didn't live back then, and I'm here with you now. And
No. What I'm saying is that y'all are still paying, dude.
I would actually stop everything you're saying happens.
Oh, so you just don't give a damn about nothing.
Hey, dude, let me ask you this,
I don't give a damn about nothing.
Hey, dude, hold on, dude. Let me ask you this, dude.
I don't have a problem learning my history, but I have a problem paying for something that I didn't have a problem with.
So why you don't got a problem paying them?
Perfect, because white supremacists love to use this. I hope it don't come out my pockets. It can't. No, sorry, it can't come out my pockets. The fuck am I paying for some niggers for out my pocket? Dude, what proof do you have that it's coming out your pockets? Do you know where your taxes go, dude? Do you ever question that, dude?
You ain't up in arms by sending them people $10-20 billion a year, sending these other countries all this money. You ain't trying to stop that. But when it comes to us getting reparations, it's like that's the first thing they try to stop.
How do you know it's coming out your pockets? Who said it's coming from you, dude? Unmute your mic, dude.
Who are you? Yeah.
Your mic, dude. It's the thing that got the microphone with the X going through it. Dude.
Grandpa, press mic, Grandpa. Press that thing that says mic. It looks like a microphone.
Please.
Oh, God damn. Anyways, go ahead,
He's cussing us right now. He's saying a whole bunch of niggas and all types of stuff right now.
You have to.
Give him the chance to speak. I would like to hear his side of the story. I don't agree with him, but when it comes down to the money, I would have said, well, the money that's in the bank is not money that was made yesterday. It's money that's been there for years. And if I want reparations, I'll take it from the money that's been there from donkeys years ago.
Would have been too much for him. He didn't even understand anything. Oh, he's back. Grandpa's back. Go ahead, dude.
Go ahead, dude.
I'm actually his grandpa.
Huh?
We know. I know. You're a proud one. Go ahead, Grandpa.
My problem. Okay.
So, dude, my question to you was, who said the money would have came out your pockets?
It's coming out of taxes.
Even if it come out of his pocket, like they said in the comments, he benefited from it. He was one of the people that was benefited from it. You know, his pale skin got him good jobs. It got him that white, that white superior complex result. So it should come out of your check because you made money off of it.
And I paid taxes.
When have you ever noticed your tax money leaving your pockets? Do you notice your tax money leaving your pockets now? Have you ever just said, are you telling me you ever looked at your pocket and said, God damn it, them taxes done got me again?
Every single time I see my paycheck, I see my taxes, and I see them go up.
Hey, let me ask Grandpa a question.
Hold on, Dan. You do realize that the U.S. spent $20 trillion in 2020? Did you say, God damn it, I felt that $20 trillion? Did you say that in 2020?
I feel it every single time I look at my taxes coming out.
Did you? No, sir. Did you say that in 2020?
Yes, I did. Yes, I was still working in 2020.
Let me ask Grandpa something real quick, though. Grandpa.
First of all, the
Grandpa
government doesn't even.
Hold on, John.
John, let me ask Grandpa something really fast.
Hold on, John.
Grandpa, let me ask you a question, because you said you're a proud military brat. You couldn't wait to get up here and tell us how proud you are of being a military brat. So being that you're a military brat, that means that you and your mom or your parents received military benefits. You're not the one serving in the military, but you're getting military benefits, and my taxes or my grandparents' taxes were paying for that. You didn't go fight in any war, but since you're a beneficiary of the person of the military, we're paying for that. So you're entitled to our taxes and our bills because your dad fought for the country, but our ancestors who built the country were not entitled to those same benefits.
Great point.
Explain that to me, Grandpa.
First of all, those who earned it, it's called retirement. Okay. And second,
my parents built this country. My grandparents, because it's not too far ago, my great-grandparents, my great-great-grandparents built this country. I don't deserve the same benefits that you got as a military brat.
do you understand the difference of somebody not want to do a fucking thing for a job?
No, it's okay, guys. He's crashing out because he got nailed to the cross.
You're just racist, and you're white supremacist, and
I'm racist with somebody.
You're pulling the whole "I'm white and I say so."
You think just because he got in the army and fought that he feel like the people here ain't do anything? You got their land. This was our land. This is why we got to tell people we were here first, because you're gonna neglect that. For you to even fight for your country to do this, you had to take advantage of the people who were originally here. That's why we saying this. Let me let him cook.
That's it.
Let me ask, dude. I'm gonna ask him a very recent.
Can I say something real quick?
Go ahead, John. Go ahead, John.
Okay, anytime these people get on here and bring up taxes in reference to why they don't support reparations, it just goes to show how much they do not know. First of all, the government funds itself off of municipal bonds. A municipal bond is basically anytime someone has a warrant, they get a parking ticket, a traffic ticket, anything of that nature. What the courts do is they monetize it and they sell it on the secondary market. And that's why it's called a municipal bond, like stocks and bonds that they sell on the stock market. Right. So the government makes plenty of money, and they got plenty of money set aside just off municipal bonds alone. Taxes does not fund the government. I don't know why people think that.
Not to mention all the gold they stole in the 1930s. They still got that gold. If y'all didn't remember, they still got that gold. And dude, let me ask you something. When your boy in Utah, when he went through that little situation where he took a bump of fent and sporadically started seizing everywhere, how did that make you feel? Dude, he cussing us again. That's why he on mute.
Notice he didn't cuss at y'all. I'm the only female on the panel, and he chose to use those languages with me. Thanks for standing up for me, AI. Thank you.
Hold on. Don't worry. I'm waiting on him.
Hold on. Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. I'm gonna tell y'all what be happening when certain people be talking and they talk very slow. I got ADHD in my head, so if you talking way too slow, I zone the fuck out, and I'm thinking about a million things. So I'm not even hearing what he's saying until someone else talks. So if he did cuss you out on there, I'm so sorry. We're gonna get this redneck racist cracker right now.
No, as soon as he said a cuss word, you stopped him. All y'all kind of stopped him right away.
What did he say?
He said something like, what the fuck, or used fucked in the word when I was just explaining the benefits. He was starting to crash out.
Oh, I did not hear him at all.
Y'all didn't hear him?
I didn't hear him.
Yeah, but at the same time, we were taking the kind of mick out of him using terms like grandpa. I didn't expect to get a good conversation out of him if we're gonna kind of talk to him like that.
Hey, look.
Yeah, but Gabby, you gotta understand.
Y'all go ahead and say that about me all you want to.
Hold on, dude. Wait a minute, dude. You gotta answer my question real quick, brother. How did you feel when your guy in Utah got them hot ones? Because I know you a big
totally do not understand your question.
Okay. Let me talk slow. Let me talk slow then. When your boy in Utah, when Captain Kirk got hit by them hot ones, how did that make you feel?
Upset.
Okay. Okay. Now let me ask you another question. Do you believe in the same things he believed in?
Yes.
So you believe in all of it?
Not all. I don't know the man. I never sat down with dinner with the dude, and I didn't talk with him. And I'm trying to have a conversation with you.
Okay.
How about it? How about if I can have a conversation with you and we believe together in something?
Okay, dude. Then okay. I'm confused because this whole time you've kind of just been saying stuff, but it seems like you've also been trying to avoid the elephant in the room when it comes to who you are.
Okay, tell me who I am, and that's your opinion.
No, I'm asking you, dude. I'm asking you, dude, because you don't believe that black people.
Let me ask you a question about Texas, plain and simple. Okay. You understand that America is in a deficit and owes China money?
Sure. Sure.
How can we fix that?
I don't know. You need to ask you.
Stop buying stuff from China. Do you owe anything in your house that is from China right now, dude? Don't lie. Your phone's probably made in China, your electronics. So please stop the cap.
Do I own anything in China right now? Yeah, I have it in my hand right now. It's called a phone.
Right. So you're supporting what you're against. It seems like you're kind of talking out of both sides of your mouth. You're contradicting yourself.
Also, dude, I need you to apologize to her because you cussed at her, and
I did try to apologize to her.
Okay, well, I didn't hear it. So let me make sure you say it.
Okay, you hear this, ma'am? If I offended you, I apologize. Okay, but 3 people were talking over me at the same time also, so I did not personally pick you out.
That's supremacy.
Well, I accept your apology, but no one was talking over you. I was talking directly to you. But your apology is accepted. We'll move past it. Thank you.
3 other people were talking at the same time, and that's why I said, what the fuck? Okay, but it was not direct.
You still didn't answer my question that you cursed at me about. If you receive military benefits as a beneficiary, you and your mom and your family from your dad being in the military, even though you never put on boots, your mom never went out there and served, but you still got those benefits from our taxes to pay for you as a dependent and your mom or the wife. Why does that not apply to people like my ancestors who built the country, fought for this country, and made this country great? Why does it only apply to you?
It applies to me because my dad tried it, but my parents got divorced, and I had a hard life too.
Okay, but you still got military benefits. I'm sorry to hear that. It doesn't stop you getting military.
No,
all right, dude.
No. I literally lived through 3 years of the military not paying child support and looking at a single mom put through hardship, trying to make a single mom making herself better. And that's what taught me, go do something for myself. And this is my message. Go do something for yourself.
Hold on, dude. What the fuck, bro? What the absolute fuck? Dude, we literally built this fucking country while you sat your white ass down in the yard and told us to build some shit, dude. What the fuck have you done, dude?
I'm a plumber.
What the fuck, dude? What the fuck, dude?
I'm a plumber.
Dude.
damn
Holy
about
fucking
no
shit. Dude, the backs of America was built off of blacks. America was built off the backs of blacks, dude. You didn't do shit with your white ass, dude. You would have done shit, you would have caught cancer from the sun, dude. We built this shit, dude.
AI, he's talking about now, not back then.
The reason why you're able to be a plumber today, dude, which I could very believe that you're a plumber. You give plumber vibes to the thousands. The reason why you're able to be a plumber today, dude, is because of my ancestors. Not because your daddy went to go fight in the war, dude. Because of my ancestors, dude. Do you hear me, dude? You hear the words I'm saying to you? Unmute your mic.
He crashed out right there.
There you go. You hear what I'm saying to you, dude?
Somebody keeps on unmuting me, okay?
I don't know who the fuck is doing that. Who gives a damn? Dude, my ancestors built this country, dude. So what are you talking about? And you didn't give them a goddamn dime. You didn't give them a goddamn dime for it, dude. And you promised for it. And you promised to do it, dude. So what the fuck is the excuse, dude?
I promised it?
Yeah, white people have promised it, dude. 40 acres and a mule, dude. Did you not read, dude? Do you not know your own great constitution, dude? Have you not read the constitution of this great nation?
I'm asking you. I personally promise this.
It don't matter, dude. America has promised it.
I'm holding you accountable. Because your ancestors not here who promised it, and you supposed to hold the word what they said. So if you trying to dismiss it, we gotta hold you accountable because you don't want to give us no reparations. So you need to go and fix what your ancestors did. Go do something and then come back and we can talk.
And you want America to go against it. Dude, you must be anti-American. You are anti-American, dude.
You're not making
a racist anti-American.
Dude, how do you feel about the Confederate flag?
The Constitution clearly stated that all people who have been in chattel slavery are owed 40 acres and a mule. And you want us to not get it. You are anti-American, dude.
The Chevy Colorado and 430 pound-feet of standard torque.
Calling ICE. We're deporting them.
Dude, do you fly the Confederate flag, dude? Do you like the Confederate flag? What do you think of the Confederacy?
I think hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's your thoughts on the Confederacy, dude?
Huh?
What are your thoughts on the Confederacy and the Confederate flag, dude?
Okay. Honestly, what actually happened back in the day of the Confederacy is they were sitting there asking for more time to, not make slaves taxpayers.
Dude, what the hell, dude? How much you been drinking tonight, man?
Hey, dude, lay off the beers, dude. You know what? We have a conversation where you
dude, can I ask you a question?
And stop being anti-American. Fuck, dude.
Dude, would you be against reparations? Oh, you got rid of him.
Yeah, no, we can't.
AI, can we address your friend Gavin, though, who came in here on his little gold African broom and tried to kumbaya us, but the whole time he was low-key rooting for the white supremacists? That's why we can't trust them. He was low-key cheerleading and kind of backing him up like, oh, we shouldn't call him grandpa. Oh, that's why we can't trust them. They come back.
That was a little bitch ass.
I will explain to you. I'm finding that recently I'm going through TikTok. I'm joining a lot of these American channels. I'm new to your American rhetoric. And I tend to find when we're trying to have a debate, there's a lot of I don't know how to describe it, like an attack. And we can't get to have a good conversation if we're tackling it. It's like, to me, I'll be honest, it's like a bunch of school kids, when you're trying to pick on someone in the playground. Mm-hmm. And although I don't believe in what he's saying, I want to get him and I want to get him good. I don't want to get him like, nah, let's catch him out. Let's do it.
Well, Gavin, this is the difference with you and I. This is the difference with American culture and an anchor baby British person like you that came from Africa. Your
do you
culture.
See, this is the problem. Anchor, baby, consistent use of words.
Be polite. You were being a polite British person 5 minutes ago. Hold on. I'm just simply saying that the difference is we know how to treat our oppressors. We know how to treat our enemies. We know who our enemies are. Unlike you, who's still over there after 600 years, like, well, I'm still trying to get to know them. Shut up. Either you're going to ride with us or you should just stay on mute. That's all we're saying. But I'm going to go back on mute. My bad, AI, to check your little friend.
You know what?
Just gonna check my little
you
friend.
took the
Hold
words.
on. You know what, Odell? You know what I noticed about you, Odell? Anytime you can take a shot at me to shame me, you always do it. Why do you always do that? Anytime you can shame me, you take the time out to shame me. Why? Why, Odell?
Because I got to make your guests feel like, you know, you got their back a little bit.
Gavin, brother. Gavin, but you know, I say, you know, I call it bitch ass. You know what I'm saying? When you try to have sympathy for the oppressor. When the oppressor ain't never had no sympathy for us. Hell yeah, we finna nan boo boo your ass after you try to not get the reparations.
It wasn't sympathy. It was trying to get to a point. What I wanted to say to him was, would he accept reparations if the money wasn't coming from his pocket? And then I was going to say, back in the days, people paid taxes, right? There was profits that were made. Those profits sit in a bank and they grow interest. So the reparations that we would receive, or you guys from your American government would receive, was from money that had been banked back then and had now accumulated. It's not from him. Would that, because whenever these white
Gavin,
people come please let me finish.
I'm gonna answer. I know where you're going with this. Let me answer for dude. I know exactly what dude would say because we know him. I know dude. I know him, maybe not personally, but I know his kind. He would have heard that British accent of what you said, and he would have said, "Shut the fuck up, nigger," and no.
Exactly.
Because here's the thing: you're giving him too much credit. You think he's an intellectual. He's not an intellectual. So he's not going to answer your question intellectually. He's going to go ahead and move the goalposts, and it's called "I'm white and I say so." Shut the fuck up, nigger, and no, nigger. Go out there and work harder, nigger. Go get the fifth job. McDonald's is hiring, nigger.
Exactly.
So that's why we don't treat these people nicely, Gavin. It's not about catching them. They've been caught. They already are the most shameless people on the planet. There's nothing to intellectually get them with.
And not to mention, or not to forget to mention, Gavin, how do you reason with somebody whose ancestors used to eat your ancestors? The reasoning's gone after that. They used to eat us, man. I'm talking about 4-course meal, rendering the fat, eating the liver. I mean, they used to eat us, man. There's no reason. There's no conversation anymore.
Yeah, but you've got to remember, you're asking them to pay you. So when you have to ask them to pay you the reparations, you've got to find a way.
Hold on, Gavin. I think there's some misunderstanding.
We ain't asking. It's a bill due. When them people come to your, after you done sat and ate at the table at the restaurant, they give you that bill. Are they asking you to pay? No, they giving you that bill. This is what's due. That's how we see it. We ain't begging or asking nobody for no reparations.
Understanding.
I want them to agree to making the payment.
I get what you're saying, but there's some major miss, and I think this is why, like, we get so frustrated with our people from the diaspora. What made you think we were asking these people? What made you think we're asking? We're not. We're just letting them know, hey, you're going to have to pay us eventually.
I get what you're saying.
Asking. There's no asking.
They're the one with the purse strings.
No, for now.
Hell no. We got it. You see all these inventions and stuff we created? We got the sauce. We control what everything going on. We're just awakening right now. They just thinking that these people just run us and we just begging and asking for something. We're not asking for nothing. This is what's old. You just ain't pay your debt yet. But sooner or later, it's going to have to be paid or we're going to have to take it.
So, Gavin, the problem is you guys are not used to political warfare. You're not used to doing things strategically and whatnot. There's leverages and there's power that Black Americans have. It's called soft power in America. So we don't have the main power that white people have that comes from cohesion and force and colonizing people. We have soft power where our political influence, our culture influence has an impact not only in America, but the world. See what I'm saying? So we could pull these strings without kissing their ass, like how you are trying to do. We've done it with the Black Panther Party. We've done it with the Civil Rights Movement. We've done this plenty of times. We didn't try to reason with them. The Martin Luther King approach, which I really am not too much a fan of, but I understand it now that I'm older. His whole idea was to shame them, to let the whole world see, look, these people are unreasonable. White people do not like to be shamed. They don't like to be called out for the disingenuous things they have done. That's why they like to say, why should I have to pay for something that I didn't do? They're trying to get rid of that history. They're trying to not have that attached to them because they hate to be shamed. And we got to keep pointing the fingers. You did this. You did that. This is the reason you need to pay now.
But that's exactly the point that I wanted to test a theory on. Because if you hear them,
they know what they know what they need to pay. There's no question about. I told him he was anti-American because they already owe 40 acres in the mule. That has already been documented. They know that. It's anti-American.
They just don't want to.
That's the only way I can call it.
What I was saying was that he himself and many other white Americans, when I hear them speak, remember, I'm not American, but whenever we ever hear these white supremacists in America speak, it's always the same line. I don't want to pay for something I didn't do. So I wanted to try a different theory. Okay, fair enough. But what if you don't pay for it? What if it comes from money that your grandfather earned when he did do it? Would that make a difference? I want to challenge them to their own theory.
I get you, Gavin. You want to play with them. We're not here to test no theory. And like I said, shut the fuck up, nigger. I don't care. Work another job. Anyways, let's get Chuck. Chuck, Dawn, talk to me, brother.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good. What's going on, brother?
I'm good. Look, I 100% support reparations for I support reparations for Black people as a whole.
No, nigga. We're not here for that.
But no. But listen, look, I'm not. I think Black America, whatever you want to call it, foundational Black Americans should get their own separate reparations. I'm totally cool with that.
Okay.
I'm a Black American. I was born and raised in America.
Okay.
So I think I support that. You know what I'm saying? Like, my only thing though is.
Oh, what part of America you from? Where your people from?
The Virgin Islands.
So what the fuck? Wait, nigga. The Virgin Islands is part of, okay, nigga. No, nigga.
I knew he was intended when he said I was born in America. I'm a Black American born in America. Come on, gang.
That's why they be saying Black people getting the reparations. Now listen, bro. This is where the line crossed. Like, we gotta understand that it's distinct. That's why we're trying to have this distinction. Because a lot of Black people are just coming on like they are part of our ancestral lineage, and they're not. But they want to check. And this is gonna make it to where the money don't go to the people that was affected. Their ancestors was affected. Do y'all hear this? This is what happens. People want to get in line with us. They want to stand in line with us. That's why they want us to get it, because they want to be a part of getting it. He came in and started saying he want all Black people to get reparations. He ain't say, listen, let's hear him.
So Virgin Islands is not part of America.
The U.S.?
Yes. Yeah. I'm
it's a territory, but
so is Puerto Rico. So is Hawaii.
Right. I mean, and technically that, the Virgin Islands of Puerto Rico is part of the American continent.
Nigga, stop being technical. So while I was going through slavery, your ass was in the Virgin Islands drinking coconuts, water. Is that what you're telling me, nigga? You was on the beach? Nigga, drinking coconut water while I was going through child slavery over here, nigga?
Real. Y'all do this every time, bro. That's the only reason they support it.
And you want me to accept it?
If they knew they wasn't going to listen, if they knew only FBA could get it, they wouldn't support it. They trying to support it because they
Black American. Nigga, how the fuck?
We had you don't even know the history. We had slavery in the Virgin Islands. We've been part of America.
Until when, nigga? Until when?
Yeah, since we were brought over here on a slave ship.
When did it end, sir? When did it end?
It ended when slavery. It ended technically when slavery ended in America.
Are you sure?
We've been American. We've been.
Hold on now. You can't sit here and say, well, things are a part of America. Well, then it ended with nigga. Different regions in America ended slavery at different times. When did your part of the Americas end slavery, sir? See how you like to use the benefit when it benefits you, but when I reverse it back on you, now it's whenever. What part of America, sir, and what year? Everywhere did it end slavery at the same time, sir. Different people got their freedom at different times. Haiti, 1804. Jamaica, 1824. I think some shit like that. The Bahamas earlier. So, what are we talking about? When did slavery end in the Virgin Islands?
I mean, I don't remember the exact date.
So you were drinking coconut water while I was out there as a child slave. We're not the same, sir. So no, you're not Black American.
But didn't you just say your mom was from Jamaica? So how are you? Okay, but you are a product of an immigrant who's not from the Americas, correct?
Yes, that's true. I am, and my father is a Black American.
So, but you're telling me, who was born and raised in America, that I am not entitled to the same reparations. That don't make sense to me.
Yo,
wait, nigga, hold on, nigga, you did not just try to do that shit. Was that like a Jedi mind trick, nigga? What the fuck?
No, I'm saying though.
Where? Hold on, sir. Where the fuck are your parents from?
I just told you the Virgin.
So both of your parents are from the Virgin Islands. Both of your parents didn't experience chattel slavery in America. So no, you're not attached to any reparations in the U.S. America. Now you need to go get reparations from the Virgin Islands. Do I receive reparations from the Virgin Islands, sir?
I mean, it would be the same reparations. We're part of the United States.
No, sir. Did we receive any? So did Puerto Rico get any benefits? And Black Americans also got benefits? Did Hawaii get some benefits and Black Americans also got some benefits, sir?
We were under the same oppressive chattel slavery. We became part of America in 1912. So we've been American. We've been a part of America.
Bro, 1912. It was Black Americans way before 1912. The reason why you're not a Black American is because you have a whole nother flag. You just like the Puerto Ricans. Y'all your own entity. Y'all just a territory of ours. Thank you.
No, we're part of America.
Brother, I hate to break this to you, but you will not be receiving any reparations. I just, I'm sorry. Is there anything else you want to say to that? You just won't get it.
And he's wrong too.
You're not
Denmark
it,
owes you reparation, not America.
Denmark, right? Correct.
Virgin Island from Denmark, so U.S. bought it. So Denmark owe you a reparation, sir.
Right, and I'm of Denmark descent. My grandfather was part Danish, so I'm not opposed to, getting reparations from Denmark or wherever. But I'm just saying, like, in the beginning, I said I don't mind, Black Americans getting their reparations.
You don't mind.
Find out your grandfather was Danish. Did you just find out that your grandfather was Danish 5 minutes ago? Did you just find that out from
Peasy? What's good, family?
Go ahead, Odell. Go ahead, Odell.
I was just wondering if he just found out his grandfather was Danish from Peasy like 10 seconds ago. It's like he's all over the place, like his boat. He's just drifting everywhere. I'm just wondering.
No. I'm just saying, because I only mentioned that because he brought up Denmark, and I'm well educated.
Right. So he taught you your lineage, your history. So so you just found out your grandfather is Danish.
No, I've been known that. I was just trying to connect that to what he was saying with regards to us being under Danish rule for some time, because we were under 7 different flags.
Saying you deserve reparations when you have only been a part of America since 1912 is very offensive, sir.
Right.
Well, I didn't say. Okay, well, I'm not saying like specifically reparations with Black Americans, even though whatever.
But that's the topic. That's the topic, sir.
Okay, but AI said that he AI just said that
Let me
his
address
mom
something
is.
with you. AI was
Stop
raised in
bringing
a
up his
black
mom, bro.
household. AI was raised in a black household with
I was
black
raised in a black
family
household.
with a F. Wait, hold on, Chichuku. AI was raised by FBA Black Americans. That's why he stands for integrity.
No,
Hold
he was
on,
not.
I'm telling you, he was
His
raised.
mom
He
is
let us
Jamaican.
know.
He just said his mom was Jamaican.
You were born here supposedly, and your accent says Caribbean, even while you're screaming at your high-pitched tone. It's Caribbean written all over it. You don't see that in AI because he was raised by FBA and he's standing on business. You are coming here trying to discredit him and Black Americans in general. You're disgusting.
No.
Stop.
No, I'm not trying to discredit him, but
you were. You just ignored his father. His father's FBI. Is he not?
Yes, but I'm just.
Neither one of your parents are Black Americans. So how dare you? Neither one of your parents are Black American.
So you trying to discredit?
So what is Virgin Islands? Is it not? Are we
So
not part of America?
the point is, you cannot speak on his lineage when you don't even know anything about it. Just stay in Caribbean business. That's the point. We're telling you, you came to the wrong cookout.
But brother is part Caribbean though.
You gotta
His
go
mother
through
is
Denmark
Jamaican.
for that shit, bro.
Yeah, you gotta go through
Wait,
Denmark.
hold on. So you trying to use me to clinch on so you can get some reparations, nigga? Is that what you trying to do? Am I your standing for you, nigga?
Yeah, that's what.
Why are you trying to use me to get you some reparations, po ass nigga? You don't get none. Your family are not entitled to no reparations, sir. You don't have any lineage. It goes by lineage. Your lineage is not attached to U.S. American chattel slavery.
Right.
Simple as that. Simple as that. You don't have nobody attached to that.
Somebody else.
So where's your claim?
Okay, well, I mean, like I said, I'm not trying to like fight for reparations for myself from Black America. Like I don't mind getting reparations from Denmark. I'm just saying, like, we've been a part of this country for so long. So
well, y'all gotta stand beside us when it's time to get the reparations.
1912 isn't that long, sir.
Y'all gotta be like, yeah, them niggas need
1912 is over 100 years ago.
But our slavery was way over by then. Like y'all wasn't nowhere. Y'all wasn't with us shooting in the gym. Just put it like that.
Wait, hold on, John. Let me ask him a
With us shooting in the gym.
Let me ask him a question. Hey, Chaku, Kaku, Nutku, Cuckoo Bird. Why are Black Americans owed reparations?
Why are Black Americans owed reparations?
Yeah.
Well, because of slavery, because of chattel slavery and all the atrocities that followed after that, like redlining.
What atrocities?
Lynchings, essaying.
We're not owed reparations for lynchings.
Well, also for building the country.
Getting some reparations, you don't know what the fuck you getting reparations for. See, that's the problem. Why we're not including you into the reparations. You don't even know why, nigga.
Well, I just said.
No, nigga, you're pulling shit out your ass right now. You're just trying to remember. Well, damn, what horrible things can I remember that happened? Okay, lynching. I know them niggas got lynched. Yeah, lynchings. Yeah, nigga. No, nigga. That's not why we're getting reparations, nigga. So because you can't call out why we deserve reparations, other than chattel slavery, you can't, nigga. That's the reason why we don't want y'all in our business. You don't understand or have a parent who understands why we deserve reparations. This is where your parents come in handy. They were supposed to teach you this, a part of the Americas, but clearly you're not a part of the Americas. Thank you. Is there anything else you want to say, sir? Now that you embarrass yourself in front of 105 people?
No, actually, we are part of America. So,
okay, let me make it simple for you then, Chuck E. Cheese. Not mainland America, not continental America. Let me make it simple for you. Not mainland, not continental America. How about that? Does that make it easier for you?
What's the difference?
God damn.
Bro, y'all was doing sugar cane, bro. We was over here picking cotton and getting beat the fuck up. Half of the motherfuckers killing our kids and shit. That's the difference.
The same thing was happening in the Virgin Islands.
No, y'all on the island though, bro. Y'all all the same.
Coconut water.
Y'all the same people. We got mixed all up.
Wait, you said
Let me give you an example.
You saying coconut water like
Jakuku. 1 second, Jakuku. Let me give you an example, right? So the banks were called, I want to say like 2-3 years ago, you guys could Google it or YouTube it, where they were called and they had to do a congressional hearing where they were asked. Now, remember, the banks are the most powerful, richest companies in the world, not just America. They were asked, the top 3 banks, did they profit from slavery? 2 of them refused to ask, and one answered straight up, yes, we did. And some other company answered too, yes, we did. These are companies that are still running, that are still very, very, very profitable, and they are admitting that they did profit from free human trafficking. So those are examples in addition to the ones that you gave. I hope that helps you, Jakuku. I really do.
Anyways, let's move on to C. Dave. Talk to me, C. Dave. What's going on, brother? What's your name? Where you from?
What's happening, man? I'm C. Dave. I'm Chattanooga, Tennessee.
There it is.
Out in Tennessee,
where
man.
the Trail of Tears and all that shit started at. You know what I'm saying? Supposedly, where they talking about they made all the Indians move out and all this old shit, but they was lying because we the true Americans, the real deal. You know, we the only ones come up with nicknames and shit. Indians, black people do that. It ain't no Indian shit. You know what I'm saying? We call each other big head and little ears and all that old shit.
You're
right. But, you know what I'm saying? The whole, if you think about it, the whole country is named, every river, every city, every state is named after Indians named that shit, which is us. But they done took our identity and told us we ain't who we is. And the Indians, we really need to take this shit up with Indians because these motherfuckers paying reparations, but they giving it to the Indians. And the Indians locking us out. You know what I'm saying? That's really what the real deal is. And they got it to like, yeah, I heard y'all talking earlier about the DNA shit, where they were saying y'all was asking how they get the markers. That's a good point, because how y'all get markers, but we can't get the markers. They're not gonna let us do the test and give us the markers because they don't want us to get that money that they get, because they know they owe us too. So everybody owe us. That's the whole thing. You know what I'm saying? But I just want to, you know what I'm saying, just chime in, man, and just let everybody know, man, like, if you're gonna be down with us, be down with us. Don't be coming around acting like you're down, and then y'all talking about some y'all, you know, I ain't like them and all that.
Just trying to get a check. This is what we seeing, what people coming around us, y'all. They trying to get a check. They want to be a part of it, really. But if they ain't getting nothing, they don't want to see FBA getting it.
That's why Kendrick made that song, They Not Like Us. You know what I'm saying? A lot of shit coming to the head right now, because we got to stand up. And we've been standing on business. These people owe us money from chemical warfare, where they putting drugs in the community. You know,
poison in the water.
And Mara said it's too late. She said it's too late for them to play Kumbaya. I think so too.
It is, you know what I'm saying? If you're gonna play Kumbaya, though, just be on our team. That way, when it's time for y'all to get y'all shit, we can stand in the paint for y'all, because we've been standing in the paint for every fucking body. And we tired of that shit. Our feet hurt. You know what I'm saying? We was standing in the paint when we ain't had no shoes. You know, and then motherfuckers trying to be so.
Letting y'all come to the country. We putting in laws here for immigration, letting y'all come over here. Then y'all come over here and be siding with the Caucasian races, man. You talking down on us. The only reason you got here is because our ancestors made sure that you can come over here, and then you come over here and just talk down on us like you a white supremacist.
Throwing little shots, talking about, oh, y'all was getting bit by dogs and all this, but we stood up and we ain't run, because we ain't got nowhere to run to, because this our shit. And these motherfuckers know this our shit. But we just got to come together, us come together. You know what I'm saying? Forget the outsiders. Either they going to be down with us or they ain't. But we got to come together. And, you know, really, how I feel, man, black on black crime should really be a fucking treasonous act. It should, motherfuckers should get life for that shit, because we're killing our own people for real, for real.
Whoa, you know hold on, brother. Let's slow down. Let's slow down.
No. I'm talking about senseless crime, bro. I'm talking about this bullshit.
Well, hold on. Let's get this. You about to get on damn started. Let's on this panel. We don't believe in black on black crime. It's just
you know
called
what
crime.
I'm talking about. Okay. You know what I'm talking about. What crime against each other? That's what I'm saying.
There we go.
Crime
All right, I get it.
That shit is treason. You know what I'm saying? So motherfuckers need to go sit their ass down when they doing shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like for real, because and it's come from miseducation and people not caring about who we are. You know what I'm saying?
Dave, you said, okay, use that word.
But I did a video and I showed y'all that the federal government, I think it was in the 1960s, back when Black Panther, they hired 7,000 informants to work for them. And this is the destruction. This is how they COINTELPRO and they play us. They hire Black people to be informants. That's how William O'Neill got Fred Hampton killed. Hart Perry was burnt down our Writers Association. They paid him to kind of destroy all of our institutions and organizations. The colonizer always paid Black people. Now they doing it with people that's in the Caribbean islands and Africa and all of this. They pay y'all to destroy stuff we trying to build. This is why we trying to separate and delineate, because y'all be siding with them people.
Yeah, use treason. Because I believe in treason against each other, high treason. We need to deal with the folks who do treason against each other. And also, too, shout out to you, Dave. I'm from the 615, so I know where you be at, bro. Shout out to you over there in chat.
That's what's up, man. I went to TSU, man. So
hell yeah. I went to MTSU. TSU wasn't trying to give me no money, so unfortunately I had to go to the PWI folks. But my folks. My family went to TSU too, so I do go down there homecoming.
Yeah.
Wait, guys. So did you guys say we should hold people accountable when they're doing stuff to each other within our community? I didn't know if AI heard you.
Yeah. Hold on. You see, you got Odell started. Yeah, we should, but we're not going to make that a political move. And we're not going to give white people the avenue to keep bringing that up to hold against us, because that talking point goes for anybody. Everybody commits treason amongst each other. White people, Chinese people, Mexican people. So we don't talk about them rhetorics. You see what I'm saying? We understand that.
I was just asking.
No, hold on, because you think you slick. Oh, there, you think you slick. So I'm trying to catch you. We only practice treason amongst ourselves quite early in the 80s, only because of the position they put us in. That's the only reason. Other than that, we really don't be that violent amongst each other when we're left alone. See what I'm saying? All that shit started happening in the late 70s, early 80s, during the crack epidemic. So we're not just talking about
that happened when we integrated with the white people. Before then, when we was by ourselves, segregated, we had Black Wall, they had to burn that down. They keep coming up with these strategies, bro, to make us just dilute our excellence. Now it's Black. Now they getting us to destroy us. But before that, it was them. They was killing us.
Black on black crime and not talk about the history that went behind our crime going up, because everybody crime went up in the 80s, but they only highlighted us so they could come in and participate in mass incarceration and get us out the homes when white crime was at its peak during that time too.
I agree. And a lot of those crimes are not being committed by the Black people. There's people that, they identify everybody as Black African Americans.
Exactly.
So you know what I'm saying? It's a lot of collusion.
We don't know who's actually committing
crime for sure.
Right. I totally agree. Yeah, I totally agree. I'd even go as far to say YT on YT crime is really destroying our country. But that's a discussion for another day.
Now that's a real conversation. Your trick ain't work, oh damn. So well, go ahead, C-Dave.
No, I'm just saying, no one's gonna be held. No one's ever held accountable.
You cut it out. Your trick ain't work. Go ahead.
This is my first time on here, man. I ain't know the lingo, man. My bad.
No, you good. You good, man. You good.
Yeah, I don't want you
saying that. That's my fault. If you would have said that and she wasn't on this panel, I might have let you slide. But because she was on this panel, I couldn't let it slide, because I know where she's gonna come and start talking from. You good, brother? Yeah, y'all. We can't fall. You know what I'm saying? Odell wants to push the rhetorics. Oh, you guys gotta hold each other accountable. Man, you can't say that without addressing the other issues that's been pretty much put onto us. I just seen a rapper the other day, Peasy from Detroit, mentioned that he doesn't hire Black folks to work on his house because he think they're gonna rob him. So he said, it's always our own people doing it to each other. And that kind of rhetoric, okay, you just said you're not gonna hire Black people because you think they're gonna rob you. Now, what is that supposed to make Black people do now? Not rob you anymore, or rob you some more? Now that we know that you're not gonna hire.
You don't think Black people should unite? You don't think Black men should unite and stop the nonsense?
Hold on. I think Black people need to have empathy for Black Americans and some type of grace and understanding for each other. I think that's what we need to have first.
Yes, because we don't understand what integration did and what the games they playing on us. We thinking that Black people just act like this. That's what we think. But before we was integrated, them people was burning us down. Them people was them people was committing violence on us. We didn't have to commit violence on each other. So now they done got some uppity niggas that now do their dirty work. Now we got to understand, why are you doing that? Who brainwashed you? This is what Malcolm X said. Who taught you to hate yourself? Who taught you to do this? Where did you learn this from? This ain't come from your ancestors.
Before we must unite, because we get divided. Like when some of us make a little bit more money than others, we start acting more like white supremacists. Look at those niggers down there. I would never know it damn well. That's the same place you done came from. And you trying to talk down on people that you came from, like rappers. I can't hire niggas because they rob. Nigga, you rap about robbing. What the fuck? You rap about selling drugs, nigga. Now you don't got your money. Now it's you can't hire them people. No. We have to start having empathy
about economics.
Hold on.
Bro, it's a lot of Black people that do good business and they don't get highlighted. That's my point. I've been, I done been up to New York, all the way to Miami. All right. Even to Texas. I've seen Black people doing business and they doing good business, bro. We don't highlight our excellence enough, just like our creations and our patents. It's a lot of people don't even know about this. We get overshadowed with the wrong things, and then this is what gets marketed when we supposed to be marketing our excellence, our wealth, the things that we created, the things that we did. And if you don't do that, the white supremacists is gonna market our degenerate behavior. They're gonna bring the lowest of us and they're gonna bring them up, and they're gonna be like, yes, we want him at the top. So we see these rappers and we see all these people and they doing just lame behavior.
I'm going to hire whoever, and I'm going to school people who came from the same place that I came from, while I give them this money. We need to have empathy for each other and understanding. That's what I think before we start shaming each other. Right? We understand why majority of us commit majority of some of these crimes.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I get what he's saying. Like, we're not gonna win by saying I ain't gonna have Black people doing none of my stuff. That's not winning talk. You can't say that. Ain't no race talking like that. Ain't no race talking like that. No race is saying, man, I ain't dealing. I'm finna go to this other race. I'm gonna go to the white supremacists. I'm gonna go spend all my money with them. Yeah, because y'all gonna steal. It's like,
it's economics. That's it. Black Americans are the only ones who commit majority of economic crimes. White people, there really is no excuse. How the fuck they committed crimes? The Asians, there really is no excuse. The Mexicans, and on top of that, we don't even have organized crimes. We don't have major gangs. We don't have Mexican mafias. We didn't have no Italian mafia gang. All shit.
All of them gangs that we got is controlled by the feds, the CIA, bro. That's why when they lock them up or they don't lock them up, they be out free. They be out doing their thing. But when they lock them up, they always get these bangers and they work for the justice system. They don't work for Black people.
It be the nigga from down the street. One nigga decide to game bang with 5 other niggas. That's as big as majority of our game bang goes. It doesn't go nationwide like how these other cultures and races gangs be going. Right. So the talking point doesn't need to be talked about because it's a smoke screen for them not to talk about giving us reparations and trying to hold us as a degrading level. And we can't let people do that to us. That's all I'm saying. See, David, something else you want to say, brother? I heard you talking.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah, man. If white people want us to stop all this crime that they say we do so much in the poverty rates and all the fatherless homes, they need to give us our money. If you give us our money, everybody be good. It'll be a way lower crime rate. It'll be more innovation going on, more inventions. We're gonna pump the economy. But they don't want to do that because it ain't about the money. It's about them being empowered. And they try to smoke screen and cover it up, camouflage it like that's not what it is, but that's exactly what it is. They want in their mind, their religion is to rule over us. They buy, and when they read the Bible, think about it. Black people go to church and white people go to church, but it's not the same church. Why is it never integrated? You know what I'm saying? It's never integrated in the church.
Right, definitely. Odell, go ahead, Odell.
Thank you, my dear AI, for letting me come off mute, even though the guy at the top is just spewing out whatever. So 2 things I want to address with him. Black fathers are in the home. That's just the rhetoric that they say. There are so many black fathers in the home.
No, excuse me. No, I'm saying that's what they say. That's all I'm saying.
No, I was saying what they say. We got to stop repeating what they say because that's not true. If I would have said that, AI would have muted me and been see, everybody's attacking me.
Okay,
the point that I was making was
I'm under attack.
She's going to complain.
Thank you. No, I'm old. I can't yell. So the next thing I want to address, I have a 9-year-old and a 17-year-old. I know you think I'm super old. I guess I had my 9-year-old at like 75, right? So the thing with my kids, like any kids, you want to keep your kids safe, regardless of what neighborhood in America that they're in. Everyone has the same wish to keep their children safe, whether they're living in a middle-class neighborhood, poor neighborhood, rich neighborhood, it doesn't matter. So when they're not safe and they're under attack, and sometimes unfortunately by the white tees and our own people, right? We can't keep saying, oh, we can't hold them accountable because it's the white tees' fault. Some of the things that are happening, these kids are out of control. And if we don't address this, that's probably why we're having the problem's getting worse.
Yeah.
Like, let's not act. Yes, we know this is a symptom to the problem, but that doesn't mean we can't keep holding our kids accountable to prevent these things from happening.
So damn, who said that we weren't? You think we just gonna let somebody just rob the store and not say nothing? Oh damn, you don't think we're gonna pull a kid to the side or pull someone to the side and say, hey man, tighten up, you tripping? You don't think that's gonna happen if we vividly see it? Oh damn.
So this is the thing, right? So he brought this up a few minutes ago and you were like, nope, we ain't gonna talk about that because the problem is they only doing that because the root problem is these white tea people. And I'm saying I agree with you. What I'm saying is some of the things that are happening, we gotta talk to our kids. Like, to act like things are not happening, even though yes, it was set up for it to happen that way.
You know why it's not working, and we're gonna move on. You know why talking isn't working? Because kids don't want to hear talking. That's the issue. Kids don't want to hear. Kids don't want to hear. You know what I'm saying? I got to do better. They want to see better, and that comes from their environment and what they have access to. So just say, hey, put the gun down, and you will have no business to offer this kid so he can make some money. You don't have any suggestions. If he keeps seeing the Arabs buy up all the community stores or the Latinos buy up all the Walmarts, and he can't get a job because now you got to be bilingual to get a job, he's going to resort, you know what I'm saying, to robbing. And then when he hear other rhetorics from black people like, oh,
yeah, he finished
those black on.
But I wanted to show this last video. I wanted to show y'all with why Black Americans don't want to be called Africans, right? And it's the reason why we don't want to be called Africans. And it's the last one I'm gonna put on for y'all. But this is the reason they did one on why Black Americans don't want to be called Africans.
You know why Black people do not want to be called African? Well, that's what we're going to look at in today's lesson and the next few lessons coming up. So let's get to it. Today, I am going to introduce you to an old book. But if you have not watched the previous lessons, please go back and watch them. I strongly recommend that so that you will be up to date and understand what we're talking about. The book that we are looking at today is The Miseducation of the Negro by Carter G. Woodson. written back in 1933, almost 100 years ago. And if you don't know who Carter G. Woodson is, he is the person who is responsible for creating what at the time was Negro History Month, Negro History Week, which has evolved into Black History Month.
Or Slave History Month.
He is pivotal to our understanding of ourselves and knew why we had to study ourselves. And so this book, I first read the book when I was a student at Princeton Theological Seminary working on my master's degree. I had heard about the book and never gotten around to reading it. When I did sit down to read it, the first sentence in the first chapter hit me like a ton of bricks, knocked me over. And we're going to look at that now and examine what is being said there. Chapter 1, titled The Seat of the Trouble. The educated Negroes, he says. And when I read that, I thought, oh, wow, he's talking about me because I consider myself one of the educated Negroes. What he means by that is those of us who have graduated from high school, college, have master's degrees, PhDs, and so forth, the educated Negroes. And of course, Woodson is using the term Negroes that was in vogue at the time. So he says, the educated Negroes have the attitude of contempt toward their own people because in their own, as well as in their mixed schools, Negroes are taught to admire the Hebrew, the Greek, and the Latin, and the Teuton, and to despise the African. When I read that, it stopped me right in my tracks. And the reason it stopped me in my tracks because the validity of what he was saying was so powerful because I was the example of it. I had studied biblical Hebrew, biblical Greek, and Aramaic. I knew all of those languages. I knew the history of those people, and I was enamored with the history of those people. And so let's look at some of these words of what he's saying here. And so Woodson says the educated Negroes have the attitude of contempt. That is a feeling that a person or a thing is beneath them, beneath consideration. They are worthless or deserving scorn. And so what does it mean to be worthless? To consider something worthless is to consider that it has no value or no use. And scorn is the feeling or belief that someone or something is worthless or despicable. And despicable means deserving of hatred and contempt. So when we consider what Woodson is saying there, he's saying, boldly, correctly, that we have a hatred for ourselves, for our people. And we have been taught that. We have been conditioned into that situation. And so when I hear people say, we don't have unity, why don't we have unity? It's because we do not like each other. We don't trust each other. That is by design. And until we understand that kernel of truth, we won't be able to move to the next step. Also within this statement, he says that we've been taught to admire. That's to put on a pedestal the Hebrews and the Greeks and others. The Hebrew.
Now, you see, they got Greek. We call them the Greek, the boule. Yeah, that's what it is. It's the boule. So they be the Greek, and they not from Greek, right? But they call themselves Greek. All right, that's weird, right? They want us to call ourselves Greek. They'll call them Greek. That's all of the smart black people. And then, or they want us to call ourselves African, but they running away from the lineage that's right here in America. So they ain't getting to that. They don't want us to delineate and just to be that we from here, because it's gonna cause confusion.
Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, every Sunday morning for most of our people's lives, they are hearing about these people. They cannot help but admire them, and some of them even call them the people of God. So much so, they told us, hey, they're the people, we're the people of God, and we believe them without any kind of examination. And so we have some of our people who are misinformed, misguided, now call themselves the Black Hebrews, trying to trace their roots back to those people. Two of my mentors were in that movement back in the 1950s and 60s. And they taught us about what it was about and how they were able to come.
See, y'all, we gotta watch some of these people that wrote books and stuff too back in the day, because they, they already been kind of brainwashed as well. Because he's basically saying that Black people don't hate people from Africa. In my opinion, I think we put laws here for all people from other countries to come here. It was never no hate. Nobody don't dislike. And I'm from Florida, where a lot of people from the Caribbean, Africa, everywhere they come here. It don't never be no problem with Black people. I mean, with like, if you from over here, nobody don't really be. We have a problem when you get over here and you become a Sambo. That's when we have a problem. We have a problem with Sambos, period. That is the real issue. The issue is when white supremacy get a hold of you. You call yourself Greek. You're a part of the Boule. You a part of the you a politician, and you don't have no rights and stuff for us. That's when we don't like you. Other than that, it'd be all love, in my opinion. I want to know what y'all think.
Out of it because they came into the knowledge of themselves. And so I understand that. Then, of course, the Greeks, when he says that we are taught to admire the Greeks, that is the Europeans and their descendants. We adore them. We admire them because that's what they have taught us. And so
y'all got to say, he said the educated Negroes, that's what they teach y'all. See, the ones that's why you say in the hood, it normally be the realest people. Like a Malcolm X, you could tell he didn't not hate anybody. But when they get these educated Negroes and they go to these colleges and they get educated, they program them for sure. Because you around a whole bunch of them, you get programmed. And those the ones that really don't be liking us for real.
Want to be like them, do the things that
they want to live in their neighborhood. They want to work in their job. They don't want to create Black stuff. They don't want to be like, yeah, I got to create this for the culture. I got to create this for the people. They'll just do the things and work for these people and not worry about creating Black excellence like we always have.
They do. We have been disconnected, dislocated from our own culture into their culture, and we admire their culture. And so the question becomes then, why is this? What happened that caused this, that caused us to be this way? And so in the next lesson, we're going to look specifically at what was said and done to get us to that place so that it repeats itself generation after generation, that we hate and have contempt for us. This is a short lesson, but go back over this, listen to this. If you don't have that book, get it. And I appreciate you. Follow me, share this, and let me know what you think in the comments.
Here's the reason why Black Americans don't want to be called Africans, right? Here's it. This is from my own perspective. Please listen carefully. It might be lengthy, but you're going to learn something, so you don't make mistakes. Here's the reason why Many Black Americans do not want to be called Africans. And believe me, the reason is deeper than disconnection, confusion, or self-hate. It's history, it's trauma, it's identity, and it's respect. Now let's break it down. Black Americans lost something Africans still have, right? We're talking about language, culture, tribe, food, native land identity, lineage, right? Black Americans lost all that through slavery. So when someone says you're African, it feels like forcing a connection to something they can't trace, they can't prove, and can't even reclaim. To Black Americans, that label feels like guessing, assuming, and ignoring their unique experience. Now, Africans feel too broad and too vague. And Africa has 54 countries and 3,000 tribes. So when Black Americans hear you're African, the first question is, which one? Where? From who? And because no one can answer that, the label feels incomplete, even disrespectful. Right now, the third one is Black Americans built their own culture. Black Americans created their own accents, their own music, their own struggle, their own victories, their own community, their own style, their own spiritual identity. They are not an extension of Africa. They are a new distinct people who emerged from pain and survival. So being African sometimes feel like people erasing what they built. Now, there's historical ones between Africans and Black Americans. Now, for decades, some Africans looked down on Black Americans, mocked them, called them lazy, criticized their culture, denied the connection shared. While Black Americans were fighting for survival in America, many Africans didn't stand with them. So when someone later tries to claim we are the same, Black Americans they just remember the disrespect. You can't claim family only after the child succeeds, right? Black Americans don't want an identity forced on them. Identity cannot be assigned. It has to be chosen. So when people, especially...
Exactly. We don't want you to keep telling us where we from. Like, we want to do the research and know where we from. We don't want the colonizers telling us where we from and giving us our names. We don't want that. That should be understandable.
Africans push the label African. Black American fails. You are not listening to my story. You are telling me I am. You're telling me what I am instead of asking. That is what it feels. You're not listening to my story. You're telling me what I am. Instead of asking, nobody likes being told who they are. That's the truth. Now, they see themselves as Black Americans, not because America treated them well, but because they built this country with blood, endurance, culture, power, influence. They fought for every inch of space they have. So being called African can feel like people are ignoring the unique suffering and contribution of Black America. Do you get that? Now, the trauma of being disconnected is still real. Imagine knowing you come from somewhere, knowing you have ancestors, knowing you belong to a tribe, but having no way to find it. This is painful. So when people casually say you're African, Black Americans here, just get over your trauma, and that hurts. Do you understand? So that is just get over your trauma. That's really hot. So anyways, I think I've really said something. I'm going to come back with the rest of this thing I'm telling you at the end of this video, right? Just want to enjoy this one while I come with the closing part of this one. Give me my flowers after this video. Let's go.
This is why we're delineating. You all keep saying you refuse to bear the name of your ancestors, but you call each other the name given by the slave master. Make it make sense. We're delineating because you obviously don't even realize that the name Africa and Africans was given to you. It was adopted and popularized by the Romans. The Romans saw some little small tribe in the continent that they decided to call Africa, and then said that you guys were going to be called African. Every single person, this entire continent, based off of that. So technically, you're the one who wants us to call ourselves by a name given to you by Romans, which is no different than what you're talking about in terms of a slave master. This is why we're delineating. The term African wasn't even given to you by yourself. It was given to you by the Roman Empire. So why would we call ourselves, even in this line of thinking, why would we call ourselves a Roman name?
Excuse me. I just wanted to say something earlier this morning.
Appreciate you.
I was at my event, and we all noticed that. And I was talking to the people, the older people there. And you know me, I keep it on history and stuff I studied and noticed. And I asked a woman there, I said, honey, your hair, my hair was kind of covered up. I said, your hair beautiful. And she said, thank you. I said, you know you're not African. And she said, I'm not. I said, look at your hair. And it was like 4 or 5 other ladies that was sitting there that had their natural hair. It was no perm, no, not natural. Because older people, they don't be doing all that. All of their hair was this. They just put a little water and a little bit of like gel on it, and all their hair looked just like mine. I said, sweetie, look around. I said, look at how everybody's hair. They began to look around and see that all their hair was this, all of our hair was the same. And they looked at each other, and one kind of said, I never noticed it. So what messed our hair up is when people said that they wanted our hair straight. They gave us perms. So when you get older, you don't get it. Your natural hair just began to grow. And this is why they didn't like your hair. It's because your hair was absolutely beautiful. And this is what they didn't like. They didn't like the curliness. They didn't like the fullness. They didn't like the silkiness of our hair. That's why they made us cover our hair up. Our hair was never nappy. Sweetie, that's the impression that they gave you. My mother or father had nappy hair. Both their hair was like mine. And I think it's weird. Because, you know, and I'm not bullying nobody, TikTok, I'm not talking about nobody. But just yesterday, I saw an African girl, and I didn't even understand why they did this, because sometimes people's mind don't be in the right places. And this is what I talk about, mental health and colonization and abuse. So this is what they did. They put a little string on her hair. It just looked like a shoestring or something. And the little girl, don't get me wrong, was pretty. She was a beautiful little girl, but she didn't have no hair, none. And she said, I look so pretty with my hair. And I'm thinking to myself, you know, why is it so important for some people to say that? One thing about American people, we don't care. Black Americans, we don't care about hair because our hair grow. I had my hair shaved for 10 years, bald. Absolutely, it was bald for 10 years, or even it was way like 1/8 of an inch. It was really low. And one day I just said, I'm gonna let my hair grow back. And it grew back in its right state. So I'm telling you, it's a difference between us, because I even noticed this. I saw a little girl this morning, absolutely beautiful. I've seen her before. It's 2 little girls I'm going to tell y'all about. They Black Americans. One of her hair is like mine. She was 2, and I mean, like her hair was down her back at 2, beautiful. And then the other girl, she dark and beautiful. She had an afro. She couldn't have been 2 years old. It was bigger than Michael Jackson. Beautiful. She was dark. And I mean, she was a pretty, pretty one, beautiful. And our children have literally hair. My daughter was born with hair on her shoulders. Like when she was born, it looked like Whyte hair. And it was just straight and long. Because I was one of the first things that they noticed, the Whyte nurses, because they wanted to ask me, was she biracial? No, both her parents are Black. You understand? She was born, she was really light. Her father is brown, like a browner, but he has like green or gray eyes. And she had eyes and her hair was long, but I looked at her ears. Now she's not dark as me, but she turned brown just like her dad. She turned brown just like him. But her hair was long and it was on her shoulders when she was born. Because that's what threw the nurses off. Black babies, they're used to, when they're born, their hair is, all Black kids' hair is like, it don't be like, what's the word I want to use? It don't be to their head. All Black kids that I have ever seen, all my friends, their kids' hair is real low and straight. Because that's what our hair is. That's what Indian hair looks like. But I noticed that when I was at that place that everybody had the same hair. So we had to be from similar tribes. And that's the thing. And it has nothing to do with being mixed.
She's saying that people from Black American got different features than what we see from people from Africa. Basically what she did.
My sister did my genealogy on my mother and father's side.
She's saying Black Americans look different than Africans. We got different, it's not the same. I remember Trev told me something like Black people can't grow, like certain Black Americans like can't really grow a beard like that. You know, when you got that Indian descent. So it's certain little features that is not the same with African and American.
There was no Whyte people there. None. Not none. All the tribes of all, everybody was not compromised. And you can see that during history, they just picked who they want and they kept them captive. So we didn't have none. And so our hair stayed the same. Our hair stayed the same. So it is a difference between us and Africans. Now they got this little young girl. And I just laughed, said this, say she's African, and had the audacity to say, it's crazy how some people will let some folks know, well, they so scared of their heritage. My thing is this, I was never told that. The girl that made the video was 20 years old. My mother was almost 100 when she passed, and my grandma was almost 100 when she passed. So how is it a 20-year-old girl going to tell us, or a 25-year-old girl going to tell us who we are? And I want you to actually notice this. When you go out in a crowd of Black folks, I want you to look at their eyes. Black American eyes. All our eyes are almost shaped just alike. They are oval-shaped eyes. Every single one almost that I noticed. And I don't care what their parents look like.
She's trying to just show y'all the distinction that there is distinct features that separate Black Americans from other tribes, other people. And it's been like that with all tribes. All tribes don't look the same now. We can't act like that.
Or whatever, but all of us have oval, it's a really pretty oval shaped eyes. And that's one thing people always say about Americans. They put a little bit of makeup on their eyes and they be beautiful. So, and I ain't bragging. I swear I'm not bragging about that at all. But yes, honey, we ain't the same. We are not the same, but if you feel like you connected to them, you probably are. Because it did come from, some slaves did come from Africa. But they just told that from 1989 to 2025, more Africans came across themselves than it was in a slave trade. We was already here. And we are.
Just like if you go out there by Australia, you got Black people that got blonde hair. You know, they got blonde hair. They got different distincts. We don't have people over here that got blonde hair naturally. Like you ain't finna be like, and you got blonde, but over there in I think it's like Australia, a little island over there, you got Black people with blonde hair, blue eyes. Different tribes got different distincts on how they look. We all just don't look the same and have the same features like everybody's saying. We have different tribes got distinct features. That's what this lady is saying.
From a different tribe. We are not blood related. And I mean, even with the Bible saying that, because I think the Bible's suspect. I'll be the first one to say it. I've always said it. I think it's suspect. But we are not from the same people because our traits are different. All that. So that's all I wanted to tell y'all. And that wasn't a hate video or nothing, but people have to understand it. It's okay to be who you are and let us be who we are. We don't care about it. And it's weird to me how now you want to be connected. When before, I knew an African boy lived next door to me when I was a CO. You know what he told me? No, you're not African. People was telling us a long time ago, we're not African. Now you want to be connected. Yep. And I think I know why, because we're getting ready to get our land back. And they want to be here with us. And that's not going to happen. We got a lot of bad blood, and it's not going to happen.
Popeyes put garlic palm tenders, cheesy bites, and marinara sauce in a scary good Freddy Fazbear box.
Like you got some places in you know, people are real tall and there's distinct. Like it's like all Black people don't have all of the same features. We got different things that, you know, separate us and make our tribe different. But they try to just pin us all together. Let me hear what this dude got up.
It's the Cotton Club Radio. What's going on with the family? You know, something's on my brain. I overheard a live I was in with a girl from PA who said that Black people in New York, Black Americans in New York don't, refer to themselves as African American. And that's a damn lie, family. I've never used that word. I have a very big family. My family's from New York. Grandmama moved to New York from Mississippi in '57. So my family's been in New York since the dawn of hip hop and that whole era. We don't use that term African American, bro. Shorty's lying. I'll tell you who do use that term, and it's no shot at, people from the Caribbean, etc., and Africans or whoever. But I would say first generation, second generation Caribbean people, and some Africans do use the term African American. But foundational Black Americans do not use that term in New York. I don't know why. When she said that, I knew she was an immigrant. When she said that, I knew she was an immigrant. Let me just keep a little funky. Let me just give you a little. Even if you bourgeois, most of us are first generation college graduates, bro. Like that bourgeois stuff hasn't really filled in. We still go to family functions. We still around our family. None of that bourgeois exists. You dig? So we don't come around talking about we're African American, dude. That's immigrant talk. I'm gonna keep it funky with you. We all say we Black. My grandmama said she was Black. You know, she would use it. You know, obviously she was Choctaw and Chickasaw. She was Cherokee, so she would use that term more. She would say she was Cherokee. You know, to be honest with you. But she did use the term Black. You know, Black American. That was something that my uncles and aunties used. You know, they all in their late 60s. You dig? So they grew up around that era in New York. So that's a term frequently used. African American is not a term we use, bro. That's a lie. You know, if you got some paperwork or something like that, yeah, you're African American, you check the box, but that's not a term we use. We don't go around each other using the term. You know, so I just wanted to clarify. Shorty was definitely first, second generation immigrant. That's not, Black Americans don't use that term. So I'll keep it there. Peace to y'all. Cotton Club Radio.
You know, one of my pet peeves is when white people refer to Black people as African American, and it's particularly annoying for two reasons. First of all, every Black person is not African American. African American refers to a specific ethnicity of Black people like myself who are descendants of the transatlantic slave trade and ended up here in America. Y'all be using African American to just refer to anybody Black at all. I will literally call somebody African American who's not even in or from America. How does that make sense? Secondly, for some reason, y'all think that Black is a slur. Y'all default to African American when it simply just is not correct. Like if I asked you to describe to me Idris Elba, y'all would be like, well, he's a African American gentleman. Bitch, just say he's Black. The man is Black. We're Black. You can just say Black. Black.
I appreciate your question. And two things. Number one, African American people are not the only people who have been displaced and have had to pick up pieces of their identity. I mean, really any group who has been a victim of the transatlantic slave trade has had to do this to some level, to some extent. So I just wanted to start with that because I feel like a lot of times the you don't know where you come from rhetoric gets focused on African Americans, which is not the truth. I mean, half of the people saying it don't know where they come from either. The second thing is I'm not African American, I'm Haitian. So I'll speak about these things in a general sense, especially because African Americans are not the only people impacted by them. But I'm not in the place to specifically tell African Americans what they should call themselves. I think that's up to them to decide. With that being said, I think what African Americans are doing with Sulan and Sulani is beautiful. I think it's something that'll be denoted in history books down the line. And you have people that are like, oh, it just came from the internet. Oh, it just came from TikTok. Or it's just like.
Tania put me on that Sulani. I gotta look more into it. I ain't gonna talk too much. I don't know, but shout out to Tania was telling me about it.
They just made it up. But when James Brown makes I'm Black and I'm Proud, that was a song that created a shockwave throughout the entire country. And the funny part is, like, that's how any identity was ever created. Like one day American people were just like, hey, I like the word America. We're gonna call ourselves Americans. One day Haitian people were just like, yo, I like the word Haitian. We're going to call ourselves Haitians. So I think it's very admirable for any group of people to sit down and create their own name, create their own identity and say, this is who we are. Like anytime a page pops up on my notifications and it's like Sulani Princess, Sulan King, Sulan Prince, I think that's cool. You feel me? Because again, you create this name and now you have jurisdiction, you have control over your entire identity that you made this up. So it's yours. And the meaning that it has is shared between your people, and it only reinvigorates your connectedness. It only brings you more closer to who you are and the people who love and care about you. So that's my answer to this question.
Point, we need to make a distinction.
Yeah, like we should be, the European American should be calling themselves European American. We should be the only ones that just have the name American, to be real. I mean, it makes sense. We shouldn't have to classify us. We're American. We aboriginals to this land. We shouldn't have to give no other distinct, but that's what they was doing with all of these names.
What's the issue with Black Americans having their own culture? We have our own.
So the reason why I decided to stitch this video and not the original podcast is because I could tell that the woman who did the reaction video, that I could tell she was offended. I know she's an African woman, and I could just tell by the things that she was saying in her reaction that she was offended by the sentiments that were shared in that podcast. So the thing is, I think that what gets misconstrued when people are saying stuff like this, when certain Black people will say, I'm American, I'm not African American. I think that the sentiments and the reason why somebody would be offended, like somebody from Africa might be offended by that, is because I think what they're hearing is that we don't want to be African, or that we don't want to be associated with our African heritage. And that could not be further from the truth. That is not what they're saying. And the thing is, like she was saying in the video, like anybody who's from Africa could identify as African American, because technically, as an immigrant coming from Africa, you're still African American. So
right,
what you can't, I mean, how do you even make that distinction? That's the reason why I say that even this goes beyond just calling ourselves American. Yes, we're American, but I feel like we should have an ethnic distinction that is just specific to our specific group. And we need to have this conversation more, because the African American term is just not accurate, and it's just not descriptive enough to actually tell who we really truly are. And I've actually been saying this for a long time, that I really feel like Black Americans, we need a new term. We don't need to call ourselves Black. We don't need to call ourselves African American. And there's nothing wrong with being African. Like, that's not the point. The point is
we need to name ourselves. We can't, nobody should be named. We don't need to get names from nobody else. You know what I mean? We should name ourselves. That is the point. The Black can be problematic because everybody can tag on to that. It's like anybody can be Black. So they saying that if I'm Black, I'm Black. So it's like we don't have our distinct thing that's just us. So I get what they saying, and I think that too. Like what Dave said, we just American, really. We American.
It does not. It's not an accurate title for actually who we are, because y'all got to remember, if you're offended by this, just remember, Black Americans have been in this country. Our ancestors came here hundreds of years ago. We're not immigrants. We've been here for hundreds and hundreds of years. We built up this country. So for us to label ourselves,
we the God, man.
with the continent of Africa and not have our own descriptive name really does not make sense. Because yes, we're mostly, and even in the video, she said, yeah, I'm of African descent, but that's not a good description of who she is or who we are. Africa is an entire continent full of different countries, different ethnicities, different tribal groups, languages, cultures. How is a person from America, no matter what we look like, no matter how many similarities that we share, how are we supposed to identify with an entire continent that we don't even know what specific region we should even be identifying with at all? You can't just identify with the entire continent of Africa or the entire West African coast. There's too many different groups there. Like, how are we going to identify with that? We don't even know how to identify with that, without being very vague about it. Because, like, even to be honest with you guys, when I got my DNA test, I was a little bit disappointed, to be honest with you, because 13 different nations around this world came up as running through my blood, running through my veins. 13 different nations around the world. And so that doesn't really give me any connection outside of the United States. Like, how am I going to identify with 13 different places around this world? And all African Americans don't have the same admixtures. Like, I'm mixed with things that other African Americans are not mixed with. I'm mixed with Madagascan, which is Malagasy, in East Africa. I'm also mixed with Mexican. Like, a lot of African Americans.
Y'all, we can't believe everything that little DNA test stuff, like that. We can't believe what these colonizers put together, bro. They'll put together anything and taking DNA, you don't really know what is what.
Americans are not mixed with the same things. So it's very difficult for us to try to identify as African American. Well, for some people, not others. But I just don't feel like it's just not specific enough to what we actually are here in America. So this is not about not wanting to be African or not wanting to be associated with our roots or with the people that we descended from or who we share the vast majority of DNA with. It's not about that. I think when people are saying what she's saying about not wanting to be African American is that we're just not from Africa. So it just doesn't really give us a good sense of identity.
Why did I think that every Black person got their enslaver's last name? Descendants of slaves from America, obviously, is what I'm talking about. But why did I think that everybody had the names of their slave master? That's not the case.
It's Black Friday game day on Prime with a massive Emirates NBA Cup doubleheader. Bucks versus Knicks.
We all know that a lot of Black people got their last names from their enslavers. But what I didn't know was a lot of the common names, Carter, Smith, Taylor, those all came from Black people's ancestors' occupations. So in case you didn't know, a carter was a person who transported goods using a cart. A cooper is someone who made or repaired barrels. Smith is in relation to a blacksmith, someone who worked with metal. Tailor refers to a tailor, someone who sews and makes clothing. It's just spelled differently for whatever reason. And then you have names like Freeman, Strong, Young, Brown, Black. These represent exactly what it sounds like. Freeman obviously was the person who got their freedom during slavery, and that was just the last name given to Black people during that time so that it could be known that they were free, and that was their free identity. They no longer had a slave identity. And then you have those that took on names that represented their surroundings and geographic locations, such as rivers, banks, woods, hills. Those were names that indicated proximity to nature. Strong is just like it sounds, most likely identifying a person of that stature who portrayed inner strength as well as physical strength. Young, Brown, and Black were names that were given to people to describe their outward appearance. If they looked young, if they were brown, if they were Black, those were the names that stuck and were passed down in the family line. And the fourth way was through false documentation, such as the Freedmen Bureau census and things like that, which forced Black people to change their last names because they were either spelled wrong, misdocumented, anglicized, etc. And others, after emancipation, rejected their last names and chose their own last names. However, they chose names such as Washington, Lincoln, after predominant figures of their time, which was ironic because, obviously some of them owned slaves, but they still felt some type of prestige to the name and wanted to take after them, rejecting their enslavers. And I'm kind of low-key jealous of y'all because my ancestors just kept their enslaver's last name. It's very Irish. When I was a kid, people would ask me, "Are you related to Michael Jackson?" And I would say, "Yeah, that's my cousin." And he low-key might be. Who knows? I don't know. It's a cool last name, but it's just not, we're not connected to our roots. However, it is cool that, so many of us rejected their last names. The thing I find cool is that knowing that a lot of these names represent the occupations that Black people went into after slavery and the skills that they had. I mean, they did everything. All the Black-owned businesses that were open during emancipation that were not destroyed until much later during the Civil Rights Movement and integration, when Black people moved from their communities and neighborhoods and took their skills into non-Black businesses. But during that time, they relied on themselves for everything. So there you have it. Every name didn't come from the plantation, although many of us, unfortunately, kept the names passed down from the plantation. But, is what it is.
Yeah, a lot of Black Americans, right? They really stick gung-ho to having like an American perspective, literally like out of respect for Africa. out of respect for Africa, because they don't know what the African perspective is like. They know that. Like some people do, but like for those who don't, they know. Like now, granted, some of them might get confused because they get
that African American term is dying, y'all. It's almost dead. It's on life support. We're not going to be going by that term anymore. It makes no sense. It doesn't make sense to call people two different continents. It's not going to make sense. They do
treated like they know the African perspective because they get racialized as black. That's what that experience is. Being treated like you have the African perspective. So me getting racialized as black, it kind of, I don't care. Like I was raised in an Asian-centric country and taught Americentric and Afrocentric thinking. And then I went to a European school. So I got Eurocentric thinking from there. So like I have all that. I am trying to go for Pacific Islander stuff and get to know a little bit more about that perspective though. But like honestly, I have already looked at like King Kamehameha and stuff like that. And his perspective and mine are quite anyways. Hey. Anyways, bro.
Saying Black Americans are not from Africa, like originally foundational Black Americans, I'm one of them, FBA. Both of my parents Black American, no Caribbean inside of my genes that I know of, no near African, like first, second generation before me, none of that. Like my people from Georgia, Alabama, Carolinas. Okay, now let's continue. I just seen a video of a Black American woman who had this song that she would sing as a lullaby. And somebody picked up on the sound and said, hey, that's from the Mindi language in Sierra Leone. So they went to Sierra Leone trying to figure out where is this song coming from. Went around the whole country. They found one small village who was able to recognize that song. The American woman thought it's just a song. There's the words that we sing and we don't know it. It's just gibberish. Come to find out that small village inside of Sierra Leone knew that song and it was a funeral song. And the woman who told them what song it was said that her grandma passed along this song and said, one day somebody's going to come singing this song to you and those are your brothers and sisters. So the people who was brought over as slaves, enslaved, passed along this song because they were able to identify their family by that tune. So not everybody, all foundational Black Americans are indigenous to America. It could be some truth to it, but I don't think the way y'all think is black and white is not that black and white. Clearly, there's a lot of people from Africa. A lot of Black Americans are from Africa, period, originally. But anyways, the woman connected back with her family in Sierra Leone. And I think that's just beautiful that these parents passed along this song. And though they forgot over time why this song is being passed down, the music still connected them long after the parents went away.
Black Americans aren't African. We're American. The continent of Africa is not the motherland. America is. America's way older than the continent of Africa. Why do you think America's...
I've been telling y'all this, bro. America is the motherland, bro. We got the oldest history. It dates back here. That's why they want to call us from over there, because they know the history of America. You know, you might as well...
all through America is built up and Africa's not. Come on now, you guys got to do your math. Stop listening to these colonizers who told you Africa's the motherland and everybody's African. Come on now, stop. They literally are using the Charles Darwinism theory of everybody evolved from Neanderthals, and they were trying to say that Black people were the Neanderthals. That's why everybody traces back to Africa, and it's false. It's bullocks. It's bull crap, right? We know the American lands are way older, way prominent, way more significant than the continent of Africa. I mean, literally, guys, the access to fresh water here is unbelievable. On the continent of Africa, they only have 9% of the world's fresh water. This is why most of them are malnutrition or malnourished, excuse me. It's not because of they're not getting enough help. No, they're getting the most help out of every single continent in the entire world. They are number one when it comes to foreign aid. right? So it's not because they're not getting help. They're literally the biggest charity case in the world, right? The world is donating to the continent of Africa, yet the continent's still not built up. They're still having water problems. They're still having food problems. They're still having electricity problems, right? It's because that land is not the motherland. That land is actually the most malnourished land in all of the world, okay? That's why everybody flocks to America, bro. You notice everybody vacations everywhere in the world except Africa, bro. Nobody says, oh, I'm about to go vacation to Africa. All right, I understand they got the year of repatriation, all of that great stuff, trying to get all of us back to Africa. We're not from Africa. We are the American Indians, the copper-colored Americans, the Americans who Christopher Columbus and the many explorers found when they got here. All right? This is our stuff. This is our land. This is our history. This is our culture. Why do you think the world follows us? Why do you think the world loves our culture? Why do you think the world copies everything we do? Because we are the promised people from the promised land. All right? Period. Welcome to the cookout.
Yeah, welcome back. Now,
I don't know what she talking about now. She gonna try to tell us we just disclaiming it, but when they hear that America is the homeland, they don't like that. People from Africa don't like that. They don't want to believe that. Let her talk. They don't want to believe that America is our homeland.
Black Americans are not rejecting Africa. They are rejecting confusion. They are rejecting forced identity. They are rejecting labels that ignore their story. Black Americans are unique people, born from struggle, shaped by resilience, refined by survival, and raised without a map back home. They didn't choose to lose Africa. Africa was taken from them. Yeah, even though some of them are still natives, right? The ones who have African ancestry, Africa was actually taken from them. And until identity is healed, don't expect the label to feel natural. It can't just feel natural. Anyways, give me my flowers. I've tried. And Black Americans, I want you to actually comment in this comment section. What do you think about all that I've said? Right? I'm trying to educate people about the reason why you don't want to be called Africans. And I think I've done justice to this topic enough. So give me my flowers. Kindly subscribe, like, share this video.
Nah, man, you ain't getting no flower. I don't know what she talking about, her flower, that whole part. But no, we don't want to be called African American because that's not what we is. And they want to act like America is the only piece of land with no indigenous black people. Man, get out of here with all that crap. But man, I appreciate all y'all for tapping in. This was the longest live I done did, man. Make sure y'all hit that like button. We're gonna keep standing on business, but she looks funny. She looks like us. I'm sorry. I mean, she could look like us. It's a lot of, but we have our own distinct look here in America. People got to understand that too. Like, you know, if you go to certain places, all black people look a little different. Shout out to Tiana. She put pale people have Netherlands, Neanderthals, rodent and animals in their DNA. Man, you'll be surprised what's in their DNA. They're Yakubians. Lady, your flowers are dead. But do y'all see how many outside cultures they speak on FBA now? FBA is being like the biggest topic for somebody that's in other countries. Either you in Europe, you in Australia, you in the Philippines, you in Africa. It's like understanding that what FBA come from is like they top priority, and it has nothing to do with them. She do research and speak up for us. She not a tablet. Okay. And we do need people, you know what I'm saying? I mean, she was saying some things that I heard some things where she was a little off. Funny style. Ethogenesis is a real though. Yeah. It is. It definitely is real though. Definitely real. But yeah, man, this was a good live, man. I appreciate y'all. Y'all make sure y'all hype this video up, man, so we can get more people to understand our inventions, our creations, and how we feel about FBA, our lineage. And this was a good, I think this was a good video at explaining how we feel, what we accomplished, and why we are delineating and we want our distinction from other cultures. I think this is a good way that people can learn on us. It wasn't a dull moment. I appreciate you, Mama Lisa, always tapping in, holding me down. But this was a long live, man. It was long. Be well. Yeah, definitely, man. I salute everybody for holding it down. FBA ancestors is the only so-called minority who built America. The FBA are covered and protected by the amendment. Back, 13th Amendment and the 14th Amendment, which give us the natural birth rights. So, man, appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all for tapping in, man. It was a great live. It's one of the best lives I was a part of, man. I learned a lot. I appreciate y'all for tapping in. Shout out to my boy Trell Jackson, my boy Dave, Raw Sports Radio. Y'all sign up for his YouTube channel. My boy Trell Jackson YouTube channel. And man, I'm gonna keep this going. I appreciate Tia to you. You've been holding me down since day one. DJ Biggs, man, everybody who've been, even the haters who've been coming on. Tiana, I know you new to the channel. I appreciate you tapping in. And Christopher Pierce. Everybody who've been holding it down, Race Head, always holding it down, funny style, man. I'm gonna tap in with y'all tomorrow. We always gonna be holding it down for the culture. Make sure y'all support, man, FBA businesses, no matter what. You know, try to go out your way to support our businesses and our businesses that we got, because we all we got. And if we don't support us, ain't nobody gonna support us. Y'all see the friction and the hate we already getting out here. So make sure y'all support us, man, with our businesses out there. And I love and appreciate y'all, man. I'll catch y'all in the next video. Good night, y'all. Peace and love. Y'all have a good day tomorrow. But y'all tap in with me. Keep checking me out. They be kind of messing with my notifications. So you kind of gotta check in with me. But I'm gonna be going live every day. But I love and appreciate y'all. I catch y'all on the next one. Peace and love.